lovely to meet you all. As some of you might be able to tell from my accent, it's very subtle, I am indeed from the Emerald Isle of Ireland, and I brought some of the Irish summer with me today, so hashtag you're welcome. We need a bit of rain over here. I actually live in Spain. I'm very honored to call this beautiful country my home, and I fell in love with it the first time I arrived, and we're doing the whole thing, living in El Campo and having the solar power, and it's just wonderful. But it is a great pleasure and a privilege to be back here on the next big thing stage at South Summit once again, because we are now embarking on the first session of the startup competition for South Summit Madrid in 2023. We have some of the most disruptive startups pitching here, right here for you on the stage, with the goal of becoming the winner of one of the following 5 categories: Best Team, Most Scalable Startup, Most Disruptive Startup, Most Sustainable Startups, and the global winner of South Summit 2023, which is an incredibly prestigious global award. And the previous winners have just gone on to do incredible things. So today on this stage, we're going to see pitches and startups from 6 different verticals. We've got biz dev tech, we've got consumer trends, we've got connectivity and data, we've got health, we've got enterprise, and we've got education. So all of the hot topics right here on the next big thing stage at South Summit. So our first track of the day is biz dev tech, and this is really focused on development. The objective of the startups in this track is to help companies be more profitable, hashtag show me the money, as well as acquisition of new clients. So among the industries that compose this sector are advertising, e-commerce, marketing, media and communications, retail, service providers, and software development, among many others. So it's a very large sector, a lot of cool stuff happening under the hood. So here's a quick reminder of our process. Let's do a quick show of hands. Would you put up your hand if you've been here before, at South Summit before? Who's been here before? Okay. Muy bien. Well, listen, welcome back and bienvenidos to our new friends. For anybody who hasn't been at one of these competitions, I'll tell you a little bit about the process. So every startup has 3 merciless minutes on the clock right here, staring them in the face while they're doing the pitch. It may sound like a lot of time, but really if you have practiced this pitch or going through, thoughts come into your head, it's not always easy. So, you know, the folks that are pitching here on the stage today are really some of the best in the world, and they have honed their presentations to a crisp 3 minutes or shorter, and they're going to be presenting to our rockstar judges, who are going to evaluate the projects based on the following criteria: innovation, scalability, team, visibility, or viability, excuse me, and investability. Would you invest in it? Just think of imaginary piles of euros, lots of big notes, and our judges are there, and they're wondering, are we going to invest in this company? So speaking of our judges, now they probably have the most difficult job of the day. They've got to evaluate all of these pitches in 3 minutes and then come up with some incredible questions, and you will see why they're all here. They ask searching questions. They get into the gaps in the presentations and say, okay, that was good, but what about this? And you think, wow, that was a great question. So you're going to see this happen right now, and we're very, very grateful to our amazing judges. I'm going to give them a name check one by one now, so forgive me, mi español es fatal, although I do live here. It's very muy básico. So thank you so much to our amazing judges. I want to give a warm welcome to Alberto Otero Conte from Ferrovial, to Alfredo Serret from Telefónica Tech, to Cachucha Arorochka from Endesa Energia, to Jaime Piña from T Global Partners, to Eric Steller from Toptal, to Guillermo Delgado from BBVA, to Ivan Landabasso from GME Ventures, to Marta de Delmases from Iberia, Raquel Bernal from Draper B1, Ricardo Batista from Antler, Ricardo Zamperi from Dell, and Rodrigo Martinez from HelloWorld.dc. So I hope I didn't butcher everyone's name too much. When you see my name on the agenda, you can tell my name however you like, honestly. It's like, my name's Irish. It's just a random collection of words and, vowels and consonants. I kind of know who you mean, even if you don't say it exactly properly, so it's all good with me. Just quick reminder, do install the app. It's a gateway to a world of goodness, to meetings, to the agenda, to a live stream. Hello, anybody who's joining us from the live stream in the app or on YouTube, bienvenidos, good morning. Just another reminder, share the love, get people excited about what's happening here. Take photographs of our amazing pitches, share it on all the social media channels, tag South Summit, and use the hashtag SouthSummit23. That's South Summit 23, and I will see you there. Okay, amigos, we are going to kick off with our first exceptional pitcher. Now, our first company is called Be Ambassador, and they are from beautiful Spain right here. And Be Ambassador is a SaaS platform that makes it easy to turn a company's employees into brand ambassadors on social networks. And I used to work in enterprise companies, and we were looking for something like this, so I am so interested to see the pitch. We're very honored to be joined by their CEO. Please join me in giving a very warm South Summit first pitch of the day. Welcome to Jose Olariaga! Dude, yes, dude.
Okay, hi. Let me begin my story telling you that the fight for the right talent is becoming more entrenched. And look, values, culture are becoming key concepts for employees. And look, most companies that have values are failing miserably at communicating them. But why is this? Because the traditional marketing is not enough for HR and communications department in order to achieve their main three goals. So, spreading the employee value proposition is a real challenge because it has to be known by future employees, it requires investment, and there are no alternatives. So, what can we do? Setting up ambassador strategies, but with a platform, because with the low level of resources, you can manage thousands of employees, like in Iberia. So, how does it work? Well, the ambassador connects key social networks to the platform, checks the content, diffuses it with one click, and here is the big thing and where we are different. Engagement between the company and the ambassadors. Okay, this brings me to the next point, the competitor analysis. We know what makes us different, and we take advantage of it. We know it because we monitor the features, we monitor the selling process, and we know that we are in a perfect competitive situation. So the market is big. And taking into account or considering companies over 100 employees, we believe there is an excellent opportunity in our market in the medium term. Okay, the revenue model based on licenses gives us an excellent opportunity regarding our customers because they are a long recurring revenue opportunity with very low churn and a great and fast payback. Strategy based in inbound, outbound, and channel partner programs that allows us to multiply by 20 the cost of acquisition of our clients. Traction, excellent radios in 15 countries with 360% growth last year, which means that we are a cash generator. The traction is also reflected in the break-even point and the cash-independent situation where we are now. We believe we can repeat this. See the projections. Okay, this project has been led by 4 senior professionals with proven success in their areas. And look, these projections are asking for 2 million investments. And here is one of the big things for our investors. The mandatory inorganic growth will be an exit opportunity in the near future. Okay? Thank you very much.
My goodness. Muy bien, with a luxurious 14 seconds left on the clock. That was very impressive. But what did our judges think? Do we have any questions?
We'll see.
Now, we let our judges ask a maximum of 2 questions. They're already taking notes, and yeah, they are putting their marks into their magical iPads. They're going to send the marks up to the mothership. But do we have any questions? Was there anything missing from that pitch? Any more information that you need to know from your sector? It might be that you have answered all of the questions, which is a pretty cool achievement. No more questions. Going once, going twice. Big round of applause for Jose Olariaga. Muy bien. Okay, gracias, dude. Thank you so much. Okay, my dear friends, that does happen sometimes. Sometimes all the information is in the pitch decks and the judges don't need to ask anything. So that's always very impressive when it happens. Okay, we are now going to move on to beautiful Romania and meet Easy Sales, a SaaS platform that integrates and automates multi-channel e-commerce. Easily expand your online store's reach with Easy Sales, the seamless integration solution for top marketplaces. My goodness, that is just one of the hottest topics in e-commerce right now, the world of marketplaces. And I'm delighted to be welcoming to the stage the Chief Revenue Officer from Easy Sales. Give it up for Irina Zamfir. Welcome. No? Oh no. Oh God. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Now, I think I need un poquito más café this morning because I just jumped to pitch number 3. I'm getting used to this new iPad thing. So let's pretend, let's put that in the bank. I'm going to do that again, and I hope you're equally impressed. Our next pitcher is from beautiful Spain, and it is a company called Bookline. They do conversational AI as a service to manage bookings over the phone. Yes, please, don't go in queue, go over the phone. It's all good. We're delighted to be joined by the co-founder of Bookline. Please give an even bigger round of applause for their co-founder, Fede Buldin. Thank you so much, Fede. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that.
Hello, everyone. Hello. We are Bookline. We build conversational AI assistants as a service. So how many of you know that an average restaurant in Spain misses 50% of all the incoming calls that they receive? How many of you have called to a restaurant and it's impossible to speak with them? The waiter is busy, you don't have the time to call, and they usually lose the reservations. So in order to fix that, we've developed a conversational AI. You can think of it like a Siri or an Alexa to handle the conversation over the phone. So how does it work? You call to the restaurant, you speak with the AI, he already knows what your name is, takes the details, and registers the reservation directly into the reservation software. Everything under 59 seconds. Why is this important? Because incoming calls is still the #1 channel for reservation in restaurants in Spain. So far, we handle over 1 million calls each month in Spain from reservation calls. And we work with over 500 clients. 400 of those are restaurants, but we're expanding to other industries. And a very nice metric that we have is the 60% thank you. So what does that mean, 60% thank you? It means that in every reservation, people, after they complete the task, they don't just hang up the phone. They actually say thank you to the assistant because it's so natural to speak with it that they are delighted with the service. The best part, this is not only for restaurants. We are already working with dental clinics, with hotels, with beauty salons to handle all the conversations over the phone. And it's also not just the booking itself, it's also booking reminders where we call you via phone or WhatsApp to remind you that you have a booking. It can also mean doing frequently asked questions to support the customer service of the companies. And many, many other use cases that we work in those industries. What is our goal? We now have 500 clients, and we want to double and triple that over the next 2 to 3 years. And we're just closing our seed round of 1 million euros, but we are looking for investors for the Series A and also for partners that can help us expand in the other industries that I mentioned before. So thank you very much for your time, and I'll be delighted to answer all your questions.
Beautifully done. Muchísimas gracias, amigo. Okay, that was great. Again, with a luxurious 15 seconds left on the clock. These gentlemen are very, very polished. But what did our judges think? They are tapping. They are looking. Are they? Yes, we have a question down there from. If you could introduce yourself. Do we have a microphone? Do they have microphones? The microphone. Oh yes. So, the microphones are coming. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Excellent. So, if you could introduce yourself to the room. Thank you.
Sure. I am Guillermo Delgado from BBVA, and Actually, I have 2 questions. The first one is, how do you compete with other contact center solutions that already integrate AI services like Dialogflow, for example? And the second is, how do you see the evolution of call bookings in the next few years?
The second question, sorry?
Paquito, a bit louder, sorry.
How do you see the evolution of booking by call
Okay.
in the next few years?
Gracias.
Yeah, okay. So the first thing regarding call centers that already use AI technology, what we do is very use case and sector specific. So you have a lot of maybe, there are two types of companies. One that do projects and require a lot of upfront investing. And you have the platforms like Dialogflow, Microsoft Louis, where you need developers to do them themselves. We do, as I said in the conversation, conversational AI as a service. It's already integrated with your use case. And regarding calls, this is a very interesting question because there's a belief that phone calls are not on the rise. So it's not the phone itself, but it's the voice. Voice is our most natural channel to speak with any device. And we believe that the best interface is no interface. We don't believe in apps or going through the web to do what you want to do. We believe in just saying to your phone, hey, I want a reservation for tomorrow. And the phone is able to do that.
Nice. Conversational AI, a very hot topic at the moment. That was absolutely brilliant. And those were the two questions from our jury. So nicely done, Guillermo. Excellent questions. One more time, a big round of applause for Fede Buidin from Bookline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you, thank you. Okay, our judges are deep in thought. They are putting their scores into the iPads. The scores are going to the South Summit mothership, and all is going to be added up and revealed right here on this stage. But we are going to move swiftly on with a company that some of you may be familiar with from my, I jumped forward in the agenda a few minutes ago, but I'm going to introduce them again. Pretend you didn't hear that one, and we are welcoming Easy Sales to the stage for the first time. Nice big round of applause. So Easy Sales is from beautiful Romania, and it's a SaaS platform that integrates and automates multi-channel e-commerce, so you can easily expand your online store's reach with Easy Sales, the seamless integration solution for top marketplaces. What a hot topic. We're delighted to be joined today by the Chief Revenue Officer from Easy Sales. Please give a huge round of applause for Irina Zamfir. Thank you. There you go.
John had an online shop. He wanted to sell on marketplaces. He came to Easy Sales founders and told them he doesn't know how to do it because he doesn't have capacity to access marketplaces. The integrations are custom and they are expensive, and there is huge complexity to maintain them. Easy Sales founders provided a solution, plug and play, no code, affordable for each merchant to sell everywhere in 30 minutes. It has real-time integrations and powerful automation features like listing products, issuing invoices, and processing orders. It is one dashboard to manage all your marketplace accounts. In Easy Sales, you see your products, you list them on marketplaces, you can sell on eBay, Amazon, and many other marketplaces. There is huge addressable market in terms of online shops. Romania, 50,000 online shops. Europe, 2 million. US, 8 million. Worldwide, 20 million. Of course, there is competition. We have indirect competition like developers that provide custom integrations for marketplaces, and also web platforms that provide some marketplace integrations. Other integrators like us. Why to choose Easy Sales? Because it is a SaaS platform. No migration required. You can start selling in minutes. It is a self-service platform with focus on powerful integrations. It is affordable and can sell everywhere in the world. We have tractions, 558 paying customers, 400,000 ARR, and GMV from customers 400 million. We acquire customers through partnerships. We work with DHL, eBay, Vodafone, Decathlon, and others. We also use digital marketing, referrals, and resellers. We started in Romania, then we scaled the business to Bulgaria and Hungary. This year we launched in the US. By 2025, we want to be a global company. We are asking for 1 million in order to consolidate locally and regionally and continue the US expansion. We also want partnership. We are 18, 2 founders, one with IT background, one with business background. I'm Irina Zamfir. I'm Chief Revenue Officer in Easy Sales. You can connect with me using the QR code. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Muy bien, Irina. Absolutely
Gracias.
wonderful. And particularly because I gave you that false introduction, keep you on your toes a bit. And that was great touch with the QR code at the end. But of course, a lot of this is about impressing the judges, making the connections, and who knows what magic is going to happen in the future. So our judges are capturing their thoughts in the magical iPads, sending them up to the South Summit mothership. But do we have any questions from the judges? If you have a question, raise your hand. nice and high in the air. It may be that all of the questions were answered. We have had all the questions answered by that fabulous presentation by Easy Sales from Romania. Going once, going twice. A big round of applause once again for Irina from Easy Sales. Thank you so much. Okay, muy bien, amigos. Did I mention free beer? Bring along a refillable bottle, get it filled up. At one of the water stations, you get free beer. More on that later. Hola, amigo. I recognize those green glasses anywhere, my friend. Okay, we are going to move on with our next fabulous pitcher. They are from beautiful Spain, and they are called linkhub.ai. Now, linkhub.ai is the first startup in Europe developing the whole e-commerce flow within WhatsApp. That sounds like a very, very good idea. I'm delighted to welcome to the stage the CEO of linkhub.ai. Please welcome Mario Armas. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Mario, CEO and co-founder on LinkHub. I took these photos on my travels, and always is the same thing. Businesses are trying to buy for WhatsApp. Businesses want to get closer to their customer application and the most application used. But it's now to taking advantage of the new generation of AI. Why? Because the conversational commerce projects now have a lot of problems. For example, dumb bots without AI complicate to businesses flow because without catalogs, and expensive, so many agents. Okay, we are creating the first platform to sell by messaging in just 15 minutes. The first generative AI recommender for WhatsApp. For example, recommend me coffee machines, blah, blah, boom, catalog. Recommended for a product for a barbecue, boom, platform. Recommender for a banking account, for a travel, for a restaurant, boom, catalog. Second, allow to the businesses to sell within in WhatsApp. Third, sales flows pre-configured to all of different categories. And fourth, automatic composer with AI. We want to help to small and medium businesses on messaging with our recommender and our catalog. How will we do that? First, with a SaaS platform. Second, with a AI-first architecture. And with the experienced talent, my team. Our achievement this year,
I'm so sorry. We do have to be. We put a. Sorry, we kind of messed up a little bit with that sound. We had a bit of DJing in there, a bit of Jerry and the Pacemakers, some Liverpool stuff. But to be fair to everybody, we have to kind of even it out at 3 minutes for everyone. So that was great. Is there anything like a last word? You want to say last word or?
No.
Okay, it's all good. Ladies and gents, please a big round of applause from Mario from Link Hub. That was great. Muy bien. And it's not easy up here, particularly when the DJ decides to drop some Jerry and the Pacemakers, You'll Never Walk Alone, which was, I think it's Jerry and the Pacemakers. Anyway, our judges were soaking up that fantastic presentation. Such a hot area of technology, generative AI, oh my goodness, tick, tick, tick. But do we have any questions from the judges? Yes, the hand is up, the mic is sprinting over there. And if you could introduce yourself to the room, my friend, thank you.
Hello, Eric Stetler, Chief Economist of TopTal. Can you elaborate as to the extent to which your innovation is the integration technology for the other platforms such as WhatsApp, GPT, and the other platforms you're using versus your own proprietary AI algorithms that you're building to enable the transaction?
Yes, our approach integrates with a lot of channels. This is an example of WhatsApp, but it can be Teams, Messenger, Twitter, Instagram.
Have you built your own?
Oh, and the mic, one more time. Thank you so much. Great, sorry.
So your innovation is on the integration side?
Yes, but plus our approach of recommender integrate with generative AI and our approach of full e-commerce within in WhatsApp.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic questions. We've got like 49 sweet seconds for one more question, if there's one. Going once, going twice. Okay, thank you for those questions. That was great. One more time, a big round of applause, please, for Mario from Link Hub. That was excellent. Thank you. Okay, fascinating stuff, and we are like capturing some of the big themes in this sector, marketplaces, generative AI. It is all happening here, and we are now going to move on and meet a company from beautiful Chile. And Nirbi is a software as a service to create powerful, interactive experiences that drive conversations by combining the best of social media, AI, and video. I am very much intrigued. I'm looking forward to this. We're delighted to be joined by their CEO. Please give it up for the CEO of Nirbi, Javier Luz. Thank you. Welcome, man. Good to see you. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos.
Hello. Well, can you hear me? Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Javier. I'm the founder of Nirbi, a platform that's revolutionizing the way your customer experience through interactive videos. So, regarding this, can you see? I want to ask you a question. How are you communicating with your customers right now? Maybe using long emails that people don't really want to read, or maybe complex forms that people don't really want to fill out. Maybe you're using chatbots, which are great, but they're very limited sometimes. If you type something that they don't really understand, they can't really give you an answer. Or maybe you're using my all-time favorite call centers. No, not really. I don't really like calling them. And customers don't really like it too. But now I want you to think of the way people communicate on the internet, using video, live interactions, and much more. They really know how to guide their customers. They know how to encourage the sale rather than forcing it. And they know how to build trust. And trust generates more and better sales, generates more lifetime value, conversion, engagement, you name it. And here's where Nirbi comes in. We give you the technology to build all of that interactive experiences through video to connect with your customers in a more human way. This is a Nirbi experience. As you can see, it says Hola Pedro or Hi Pedro. It doesn't say Hello Customer. It's completely personalized, and you can add elements right on top of the video to interact with them. NPS, widgets, forms, and much more. And sure, we're an early stage startup, but we're growing fast. We recently crossed around 100K in ARR, and with customers in Chile, like Entel, which is one of the largest telecoms in Chile, increasing conversion by up to 3 times, reducing call centers calls by 40%, and increasing their NPS results from 6 to 8, with over 300K users. And Vivesano in Brazil, with over 25,000 users, increasing their courses completion by up to 12 times, which is huge. I mean, also, our pricing is pretty simple. We just have a base license and a monthly usage, basically how many people are watching your videos. And well, we're not alone in the sector. We have a lot of competition, but our technology is way ahead of what they're offering. And that's kind of funny because almost half of them have been already acquired. So that puts Nearby in a really good spot. And here's our team with over 10 years of experience doing this stuff, and some of the people that have invested in our company and have supported us over the years, which also takes me to we're raising capital right now, and we're going to be around if you want to talk. So that's Nearby. Thank you very much.
Muy bien. Thank you so much. Great, rocking the Tommy Hilfiger top as well. I like to see that. A bit of style, kind of proper logo. Right, so that was Nearby. That was a great presentation. What did our judges think? I saw a lot of thoughts going in. Yes, the hand has gone up. A question is going to be asked. Can you introduce yourself to the room, my friend? Thank you. Oh, and the microphone. We need the microphone on. Hello, give it another try. Uno, dos, tres. Hello, hello.
Uno, dos, tres.
There we are. Okay, gracias.
I'm Ricardo Batista from Entler.
A bit
Is it better
closer
now?
to the... Yeah,
Is it better now?
perfect.
Okay,
Gracias,
perfect.
dude.
You mentioned your technology was way ahead of the competition. How is that so?
Right. So most of our competition, what they usually do is that you have to produce the video in some way, like let's say it's different video software, editing software, and all of that. And after you have your produced video, you add hot zones on top of it, and that usually brings you to a few simple actions, like go to a different video or something like that. We, on the other hand, work more like a Canva for interactive videos. It's all drag and drop, and also we have all of our videos are like decision trees. So depending on what the user, the information that we have from the user, or what they watch, or what they want to watch, that's going to give us a different result on the final experience, which basically increases the conversion. So that's it.
Fantastic. Canva for interactive video. I love that soundbite. Yes, sir. If you can introduce yourself to the room.
I have a question. Alberto Terol from Ferrovial. So being most of video today being consumed on big social media platforms, what's your vision on integrating potentially with them, or what's your vision? Thank you.
Right. Thank you for the question. That's a very interesting question. To be honest, the thing is that the way that people or companies communicate with their users and such in social media works differently to what we want to achieve with Nearby at this point. Regarding, there's a big leap of difference between how you can connect on social media with people, which is more human, to other corporate ways of communicating with an email, WhatsApp, and such. We want to focus on that. We want to bring what the social media can give people to the companies to enable them to connect with their customers. So yeah, thank you.
Great question, Alberto, and a very smooth answer. And I'm afraid that's all we have time for. One more. Give it a big round of applause for Nearby and Javier Luz. Gracias. Thank you, dude. Okay, a flurry of activity in the front row here. The judges' marks are going to the mothership. We're adding them all up, and a winner will be selected. And speaking of which, we are going to move on with the next wonderful company in our pitching competition. They are from Taiwan and also La Belle France. The name of the company is Nuvu, and they deliver digital content where the internet cannot, in order to tackle the digital divide. I'm really looking forward to hearing more about this. We're delighted to introduce the CEO of Nuvu to the stage. Please give a very warm welcome to Jean-Christian Martin-Garin. Merci.
We are in 2023, And 47% of the Earth's population are no or poor access to the internet. It means 3.7 billion people. It means 2.8 million schools and 2.2 billion students disconnected from the digital world. Is a pity, isn't it? What is the problem? Is it technology? No. Because 4G, satellite internet is almost everywhere. Even in Africa, Latin America, you can even ask to Elon Musk. Now, the problem is data costs. Low-income population cannot afford data. So how are we going to tackle the digital divide? So when internet is using unicast technology, one-to-one, 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 we use multicast technology. It means once for many. So we can decrease the cost of digital content delivery. And we build a full end-to-end solution using satellite to deliver content anywhere, and we stream it to smart devices at no data cost. Yes, you hear it well? No data cost for the end user. So maybe you will ask, how do we earn money if there is no data cost? So our go-to-market strategy is we build strong partnerships. So for example, for home entertainment, we have strong partnership with a lot of satellite operators, and we can reach their customer, TV broadcaster, telecom operator, and we only charge $6 by household and per year. For education, we partnership with NGO, Development Bank, to reach the government, and we only charge $5 per student and per year. For public entertainment, we partnership with digital signage, who have access to public, and we charge by content hosting, advertisement, and cost per view, a little bit like internet. And for private corporation, we work with system integrator. So for example, Telefonica in Latin America, Microsoft in India, and Mawarid, MEL in Saudi Arabia is going commercial by the end of this year. End user, in order to watch free entertainment, they will have to earn crypto points. And to earn crypto points, they will have to educate themselves watching video. So we have a very strong social impact in the targeting region. What about competition? So we see that broadcast solutions offer very bad user experience. Broadband solution, internet, is too expensive for target population. And we combine the strengths of both, broadcast for low-cost delivery and broadband content for great user experience. And the followers will have a very hard time because we have a strong barrier of entry. We are first to market, and we have very strong partnership with a key player. So we are going to deliver information, and we are going to battle the digital divide. Thank you.
Je suis désolé. Okay, big round of applause. That's wonderful from Nuvu. Très bien, très bien. Great stuff. Yeah, I used to work in content delivery networks myself, so I was looking at that stack and the value chain and thinking, yeah, this is very interesting, the multicasting, developing markets, because everyone is going to want what we have over here. It's one of the biggest areas that we should be looking at. And do we have a question? Yes, we have a question over there. We've got two questions already, so you first and then you, my friend. Yes, thank you.
So Alberto from Ferrovial again, totally in love with your mission of connecting the unconnected world. So if with such a huge market, what have you seen that big telcos haven't seen, or how have you managed to target those markets?
Yes, so there is different segments, you're right. Since the pandemic, we have done a focus on education, because with the lockdown, many governments find out that they cannot deliver e-learning to this target population. So we have been focusing on this market first, and then we work with a satellite operator because they are very interested to push this technology, of course, to sell more bandwidth. And then we approach telecom operator and TV broadcaster through the satellite operator. So it's our two priority today. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great question, and over to yourself, Ivan. Thank you.
Hi, me again, Eric from TopTal.
Eric.
I'm going to burden you with my favorite question, which is, other than capital, what is the biggest risk that you see to the success of this, and how are you intending to deal with that risk?
Okay, so mostly the networking. how to penetrate government, because it's very difficult to access. It's why we work with NGO, development bank, because they have this access. Like, for example, we work with UNICEF, WHO, who faced problems during the pandemic, in order to get to open the door to the government. And this is where we are looking, of course, for investment, but also networking, how to access this government decision maker. Because this kind of technology is not scalable in small scale, because we need to use satellites. So we have to go in big scale. So if we equip school, we have to equip all the country. And then this is very cost effective. But we are not going to start with 50 schools or 100 schools. We need to go big. So we have to reach the big decider making. And this is where there is a challenge.
Do you have people on your team who have previously dealt with government relations for similar matters?
Not in government, mostly in the TV broadcast. But this is why we rely on NGO, because they are the connection. And they are also facing the problem. NGO, they receive a lot of money to help this population, but they cannot reach them, because this population is not an internet. So we are the channel to reach them. Yeah.
Fabulous questions from our VIP judges. Absolutely brilliant. What a fascinating presentation. Merci beaucoup to Jean-Christian Mattengaren from Nubu. Absolutely wonderful. Connecting the unconnected. Yeah, so many of these presentations, so inspiring, and you know, we are in for a treat all day here at the next big thing stage at South Summit. Don't forget to share the love, hashtag South Summit 23. Okay, we are going to move immediately on with our next pitcher. The company name is Onirix from Spain, and Onirix is the, get this, low-code augmented reality platform where anyone can create and share their own AR experiences without previous technical knowledge. My goodness, what an interesting day to be speaking about this after the Apple announcement. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the CEO of Onirix, Pedro Javier Sáenz Martínez. Gracias. Muy bien.
Real or digital? We make unconscious decisions on whether we want to be in the real or the digital world several times a day. Both are fantastic and rich, but disconnected. And the digital is gaining more and more traction every day. Do we want a society that lives totally immersed in the digital, separated from the physical? No, we don't. Augmented reality has arrived to bring both worlds together. Onirix exists so that any company or individual is able to create their own experience without technical knowledge. Onirix empowers people to create that experiences, to share that experiences with the rest of the world through a simple web link, to measure the impact that these experiences have. Such an ambitious vision requires all types of users. And Onirix makes it possible thanks to its freemium model, which allows us to have more than 15,000 users in over 100 countries who have created experiences with more than 1 million views, making Onirix a worldwide reference tool. This challenge needs funding, and when our users win, Onirix wins. Our product-led growth strategy gives us paying customers in 25 countries. These customers converting in under 5 days with no sales interaction. These customers are creative agencies that want to include AR in their services for their clients and who pay a monthly license to Onirix to access to a new market, the AR software market, with an annual growth rate of 51%. For us, that means a monthly recurring revenue of 27,000 euros with an average quarterly growth of 30%. Sorry, obviously we have competitors, but Onirix has by far the most ambitious vision, the most competitive prices, the easiest and most powerful studio, and the clearest focus and product. This battle couldn't be won without the support of our investors and our team, 23 currently, 25 in the coming weeks. So don't turn your life into Matrix. Use Onirix. empower your reality. Thank you.
Muy bien, gracias. Smoothly delivered there, seconds to spare, luxurious seconds. Our judges are, mainlining their thoughts into the computers. The marks are going up to the cloud. Do feel free. If you loved any of these sessions, share the love on social media. Hashtag South Summit 23, remember. Okay, do we have any questions from the judges? That was a great pitch. Yes, straight in there with the mic. Thank you so much.
Hello, Guillermo again. Are you focusing mainly on flat screens like smartphones and tablets, or are you planning to expand to VR glasses or mixed reality glasses?
Yeah, by now we are focusing mobile phones because right now everyone has in their pocket a mobile with enough capabilities to run complex AR experiences. The mobile phone is the natural way. But yesterday, Apple launched a new device, the Vision Pro, and also we have Magic Leap, and also we have MetaQuest 3. So we are very proud of being in the right sector in the right moment because we share the same vision, linking the digital and the real world together. So for now, all of you have a mobile phone. For us, the key device is the mobile phone. But I'm sure that in the next years, we are going to see more and more glasses, and we are going to be integrated with that kind of devices.
Great question, thank you. We're going to move straight over to hashtag Dell for Startups. Yes, what's your question? Thank you.
Ricardo from Dell Technologies. I would like to ask you if you see the way that AI is growing now, if this might be a challenge for your company.
No, AI for us is a friend. I mean, for AR, the key is not the technology, it's the content. It's for that reason that for us the key question is we have to give the creators the possibility of create their own AR experiences. That creators can be an AI. So for us, it's an ally, the AI, because you are going to be in the street, and thanks to AI, you are going to receive the exact information contextualized in the real world. So for us, it's a very good mix. Thanks.
Fantastic. I would expect nothing less than such an insightful, probing question, but that was a very good answer. My dear friends, join me in thanking Pedro Javier Saez Martinez, CEO of Onirex. Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias. It feels like such a treat here for a lover of technology and innovation to be seeing all of these incredible pictures. The judges do have the most difficult job in the room here today to kind of sift between them. But I'm absolutely delighted to say that we have one more phenomenal pitcher who's going to join us on stage today. I love the idea of this. The company name is called Plant on Demand. They come from beautiful Spain, and they are the all-in-one management and e-commerce platform for local farmers and food hubs. Yes, please. Okay, we're delighted to be joined by their CEO and co-founder. Please give it up for Natalia Valle Aguirre. Gracias. Bienvenidos, Natalia.
Good morning. I'm Natalia Valle, CEO and co-founder of Plant on Demand. 30 farms close every single day in Spain due to lack of profitability. But this problem is not only from Spain, but it's shared all across the world. We have found two factors that contribute to this problem. First, there is a lack of digital tools adapted to these small farmers, which in turn makes them really inefficient and unable to compete against the biggest ones. And second, they work in a very atomized ecosystem. This means that they're very isolated, and they are not really able to reach economies of scale because of the small size. This problem is especially pressing, knowing that only in Europe, there is more than 10 million small farms, of which 500,000 are organic. And in a context where the organic consumption is constantly growing, but still these local organic producers are not getting to this profit. So here's the $1 million question, which is how do we connect local farmers with consumers in an efficient and sustainable way? Well, we found the solution, and this is through technology and cooperation. At Plant on Demand, we have built the first all-in-one management and collaborative sales platform for local farmers. We provide an all-in-one management tool with tools for sales, payments, traceability, managing the invoices, or even the logistics, helping farmers to save up to 2 days of work a week. This platform has an e-commerce tool where the farmers can build their own online store in less than 50 minutes without any knowledge in technology. And lastly, the Food Hub tool, where farmers can cooperate with other farmers and together, as a unified force, sell to larger clients like, for example, schools, restaurants, or hospitals. Before, they couldn't do it because they were isolated, but together, they can get larger clients that individually they cannot reach. And also, they can centralize logistics and, of course, reach economies of scale. We are currently working with 300 producers that are selling more and better. We have an impact on 20,000 daily menus of people that are eating fresh, seasonal, organic, and local. And we are collaborating with 120 schools that are eating very healthy products for these kids. We are a SaaS company. We provide the platform for a subscription that the farmer pays every month for the use of the technology. We are not a marketplace. We are the technology that runs behind the marketplace. We have the forecast of growing very fast. We have a really strong connection with the community, and we've built a really good connection over these years. Last December, we closed our last investment round of 600,000 euros. We are planning to reach break-even this year and go international in a couple of years. The best part is the team. We are 11 people working full-time. This that you see in the screen is the sales and management team, and this is the tech team that is very knowledgeable in tech and tech startups. We are all working for the same vision, which is to foster local and organic food production through technology. We work for them, for the health of the planet, and for every living being on it. Thank you very much. This was Plant on Demand.
Perfecto, absolutely wonderful. And as I was watching this, I live in the countryside myself in beautiful Spain, and there's so many knock-on environmental benefits from encouraging this industry to maintain the land and everything. It's such important work. But what did our all-star VIP judges think of that pitch? Were there any missing elements? Are there any things that you would like to know more about? OK, we are not seeing any hands. If you would like to ask a question, raise your hands. It could be that you answered all of the questions with your pitch, which is a great achievement, which is very good indeed. Yes, we have a hand there from my man. That's brilliant. OK, thank you so much, Eric.
Hi, me again. So can you walk me through the integration process when you begin with a new farmer? So let's say that I'm the farmer. I'm about to begin using your product. Walk me through step by step how I can begin launching that, especially if this is my first time using a tech-driven platform.
Yeah, that's actually a very important point, because farmers are not really digitized and they are not really experienced with technology. So that's like one of the key points for us. So we have two ways. We have first single farmers, like the farmers that just sell by themselves. In this case, we walk them through like half-automized process where they see like videos that we've recorded and a step-by-step system, but also they have like one-to-one sessions that are prepaid by them with our experts in Plant on Demand. And also when we work with groups of farmers, with food hubs, cooperatives, or marketplaces that are being built, in this case, we basically provide them with the same tools, as I said, and then we give like group sessions in person or online with one of our also experts from the team.
Phenomenal. OK, Eric, my man, with the great questions as always. We have got time for another very quick question. Thank you so much. You could introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hi. Why did you start working with the schools, and do you also work with restaurants?
So why it was a bit unexpected is just we work with the groups of farmers. And this group of farmers and regional farmers associations, basically they found that schools were a really good channel for them to deliver their products because they can be predicted, like their menus are predicted, they are all like planned ahead at the beginning of the year, so they can also plan their the harvest according to that. It's just like the way it naturally worked to connect these local farmers with their local consumers. Restaurants were working, but not so much because it's just a little bit more complex, and it's been working really well, the public purchases, like with the state or with local provinces.
Okay. Fabulous. Right, that was two great questions there. Brilliant answers. Thank you so much for joining us. What a wonderful way to wrap things up here on the BizDev Tech stage. Big round of applause for Plant On Demand and Natalia Valle-Aguirre, the CEO and co-founder. Thank you so much. Absolutely wonderful. So, my goodness, our judges do not have an easy task there. They are channeling their expertise into those iPads. The marks are going to the mothership, and a winner will be chosen. So, can I please invite all of you here to join me in showing your appreciation for all of our wonderful startups and our wonderful members of the jury. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate your time. Thank you, and congratulations to all of our pitchers who did so well. Okay, so a big thank you to everybody. The winner of this vertical will pass into the final round on the arena stage tomorrow afternoon, and this announcement on who the winner is will take place tomorrow at 15:30 right here on the Next Big Thing stage. Okay, we are going to invite some chairs onto the stage now as we move on to a very, very exciting panel. It's got one of the most intriguing titles I have heard at an event. It is 5G from Space, Transforming the IoT Landscape. Now, this panel is going to be focused on the potential of 5G to transform the Internet of Things, the IoT landscape, enabling faster, more reliable communications and unlocking new possibilities for connected devices. Now, we have in your app and on the agenda, you will notice there's 3 speakers, but on stage you will notice there's 2 speakers and 3 chairs. This is because one of the speakers is in a taxi doing his very, very best to get here on time. He's enjoying the delights of Madrid in the rain, in the rush hour. So I know how it is. We experienced a bit of that this morning. So please join me in welcoming to the stage the co-founder at Indicator Capital, Fabio De Paula. Welcome, Fabio. Big round of applause. Thank you. Excellent. Welcome, Fabio. Hey, good. And we're going to welcome as well the co-founder and managing director at Aircision. Please give a round of applause to Luis Oliveira. Welcome, Luis. Gracias, dude. Thank you. Yeah, Team Aircision in the house. Wonderful stuff. And as you will see, Jaume Sempere is on his way. He's the co-founder and CEO at Satellite IoT. And if he arrives here, you'll notice somebody running on stage, jumping on the chair. That is Jaume. Okay, my dear friends, the stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank everybody. Sorry for my accent. I'm Brazilian. I live in Silicon Valley. I can speak Spanish, but I think it's better for you that I speak English. Muchas gracias por todos estarem acá. Mucho placer, Luis. ¿Cómo estás?
Tudo bem.
Yo estoy conociendo a Luis ahora. Habla portugués también, por una coincidencia, pero vamos a hablar inglés, ¿no?
Sí, podemos hablar portugués también si quieren, pero sí, I would suggest we go for English. But thank you, Fabio. It's a pleasure to be here. It's my second time, actually, at the South Summit. I was also a speaker in 2019. And it's great to be back and to talk a bit also about what happened maybe over the last years. And 2019, we were talking a lot about 5G and the initial deployments of 5G. And here we are 4 years later, and there's still a lot going on. So yeah, it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah. So I just met Luis, and he's from Portugal. I'm from Brazil. I think it's good that we introduce ourselves to the audience. I'm an investor for the last 20 years. I have been doing venture capital investments. I'm an electronic engineer. I did work at IBM, Lucent Technologies during the privatization time of the telecommunications in Latin America. I did 17 years of Intel Capital, that is investment arm of Intel Corporation. That's why I always have been very closely connected to Silicon Valley. In 2018, we launched what is Indicator Capital now. That is a venture capital fund. We did a Fund 1 and Fund 2. Fund 1, we did 15 investments, 4 exits, all in digital transformation, more cloud and artificial intelligence. Fund 2, that is the current fund, is an IoT fund. It's part of the IoT National Plan for Brazil. My partners are based in São Paulo, Brazil. I'm the only one based in Silicon Valley doing the cross-border radar function and connection to the technologies in Silicon Valley, helping to deploy, accelerate IoT investments in Latin America. So we did 7 investments so far. Luis, if you want to introduce yourself.
Yes, so Luis Oliveira, I'm Portuguese. My background is more in finance. I used to be a financial consultant in a big firm in mergers and acquisitions, still back in Portugal. But then I decided to actually put my hands into my own business. I moved to the Netherlands in 2017, and I started back then a project with a mission to connect every single person and enterprise in the world to high-speed internet. And it's a big mission, but we expect at least to help accelerate the rollout. And that led me, over the last 5 years, building a team. We are about 15 people now in the company. And we are working with the top telecom operators in Europe, and now trying to also go over or cross-border, or I would say cross the Atlantic, also to the United States. Although we also have projects in emerging economies like Brazil, but also in South Africa, Angola, Mozambique, and so on.
Very interesting. Yeah, at Indicator Capital, this national IoT plan for Latin America is sponsor our LPs, our investors, our National Brazilian Development Bank and other government agencies, but also companies like Qualcomm Ventures, Telefonica, Motorola, Lenovo, multinational technology companies that are interested in deploying, accelerating IoT in the region, and 5G. So I think our 5G from the space transforming the IoT landscape is a very interesting subject. One of the third guy, he's I think more 5G from the space, because at least the name of the company, Jaume, maybe he will land from the space here soon. But
maybe Fabio, if you allow me a question, maybe also to make the link with IoT. So which kind of companies do you invest and you are looking for in the IoT space? So what do you find interesting?
Yeah, in the IoT space, our current thesis for this fund, we invest in the IoT ecosystem. So in terms of technologies, it's pretty much all the pillars of digital transformation. So we invest in sensors and devices. We invest that are collecting the data. Then you need to connect this data to the cloud, so you have all the connectivity, 5G or any other connectivity. You send the information to the cloud. Of course, you process this information with data intelligence, artificial intelligence. You need to security. So all the pillars of digital transformation around the IoT ecosystem. And in terms of industry sectors, we are looking at sectors where the IoT can make the most of impact in the region. So we are across sectors, but we go deeper on Industry 4.0, health, because Latin America and Brazil, a lot of agri-tech, because IoT can play a very important role in bringing technology to the agri-space, agriculture space, and also everything that is smart cities, smart office, smart home. So these are the main industries that we are looking for, and technologies, again, is the whole digital transformation spectrum.
Okay. So if there is anyone here that is looking for funding and is on the IoT space, they should talk with you.
Yeah, especially if they are interested in Latin America. On Fund 1, we did a lot of cross-border deals. In Fund 2, we are looking a little bit more, at least the first check, it has to go to Brazil. Mm-hmm. But out of the 7 investments that we did so far, half of them are already doing internationalization. So some of them have offices in the US, and some other have their solutions across the different countries, including Europe.
Yeah. I've seen recently that it's a report from GSMA that says that it's expected by 2025 that there will be 25 billion IoT devices all over the world. And that makes me think, because my company, and we are more on the backhaul part of the telecom networks, but it makes me think, you mentioned about agriculture. I've been meeting also a lot of companies, really interesting companies, they use robots and they have all kinds of sensors in order to measure all kinds of parameters with the crops and the performance. And I think that's still today one of the problems that, especially in agriculture, which is based on rural areas or remote areas. And it's great that we have sensors and IoT devices installed there, but then it poses a question about how can actually those areas be connected to the internet and be able to transmit all that data to other places in the world. How do you see that? The demands and the different demands, or even especially with Corona and so on over the last years, the demands in terms of the edge of the network and that connectivity to the rest of the network.
Yeah, I think there are, in the agri space, there are three things that are important to consider. It's a long cycle to adopt technology just because of the way that the farmers,
operate.
It's like the health sensor, the health sector, it takes a little bit longer for them to adopt technology, but a technology is technology, it's like water. Once it enters, people see the benefits and they cannot live without it. So in large scale producing in the agriculture, they need a lot of technology and they apply a lot of technology. So this is one thing. The second thing, yes, connectivity is a problem, especially when you go to the interior, very, spread out places. That's why where 5G can play a very important role, because 5G is not a one flavor of 5G. You have the low latency for the smart vehicles in the cities. You have the very large bandwidth, but also you have the narrow band. You can. Hi. Here you go.
There you go.
Landing from the space. So we started, 5 minutes ago. He was asking about the impact of, the benefits on how to bring connectivity to the agriculture space. Oh, yeah. We already introduced ourselves. So maybe we make a break and you introduce yourself and we can bring you to the conversation as well.
Okay. Thank you very much for waiting for me. Yes. I'm Jaume Sampera, CEO and founder of Sateo IoT. I'm Jaume Sampera, CEO and founder of Sateo IoT. Sateo IoT is a company that we created in 2018. This is my 8th startup that I have been creating myself, founding. Sateo IoT is deploying the first 5G IoT constellation from space. We are launching a small satellites that connects directly with 5G IoT devices. IoT since today has been exploding inside the cities, where there are already 5 billion things connected, but outside the coverage of the mobile operators, it has been super expensive till today. What we are doing is taking the same devices that today mobile operators are using, this $10 device, and connecting it in the middle of nowhere, where today only exists satellite options that it costs 10 times more minimum. Okay, then this is the company that we are, and of course agriculture, it's one of the key sectors where we are already seeing a lot of people asking for connectivity.
Yeah. So exactly where we were discussing now, in agriculture, you had a long cycle to adopting technology, but technology can make huge impact in agriculture, and a lot of people adopt a lot of technology. The second thing is the connectivity. It's one of the biggest problems in agriculture. So 5G, can bring with the narrow band or through the space, solutions to get everybody connected. So bringing, solutions to the agri-space. In terms of, as an investor, we invested in a company that is they bring different kind of IoT solutions. That I think is the third aspect, because I said it, three things, right? The third aspect is even very simple solutions on things that you can deploy today that is ready for them. Simple like the company that we invested, they have things that they can measure tanks of milk you know, in the producers, and they can apply, collect data and use artificial intelligence to identify mastitis, that is one of the main diseases in cows, you know. So there are things that are today, with the current technology, you can solve problems and bring a lot of benefits. We are connecting, we invested, for example, in this company that is a consolidation of several solutions, especially for milk producers. But we also invested in another company that do the sensors in the end of the chain. That is the sensors that control the temperature of the refrigerators in the supermarkets.
Oh, yeah.
So in the consumer space. And the same company acquire another company that do the sensors in the logistics, in all the transportation. So we connect all the solutions, and then you can create a systems of intelligence that you can control the temperature from the producers in the milk producers in the farm up to the last end at the consumers in the refrigerators, and create a whole chain intelligence that can control the temperature from, you know, the point of producing to the point of delivery. So that's very interesting. So I think that is the third aspect. With current technology, you can deliver a lot. But then I was backstage talking with another person. He said, oh, you're going to talk about 5G and IoT? Oh, I used to talk about that in the 3G and IoT.
Yes.
So he said, you know, how much evolved? And a lot evolved, and we are going to 6G. But I think one of the things that have evolved in 5G is exactly the solutions that are, you know, alternatives that you can bring 5G, you know, for example, from the space. And then I think you too can, you know, comment about that, you know, how can you help to bring connectivity, for example, in the agri, but it's also for, you know, cities or industry or...
Exactly. Logistics, cattle management, maritime. There is a lot of sectors that, and as you say, okay, that the huge impact will be because all the solutions already exist. Of our solution. What I mean is that when we bring connectivity in the middle of nowhere, we are just taking current solutions that today are deployed in certain places where there is already connectivity and extending it to everywhere. In cattle management, there are more than 50 companies, okay, that have devices for cows in order to assess when they have a good health, bad health, when they are pregnant, etc., etc. Okay, these same solutions is the one, okay, that today we have more than 10 customers that have already asked for connectivity. We are not already in commercial, okay, just to get it clear. We have launched 2 satellites till today. We are launching 4 more satellites this year in October. With these 4 satellites, we are starting the commercial phase. This commercial phase will be, we have global connectivity everywhere in the world, but just an average of 4 times per day. This means that right now we are addressing these applications that do not need real time. Next year we are launching 64 satellites additionally. With these 64, we will be around 30 minutes. And by 2025, we are going to have 256 satellites that will be real time everywhere in the world.
And Jaime, if you allow me to ask, how does that, so is it in a LEO Earth orbit? So,
yes, the satellites are LEO.
In a way, it's a competitor to Starlink?
No, thanks. Okay, Starlink, it's too much for us. Okay, well, what we are Starlink, as you know, it's a solution that is all LEO. It brings broadband connectivity. But of course, in order to connect it, you need a special antenna that costs you $500. The huge differentiation is that you may connect very light connectivity or narrowband connectivity. When you talk about containers, there is a company that has already asked us about the service, that have already 400,000 containers, refrigerated containers. With we talk about 5G IoT, that, as you know, it's NB-IoT, narrowband IoT. That it's the standard that today more than 170 mobile operators use everywhere in the world. And with these 400,000 containers, they already have this device. With Release 17, which is a software upgrade, just upgrading the software of the device, they will have connectivity everywhere. They will know exactly the temperature, humidity, if the doors are open or closed in any place. And this is the type of solution that we love because the scalability is huge. You have the device, you have the application, all you need is connectivity in places where today, if you have to go with solutions like Iridium, which is the classical one, okay, they have connectivity everywhere, it costs $200–300 each device. The devices that today you are using or people is using, it costs less than 20 euros per device. And it's exactly the same application, the same specifications, and you don't need to change anything on the device that the final. That's why we say that it's a revolution, because these 5 billion are just concentrated in 15% of the world. 85% of the world, it has 5 millions. Okay, it's an order of 1,000 because of cost of connectivity and device.
Well. Luis, you mentioned that you are doing not fiber, but you are doing optics.
Yes.
Like from the satellite to. Is his service?
No, I can explain a bit better. You touched upon a point which was there are different layers in the networks. There is 5G, there is 4G, there is 3G, there are satellites. And then we have fiber optics, radio frequency systems in the terrestrial network.
Physical level, right?
At the physical level. And we were talking before about agriculture applications and other applications that are located more on the edge of the networks or in rural areas, in remote areas. And in my view, it's how can we use the existing infrastructure to increase the reach, the coverage, the capacity of the networks for all these applications. But even more important is how can we expand the quickest way possible the high-speed network so that we get to those areas. And that's where we started in 2017, 18. We started with a project of using a different type of technology. It's called free space optics. You might have heard in space applications because it's being used by companies like Starlink or other companies to connect the satellites. So you use laser beams to transmit data at very high speed over very long distance in space. And we were inspired by this idea, and why not to do this, but in the ground? Why not to use laser beams over the air, completely wirelessly, but in terrestrial applications? And we started 2018, we started from the start working with the top telecom operators in Europe. We have a few projects currently in Europe, in Germany, and in Czech Republic. And we are now going, I'll say not only cross borders, but we are crossing the Atlantic and also looking into the US market, because it's a bit crazy, I think, in my view, in 2023, and some of the most developed countries in the world, Germany, United States, they still are lagging way behind in terms of broadband connectivity. If, for example, if we compare with South Korea or Japan, and that's where we want to solve. So we want to solve as fast as possible how can we provide high-speed internet to everyone.
So you gave as example like the hills in Silicon Valley that have very poor fiber optics because it's a very hilly spaces and sometimes it's hard to get the fiber there.
Yes, exactly.
And
that's exactly our point. It's to provide the same speeds as fiber. So, but instead of having to wait months or years to deploy the fiber, dig in the ground, have 50 people of workload, then we just install wireless devices on top of buildings, telecom towers, and then we retransmit the signal still at very high speed. We already tested last year data rates of 1.2 terabits per second.
Wow, that's high speed. Yeah,
that's very high speed. Just to have an idea, is 1.2 terabits per second can connect 12,000 households to high-speed internet. And that's where we want to go. We are already involved in projects about 6G, so which is interesting. We still talk today about the applications, and we are still deploying 5G. But it's important now to think about the next generation and how can we define the standards, the needs, the customer requirements, so that in 10 years from now, we are also deploying the 6G, right? And
the interesting is that 6G, what we are doing is using a technology that was not developed for satellites, which is 5G, and application it to a satellite in narrowband. Okay, 6G, we are inside the 3GPP. The 3GPP is the global organization that defines the standards for the mobile industry. 6G is already being defined from a terrestrial and non-terrestrial point of view. Okay, satellite and mobile networks will be working together, fully integrated with our system already. With you have an NB-IoT device, a 5G IoT device, you have no idea if you are connected to a tower, to a cell tower, or you are connected directly to the satellite, because the experience is exactly the same. And with 6G, will be happening exactly the same with the mobile phones. You'll be going from terrestrial to non-terrestrial networks in a seamless way, in a fully seamless way, which is amazing because satellites are very good on coverage, terrestrial networks are very good on capacity. And then combining both is the best of the two worlds.
So how much you think we are ready for, just say that 5G from the space maybe, or even if it's not from the space, can really transform the IoT landscape? Because right now the reality is that 5G is not there yet, or is in the beginning to get there.
No,
so it's still a couple of years till we see a massive deployment of using 5G for the IoT landscape in a more,
I agree. We are at the edge of a global revolution. I'm absolutely sure about it, okay? And the demonstration is that we are a small company. Right now we are 50 people based in Barcelona and San Diego. But we are not really, we don't have a name on the telecom industry yet, okay? Last year we started signing pre-orders for our service. This was more than 1 year, from 1 to 2 years before having the commercial service. And we signed pre-order for more than 1 billion euros, okay, of connectivity, of a small connectivity, which we are in RPU of $1-2. This means what we signed is more than 100 million devices for year 3. And we are just starting, okay? Once we will be commercial, I'm sure that this will be ramped up and will make a full difference in the IoT world, because standards makes everything. When there is a standard, I see a lot of companies that was out of the standard. I say out of the standard there is nothing, because you cannot compete in terms of applications. Okay, there is a lot of people developing applications over the standard. In terms of economies of scale of the devices, there are hundreds of factories everywhere in the world developing devices that was exactly the same standard. And then the customers do not want to have a lock-in, okay, buying something that they know if they disappear, they will have to just start it from scratch. They want something that works with all the different operators, and that we may move to one to other.
Do you agree, Luis?
Yeah, so in my perspective is always the question of demand. So when we talk about IoT and having billions and billions and an exponential growth in the deployment of sensors in different areas, different regions, then that creates the demand for building infrastructure, for deploying 5G, for deploying the backhaul. And although I think that was a bit the initial deployments of 5G, they were still trying to understand what are exactly the bigger needs.
The applications, yeah.
The obligations. And now I started by saying this before, that I was here in 2019 also in a panel talking about also 5G and the initial deployments of 5G back then. And 4 years later, we've seen a lot has changed, but we are still not in the level that was expected about having already 5G deployments everywhere.
I think I agree and disagree a little bit, because I think what we have seen in the last 30 years is that every year things are happening faster.
Yes.
And I think now, with all these, large language models and AI, everything tends to accelerate even more. So I think we're going to see a lot of acceleration on many things, and it's harder and harder. 30 years doing, electrical engineer, working R&D, and then doing a lot of investments. You see these curves of adoption of technology every time faster, and I see my 10-year-old daughter using technology in a much more efficient way than the way I use. Yeah. And I'm, 30 years professional, but she's 10 years old, and she can edit a video, in the cellar, much faster, just because she's more familiar with a lot of things that are already available. That, it's impossible to, follow everything. Yeah. So we say IoT, we are talking about narrowband, agriculture, but also there is all the other aspect of the metaverse, the autonomous driving, everything is IoT. Everybody's already connected, or most people are connected. You still have gaps, but, the bandwidth is everywhere. Everybody's getting connected, and now the things are getting connected, and the speed only get faster and faster and faster. So I think next 5 years is going to be incredible. I don't know. We are talking about 5G. Maybe 6G is going to be, 5G might be, accelerating a lot of things. We're going to have gaps because, you still need gaps in energy, gaps in security, but I think, the next waves are getting faster and faster. I don't know, what do you think?
Maybe something to add.
Probably for us to close because we have 2 minutes, so we can, sneak peek in the near future.
In a way, maybe linking something that you did with maybe my last message, and that's also related to the mission of our company, is that the world is still not fully connected, and there are still many reports saying that there are about 2 billion people in the world that don't have internet access at home. And I'm talking with a lot of companies, especially in Asia, Africa, but even South America, and even communities in the United States and Germany that are a bit outside of the city centers, and that simply they don't have yet a connection to the internet. And this is a bit, on one side, we talk about all the applications and all the increase in efficiency technology and all the problems that it's solving. But there is still also another angle that's creating an even bigger gap between the people that have connectivity. Yes. And we've seen that during Corona, because people that could work from home remotely and rural areas and so on. And there were people that simply could not and lost completely the access to the internet. And maybe this is my last message, that we should do something and look also into this. And I think the satellites can also help in that area.
Sure, satellites will be part of the solution. As you say, 5G is being developed, but not as broad as we may expect some years ago. Okay, and the reason it's the cost of deploying 5G is much more expensive than 4G, and this is increasing. Then the satellite solution, it fits perfectly on these places where there is no enough density of users, and balance the question of the economy of the deploying all these, okay, at the same time that you do terrestrial and satellite. Both together, it's a perfect solution that matches the needs of the final user, and at the same time the capability of investing of the mobile operators.
Yeah, fully agree.
Great. I think we are out of time, but I think it was a good way to finish. We have, a lot of incredible things to happen, but also a lot of challenges to help to solve. And I hope you enjoy our little chat here. And I think you probably can hear a lot of other interesting things around these themes in the other sessions. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very nice
Thank you
to
very
meet
much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Wonderful stuff. Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias, Fabio, Luis, and Jaime, for battling through the Madrid traffic in the rain. Not an easy thing to do. My friends, I see people standing at the side. This is great. So we're looking for seats. If you are sitting on the edge and there's a little seat in between, could you move in? Because there's more people coming in. They would like to find a seat. And, we all want to be comfortable here, because our next fabulous track on the startup competition at South Summit is consumer trends. We are all consumers in one way or another, and our next batch of amazing startups are focused on consumer behavior, patterns of consumption, and purchasing habit. So it's a wide variety of interests, all focused on making people's day-to-day lives easier and happier. If we haven't met before, my name is Oisín Lunny. I help amazing companies, people, and organizations tell their best stories through podcasts, through digital experiences, and through emceeing events like the wonderful South Summit. I am so happy to be here. I've actually moved to Spain. I love it so much, and it is always an honor to be part of the incredible South Summit ecosystem. So just a quick reminder of the process here. This is how it's going to go down on the Next Big Thing stage. Every startup will have 3 merciless minutes to impress our panel of amazing judges who will have a maximum of 2 questions to ask before moving swiftly on to our next startup. Now, our VIP judges are going to evaluate our startup pitches on the following 5 criteria. They are innovation, scalability, team, viability, and the all-important investability. Show me the money, make it rain, make it rain. Okay, I am going to now introduce our VIP selection of judges who are occupying the front row here. These are exceptional professionals and individuals. We're very, very grateful for all of your time now. Disculpe, mi español es fatal, so I'm going to do my very best to pronounce your names correctly. So, welcome very much indeed from Mutua Madrileña, Begoña Garcia Almeria. Welcome from Clark Moret, Clara Pombo Morales. We've got Gonzalo Tradese from from Faraday Venture Partners, Hugo Stride from Creas, Ian Marsh from DN Capital, Ignacio Garicano from Impact Angels, Ignacio Moneoreo from Boost Capital Partners. We've got Javier Bustillo from Anderson, Jose Carlos Huerta from Fundación Innovación Bank Inter. We've got Jose Maria Hermans from GMA Ventures. We've got Luz Adel from Draper B1, Marina Pardo from MasterCard, Mary Egan from Seaya Ventures, Nina Alastrella from Demium Capital, gracias, Samuel Martinez from King and Wood Mayesons, Sergio Rodriguez from Telefónica Ventures, bienvenidos, and Yolanda Diaz Villarrubia from Idea Bay Hubs. My dear friends, with apologies for the pronunciation, can we get a big round of applause for our VIP judges here? Thank you. Muchísimas gracias a todo. It's absolutely an honor to have you all here today. Okay, we've got a full house here. This is a big deal. And all of our startups are here to impress our judges in 3 minutes, to answer some questions, but also to make connections. This is not only about the result on the day, who wins and who's a runner-up. This is about connecting with the judges, connecting with the amazing delegates, and really firing into this exceptional South Summit ecosystem. So, bienvenidos to all. Thank you for being part of this. We are going to move swiftly on with our first fabulous pitcher. The company name is AniBiome, and they are from beautiful Croatia, where I have a lot of friends. AniBiome is a pioneering health tech startup at the intersection of non-invasive diagnostics, metabolities as medicines, wow, and AI-driven personalization, such a hot topic. Now, it's the first pitch of the day. We need to give a very loud welcome. Please join me in welcoming the Chief, Nina Pinta. Gracias.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nika. I'm the co-founder and chief at AniBiome, and what we do at AniBiome is redefine health. Let me ask you a question. What will be the main driving force behind consumer behavior 10 years from now? And let me give you a bit of a context. I, unfortunately, had to go through a transformational health event when, due to a really poorly done medical surgery, I had a severe state of gut dysbiosis. And I'm not the only one. 1 in 3 adults globally have more than one chronic disease. That is terrible. And the magnitude of this problem speaks as numbers as well. If we only add 1 year of health to the global population, it will lead to an increase in the global GDP of $37 trillion. Welcome to the longevity industry, ladies and gentlemen. It's blooming. It's about to become the hottest topic and the single greatest shift in humanity we have ever witnessed. If you don't believe me, $6.96 billion were invested in its growth already last year. Last year, we know the situation, but investments in longevity rose for 30%. And it's not stopping there, but Googles and Apples of this world don't have a solution. It must be radical, it must be new, and it must redefine health. That is why at Anibiome we are building a novel approach, a holistic approach to one's vitality reflected in VQ as a Vitaligence quotient. We are building it based on 2 pillars. First one being non-invasive diagnostics, where our clients only need to invest 1 minute of their day to answer a set of biopsychological questions, integrate their data from wearables, and also take a photo of their tongue. We use this data to build their VQ and to track their progress over time and to create personalized sets of age biotics, fermentation metabolites. They are naturally driven, they are metabolite cocktails that have a synergistic effect, and we utilize them and design them to increase one's health span and defy age-related decline. We are pioneering a novel approach, metabolites as medicine, as a novel branch of biomedicine that will revolutionize health as we know it. And we are merging 2 complex systems. On one hand, we have our client vitality data. On the other hand, we have the data regarding the metabolites. We are utilizing the AI, and what the client sees is a simple daily 1-minute ritual. They get a box of their age biotics that is continuously evolving as their journey with them progresses. We have so far been recognized and awarded by EIT Climate Kick, EIT Health, EIT Food, just to name some, Future Food Tech, etc. And we are a team of 12 insanely driven vitality visionaries, including PhDs in medical biochemistry, artificial intelligence, metabolomics, etc. And I invite you to join us on this journey. We are now raising 10 million to build the future of the biological transhumanism. Join the future of biological transhumanism, join the Aniverse.
Oh my goodness, absolutely wonderful. Starting on the high there, thank you so much, Nika. And I must say, Chief is just the most badass job title I have seen. I just love it. Just Chief, mic drop, that's it.
That's it. Nothing else needs to be said, right?
That's it, 10 out of 10, no notes. Okay, but what did our amazing rock star of juries think? If you could introduce yourself to the room, my friend, thank you.
Thank you, this is Gonzalo from Faraday Venture Partners. Congratulations on the pitch and the initiative. I wanted to know a bit more on how's your way to monetize and whether you are already in the market, any idea of traction, or whether you're going to be in market when.
Yeah, that's actually a great question, because there is usually this problem when we are talking pharmaceutical new products, etc., that they take more than 10 years to be placed on the market. Our product is a food product. We are already selling it. We are available all over Europe and the UK. We are just launching in the US in Q3. So far, we have sold more than 300,000 SKUs, and we are really going to progress further our growth with this 10 million round.
Excellent question. Thank you so much. Do we have another? Yes, thank you. If you could introduce yourself to the room.
Yes, Clara Pombo from Clark Audit. So my question is regarding your competitors and how easy is it for them to start maybe also nutrition or nutraceuticals companies that might get into this space? Who is there already, and what are the chances that they can get there a bit faster than you?
The thing is that we are building a radically different approach that is entirely holistic, so connecting both the non-invasive diagnostics and an intervention, so that our clients receive a full spectrum of naturally driven metabolites. This is literally a unique product in the world. Of course, there are comparables such as Viome, which is personalizing probiotics. They have raised more than 170 million. Then you have Bright Seed, which is investigating bioactives, etc. But none of them have non-invasive diagnostics, which makes our product extremely scalable anywhere in the world. In the state of New York, just for example, you cannot ship at-home test kits, and that is what Viome is basing their approach on. On the other hand, we are bringing the metabolites to the clients. We are measuring their effect and continuously improving with the help of AI. So there is this whole different approach where we are not isolating one thing. We are not placing an extract on the market. It's really all about the synergistic effect of all of these different metabolites, trace minerals, etc., that occur naturally through the fermentation process. And fermentation is truly an ancient technology that we just decided to ditch on the side the moment we invented fridges, but we require metabolites in order to function optimally, to be our most vital cells, because they're like messengers within our body. They are the ones sending instructions between the cells. I think I went on a little bit.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. I really, this is so fascinating, but we are running a tight ship here. Indeed, great question. Once more, a big round of applause for Nika Pinter from Annie Biome. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, you go ahead. That's good. Thank you. Completely fascinating. Like all of the startup pitches, there's kind of like there's elements that, you know, we all need to learn about and need to know about, and it's great to meet the people at the forefront of what is exciting and what's happening on this planet. Okay, speaking of which, we're going to just give the judges a few seconds. The marks are going into their iPads. The marks are going up to the cloud. A winner will be chosen. We are now going to move on to wonderful Germany, a country I spent a lot of time in there with various clients and great people. Our next pitcher is a company called Corbiota, and Corbiota aims to become the new standard for natural health and welfare solutions in agriculture. Very, very important stuff. We are thrilled to be joined today by their CEO. Please join me in welcoming to the stage our next pitcher, Julia Catherine Rode. Thank you.
My name is Julia. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Corbiota, and I would like to talk to you today about livestock. There will be animal nutrition over the next decades because we will continue eating meat. Industrial farming is heavily under pressure, as right now we see that 15 billion euros are spent in Europe just for antibiotics in animal nutrition. In addition, it's not really working. 30% of chicken, but also farmers are really have antibiotic resistance. This works well. And productivity still overrules animal welfare, which means that we are not really getting any insights on that. But not only that, farming is in general under pressure simply because we have customer behavior changes, we have diseases or political situations coming up, and we have regulatory changes in animal nutrition as well. So we as Corbiota want to redefine animal nutrition in an industrial way, but in a natural way. So we improve animal health, but also animal welfare, but giving the farmers back money so they do have enough money to survive and they do have a strong farm performance. How do we do that? We feed live worms to young animal right at the beginning of the rearing period, just once. Our product is QS-approved, pathogen-free, and patented, and we are really believers in strong science and R&D, so we have done trials with more than 900,000 chicken and 5,000 piglets, and what we can see is that we do have an improved health and increased growth simply because we support the abiosis of the animals. In a nutshell, what we could see in the trial is that we have better food improvement, better food conversion rate, we have less mortality, we have less diseases, we have, in general, a higher weight of the chicken, and we have an ROE of farmers between 3 and 7. We produce fully automated and AI controlled. We produce also CO2 positive, and based on a vertical farming concept. We produce on a zero waste concept, which means we don't have any waste, as our waste is vermicompost, which we sell as fertilizer. Over the next years, we established the global presence, but also go into other categories like cows or even companion animals, and we have first designs of trials with crops as well. We contribute to sustainable market growth, a reduction of antibiotics, and also to UN sustainability goals, and we do that together with a great team. So we are international, we are pretty diverse, and we are supported also by the Ministry of Economics in Germany. So why to invest? If this works. Why to invest in us? In a nutshell, we have an ROI of 3 to 7. We have 70 billion broilers a year, plus the other animals, and we do have a pretty strong business case as well. So thank you. I'm sorry. That didn't really work well, but anyway.
That was perfect. You landed the plane very smoothly. We were on our last slide. The clock reached 0 seamlessly. Yeah, we like to keep our speakers on their toes by just, you know,
Yeah,
throwing
like,
a
oh my
little
God.
spice in with the clicker, you know. But listen, that was absolutely fascinating, genuinely fascinating, absolutely brilliant. What did our panel of esteemed judges think? Do you have any questions, or were all of those questions already answered in that fabulous pitch? We do, my man with the questions there, good stuff. If you could introduce yourself just for people who've just joined us, thank you.
Gonzalo again from Faraday.
Muy bien.
Congratulations, it's really a very interesting project. I wanted to know again a bit more about your traction, about your market entry. Is it just nearby, or have you already started working with some farmers?
So we are already in the market in Germany, in the Nordics, in Italy, in France, and we right now enter the market in the US as part of one of the big accelerators.
Excellent, very important information there. Great for the judges. Do we have one more question? All of our finalists get a maximum of 2 questions. It's okay. I think you have.
So it's a good or bad sign, right?
Oh, do we have one more question?
Hi.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, why not? Ian from DN. I know nothing about chicken and worms, but what I didn't get in the pitch, right, is I get you replace antibiotics with worms, but I think you skipped over what have you done to those worms? What is the competitive mode, the patents?
Yeah.
I read here that they are pathogen-free, but there must be some transformation process. Why can't one of us just go and start a worm factory or worm farm and start producing worms and sell those to chicken farmers?
Well, you can, and then you just hurt our patents. That's the one thing. So, good try. Now, actually, it's a simple worm. We can spike them if we want to add certain additives towards it, but it's a general worm. There are 5,000 different worms. We use a special one. It's Dendrobena veneta. That's the one transferring all the microbiota to the chicken and to the also piglets by nature. You have to breed them pathogen-free, and you have to breed them in a special way to make sure that you can feed them all over the year, because they normally don't grow whenever you want them to grow. So it sounds a very easy solution, but in the backyard, it's pretty big. It's a pretty big machine behind it.
Fabulous. Okay, WWW, Worldwide Worms. Please give a huge round of applause for Julia Catherine Rode from Corbiota. Thank you so much. That was great. Thank you. Okay, just a little reminder, if you are sitting on one of the rows, we have folks standing around the sides who would love a seat. So make some new friends, move in if there's a blank seat in the middle, and let these people come and sit on the edge if you're feeling very generous and you'd like some company beside you. You know, my personal motto is ABC, always be connecting, and believe me, you'd be surprised at the amount of wonderful people you can meet just by being open and kind of making a bit of room on the edge of your row for people to come and sit next to you, make some new friends. Okay, we are going to move on with our next stunning startup for you. The company name is Cubro. They are from the country I call my home these days, beautiful Spain. And Cubro is transforming the integrated furniture industry by providing affordable and fully personalized design solutions for kitchens, wardrobes, and bathrooms. We are delighted to welcome to the stage now the co-founder and CEO of Cubro. Give a warm welcome to Jaime Pons. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We all aspire to have a beautiful home, a home that really reflects our personal style, a home where we can invite our friends and family, a home that's cozy, where we can seek comfort and rest, and a home that's fully functional. And at Cubro, we believe that the best way to achieve this sort of home is through integrated furniture. Now, you might ask, what is integrated furniture? If you were to take your house and turn it upside down, integrated furniture are all those elements of furniture that wouldn't fall out, such as your kitchen, your wardrobes, your bathrooms, or your fixed living room furniture. The problem is that integrated furniture is complex by nature, and therefore retailers have had disproportionate power for way too long, traditional retailers, that is. And it's basically made the customer experience in buying integrated furniture extremely painful. Most people who have gone through the process of buying a kitchen will say it sucks. And it also basically, there's a clear trade-off between price and design. What's our solution? Our solution is affordable, high-quality, integrated furniture. And we do that by combining our fronts, doors, drawer fronts, etc., with IKEA's back-end modular systems for kitchens, for bathrooms, etc. And we do that basically through a seamless online process, which basically allows us to capture leads earlier, therefore inspiring customers to come to us, and then basically put them through a funnel-like structure in a similar way to a lot of the SaaS businesses that are here at South Summit presenting, where basically we work through our CRM, working with those customers, shaving valuable time, and basically making the whole customer experience much more enjoyable. We've created in this time an innovative design brand that's valued by consumers and professionals, basically. Now, the opportunity is huge. It's a 63 billion euro opportunity, the integrated furniture vertical, okay, which comprises those four segments. And in the 4 short years that we've been active, we've been proving market traction with consistent year-on-year revenue growth and increasing profitability, and 40% of our revenues coming from overseas. So clearly, we've internationalized. Basically, all of our metrics are also pointing in that direction, and basically also showing that improvement in efficiency and operational stability. There's a number of competitors that are doing similar things in Northern Europe, and all of them are trying to revolutionize this category. Now, who are we? Myself, with significant startup, media, and finance background. Jorge, my partner, who's a previous South Summit winner with Habitissimo. And we're supported by a team of 23 young, motivated, and diverse professionals that are helping us build Cubro. Okay.
I'm so sorry. I know, time flies. Time really does fly. My dear friends, please give a warm round of applause, please, for Jaime Pont. That was wonderful. Absolutely brilliant. You know what? I've done this myself from the other side, pitching, and wow, that time just does fly. But you know, if we run out of time, it doesn't matter, because maybe one of our judges might ask a very insightful question that will help fill out that story. Yes, we have a question already. Thank you. Rocking the white sweatshirt there. Thank you.
Hi, Ignacio from Boost Capital Partners. So I had a question. What is your take into defensibility of the product? For example, defensibility of the product, IKEA launching, let's say, a premium range where they essentially try to replace that business model if it becomes very successful.
The question of IKEA always comes up. IKEA is a retailer whose strategy is basically to have on-store inventory, and basically we offer over 200 different finishes, so we're made to order, which basically means we're out of scope of IKEA. IKEA is a great partner of us. We've transacted over 25 million of GMV, and most of that is going to IKEA. So they're very happy to work with us. We have a partnership with them, and they're pushing our brand.
Great question. You know, IKEA is the elephant in every room around this kind of discussion. Do we have another question from our fabulous... Yes, another question. Thank you so much again. Brilliant.
Thank you, Gonzalo.
Again,
we're good.
Congratulations on the numbers and the market traction and the growth. It's amazing. We already saw sometimes the opportunity. And it was in the line of that first question. I wanted to know a bit in terms of your product roadmap, whether you are also planning to go to other big retailers, furniture retailers that you are planning to, or other types of product roadmap.
Okay, we've launched our system on Leroy Merlin's systems. Okay, so we also produce for Leroy Merlin, but we've decided that right now, for simplicity of product purposes, we're sticking to IKEA. When customers come to us and they say we have a refurb of a Leroy Merlin, then we're doing them. Okay, and we see that there's other retailers, and we're looking into that.
Fabulous. That's a brilliant question and a perfect answer. My dear friends, please join me in thanking CEO of Cubro, Jaime Pont.
Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you so much. Brilliant. And my goodness, my wife and I bought a house in Spain a couple of years ago, and we spent our entire lives at Leroy Merlin and IKEA there, so I'm sure we're going to come across the technology of Cubro there. Very, very interesting. Just a little reminder, if you want free beer, who doesn't want free beer? Let's face it. Just bring your refillable water bottle along to one of our refilling stations, and you get green points and become a green hero and get free beer. Tick, tick, tick. What's not to like? Okay, our next fabulous startup is from beautiful Spain, of course. The company name is very intriguing. The company name is Gloop. What a great name. And this is a brand of edible cutlery, how amazing, whose mission is to replace single-use plastic in a sustainable, innovative, practical and effective way. I love the sound of this already. We're delighted to be joined by their co-CEO and co-founder. Please give a huge round of applause to Marta Maneja. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Marta, and I'm co-CEO of Gloop, the future. So let me tell you why I'm here today. It turns out that plastic represents 85% of the waste in the ocean, which causes more than 2 million animal deaths every day. Fortunately, in 2021, the law banning single-use plastic came into force. That's why now the HoReCa sector and the food industry has a really big problem. They have to stop using single-use plastic, but they cannot find any alternative that meet their needs and those of their customers. There is bioplastic and good, but they are not sustainable, and they taste awful. So, after doing a deep research and development, we are here today to announce 2 revolutionary products. The first one, a utensil that you can use to eat an ice cream, a dessert, a yogurt, and the second one, a vegan and sustainable cookie. Let me repeat it, an innovative utensil and a vegan and sustainable cookie. But these are not 2 different products. This is only one, and this is the edible cutlery, and we are calling them Gloops. So today, Gloop is here to reinvent the single-use cutlery. We have edible spoons, straws, and coffee stirrers that, once you have used them, you can eat them, like a biscuit. They are sustainable, vegan, and gluten-free. So we know the market is huge, since 13 million straws are used every day and 29 million spoons every month, only in Spain. There are other similar solutions in the market, but we are the only ones using byproducts from the food industry, growing a community, and adjusting our prices to make sure we can compete with other alternatives, because we are all really sustainable until they dip into our pockets. So we launched a product in 2022, and we have an 80% customer recurrence and a 17th monthly growth. We have replaced more than 2 million spoons, and we are in more than 220 establishments. We have a growing community with more than 10 million views on TikTok, and we are a team of 8 people. We have experience in entrepreneurship, in the manufacture of biscuits, and in sales to the HoReCa sector. We have just closed our first investment round, about $500,000, and we have been joined by people really known in the food tech industry, such as Mark Colomo, founder of Euro, and the Solera Venture Capital Fund. So now our objective is to improve the product, to launch new products at the same time that we grow in sales, and we position ourselves as the best solution to single-use plastic. So no one of you has arrived here on a horse, nor have they invited us by a letter. So please, it's also time to evolve in the cutlery and make it edible. So what is Gloop? Gloop is the most sustainable single cutlery in the world. Thank you.
Fantastic, Marta. Absolutely wonderful. Felicidades. That was so interesting. Great to see Eura up there as well. I'm a big fan of Eura. But what did our judges think? Are we feeling hungry? Would we like to eat a spoon? I certainly would. Yes, my man. Thank you. Oh, yeah, the mic? Good.
Hello. Thanks very much, Marta. This is Jose from JME Ventures. So you started with this cutlery. What are the next product roadmap? So what are you going to launch in the coming months or years?
Yes, this year we also want to launch the fork for the ready salads. And then in the future we also plan to, now we are doing a lot of research and development with byproducts from the industry. So we have realized there's a lot to do with them. And now we think that in the future maybe we can also do a lot of different packaging from byproducts. Maybe not edible, but really compostable and using and solving another problem from the industry, the use of byproducts.
Great question. Thanks so much. And we have another one already. Yes, if you could introduce yourself to the room. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Egan from Seaya Ventures. Congratulations on your innovation. It's really exciting. How, as you scale, will you be able to control the product quality? And particularly when you're selling kind of through B2B, how are you getting feedback on the product and making sure that people really love eating the product, which at the end of the day is what makes it so innovative?
Yes, during 2021 and 2022, we have really crazy in knowing what the customer needs and also the user. So we have been in a lot of ice cream shops, restaurants to make sure how they use them. So the new product that we are launching this year, that is like the improved spoon, it's made of with all the feedback we have received during last year. So we have been like, at the beginning we launched the first product that we could launch just to receive a lot of feedback and now launch the good one that is this one.
Fabulous stuff. Great questions from our VIP judges and great answers from Marta Mañecha from Gloop. Please give her a warm round of applause. Thank you so much. That was brilliant. Gracias. Thank you. Absolutely wonderful. Okay, I'm feeling hungry already. Bring it on. Edible cutlery, yes, please. Okay, we are now going to move over to one of my favorite countries. I used to work for a Finnish company, and if we meet later at one of the networking do's, I'll tell you all about the fun we had in Helsinki. Way too much is the TLDR. Our next picture is called Onego Bio, and they have cracked the code in producing egg protein without chickens. I love the sound of this. Now, bioalbumin is bio-identical egg protein that provides all the nutritional and functional benefits of egg white without the environmental, ethical, safety, and supply chain related concerns. I am so interested in this on a personal level, and it is a real honor to introduce to the stage the CEO of Onego Bio. Please give it up for Maija Itkonen. Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. So great to be here. Like say, my name is Maija Itkonen. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Onego Bio, and I'm a disruptive egg farmer. Egg is such a wonderful ingredient. It was invented by Mother Nature 300 million years ago. It's everywhere in our food system. And this is the dilemma. The current way of producing eggs is fragile and inefficient, but because of the very special functionalities, it's really difficult to replace eggs into recipes. So if we cannot substitute it, we need a better way of producing the real thing, the real egg protein. And this is exactly what Onego does. So when egg protein is produced with precision fermentation, a process similar to brewing, you can get 10 times better efficiency. Let me tell you how. So we have this super hungry microorganism called Trichoderma. We feed it with glucose and nutrients, and because we have decoded it to give our proteins instead of its own proteins, as a counter gift, it produces this pure ovalbumin. And this process is fully circular, so it is possible to use all kinds of side streams throughout the process. Our product, called bioalbumin, is bio-identical egg protein that has all the same functionalities, same nutritional profile, and can be used instead of animal-based egg proteins in products. From the manufacturer's perspective, the nice part is that it wipes off all the supply chain problems and has 90% lower environmental footprint. Here you can see the product. And yes, the most revolutionary part is that we haven't invented anything new. So at Onego Bio, we believe that the best innovations take use of existing technologies. So, and just use it in a new way. And we have taken this technology that is used for making enzymes and medicines and applied it, leveraged it into this new application. We are a spin-off from VTT Technical Research Center of Finland, where experts such as my co-founder, CTO Chris Landowski, have been developing this technology for decades already. We now already work with some of the best food companies in the world, and we'll be serving this marvelous protein, this beloved egg protein, in a way that is sustainable and efficient. And yeah, soon the world won't even remember that eggs used to come from chickens, because we have a better way. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Kiitos, Maija. What a wonderful presentation there. I literally would buy that tomorrow. Now, what did our judges think? Do we have any questions? Yes, we got a question already. Thank you.
Hey, Maija, Ian from DN. I've met quite a few companies doing this with cheese and precise fermentation, never anyone with egg white. Mm-hmm. And one of my friends run one. He always says the big problem is getting the production cost down. It makes sense in small quantities, but his cost of cheese production is like thousands of pounds a kilogram versus making out of cows. Where are you guys on that journey, and how long do you think it'll take to be commercially viable?
Exactly, and now we come into this technology question. So that's exactly the point why we use this existing trichoderma technology. Most of the companies in this field are using, for example, yeast-based systems that are by far not as efficient as this fungal system called trichoderma. So that's exactly the reason why we took this spin-off from the institute and started to produce in this way. So the scalability is going to be a lot more optimal by using the right technology.
Fabulous question. Such an interesting answer. We have room for one more question. Yes, the hand has gone up. I'll come to you next. Yes, you got there first.
Hi,
Sorry.
Mary Egan from CIO Ventures. Congratulations. What is your vision on the go-to-market?
Yeah, so we are going to be fully B2B. So we work with some of the best companies in the world already. And because there is a clear need for this ingredient and we know how to make it, we are going to do in the partnership with some of these best players. Maybe later some consumer products, but now it's going to be fully B2B ingredient in the first stage.
Okay. Fabulous, wonderful. And we are keeping it a strict limit to 2 questions. I'm so sorry. I will look at you first the next time. Yes. My dear friends, please join me in thanking Maya Itkonen. Thank you, Maya.
Thank you.
Kiitos. Brilliant. Maya Itkonen there from Onego Bio, causing lots of great questions from our judges. The marks are going into the iPads. The iPads are speaking to the South Summit mothership, which is adding up all of the marks, and a winner will be selected. But enough on that later. Okay. I literally love the sound of this next startup. You know, it might sound better with a bit of Barry White playing in the background. The next startup is called Plátano Melon, and they are from beautiful Spain. And Plátano Melon is the leading intimate wellness brand in Spain and Mexico, born with the mission to naturalize sexuality. Oh my goodness, the night is young. We are delighted to welcome to the stage the CEO of Plátano Melon. Please give a huge welcome to Ana Boldu. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias.
So I would like you to think about your sex education. Probably it won't take long to remember because it was mainly based on one thing, this. What did you do when you had doubts? Did you go to your parents? Awkward? To a doctor? Distant? To your friends? Probably they were as lost as you. So it was up to us to look for a solution to that. And this problem is nowadays more pressing than ever. Today, pornography is the main source of information. Young people are starting to have the first contact with pornography at the age of 8 years old. So as we say, learning sexuality through pornography is like learning how to drive, watching Too Fast and Too Furious. It's science fiction. If we don't have a quality sex education, it's going to be a mess. You are not going to be able to know your body, to know your partner. It's going to be a problem in terms of a relationship. So we have a lot of problems with the presentation. Instead, if we work on gender equality, we will be able to have a healthier society, a better world. And that's the reason why Plátano Melon is born. You may know us because of our sex toys. They are great. A lot of competitors do have sex toys, but what makes us different? We have a greater purpose. We are born to fight for this world. We are looking to change the world and make people understand that sexuality is part of our health, is something fun, is something healthy, is something natural. The combination of these two things is what makes us different. A disruptive sex education model and attractive sex toys that are created responding to customers' needs. We've built a new way to talk about sexuality with sex experts that have created content reliable, truthful, professional, but at the same time, colorful, funny, and close. And this has led us to achieve to become the biggest community around the world with more than 4 million followers, 100% built organically. And what do? They just explain us what they want. We have created with them and for them a range of products. All this in a market that is growing. So right now, we are leaders in Spain and Mexico, and we just need to expand it. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Brilliant. I'm so
problem.
sorry. I know. I'm
I mean, no one told me that it was like this. The
Oh, I know.
I'm
You know
sorry.
what? It's
I'm sorry.
that was what maybe some of our judges have like a really cool
Yeah,
question to help you tell a bit more of that story. That's so important. We can't leave sex education to pornography. That's just going to be a disaster for everybody. So I love your work. I love what you're doing, and I think it's an investment in the future of humanity. Really, it's not an understatement. But what did our judges think? Do we have any questions around the business model, scalability, product market fit? We have a question over there from my man. Thank you.
Hello, Anna. Thanks for
you.
sharing the project. I'm Ignacio from Impact Angels. How do you monetize all this activity? So you were born in 2014, right?
Yep.
You're selling sex toys, but also you have all these online activities. So how are you making money out of this?
Basically, our main source of business right now, it has been in the past sex toys, but now we are expanding it through new ways of monetizing. Like, for example, we've launched recently an app, so we are trying to build on health intimate services, trying to work or to help people develop this knowledge.
Okay, excellent and impressive there. 4 million community with, all organic. Do we have any more questions from our panel of VIP judges? Any more? And maybe that you've answered them. You've communicated all of the vital information to our judges, even with the fonts going a bit big. Okay, my dear friends, please join me in thanking Anna Boltu from Platanamolon. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias. As you can see there, not everything can go 100% according to plan. Sometimes the font is a bit different, things come up differently, and it is part of the experience of pitching to just ride those waves and deliver an excellent presentation as Anna did there. Okay, we're now going to move on to a wonderful startup called Sepia, and they are from my adopted home of Spain. And Sepia creates smart fashion to make people's daily life easier while taking care of the planet. Well, what's not to like about that? Like many of our pitches. Now, we're delighted to have the CEO of Sepia joining us on the stage. I would love for you to give him a very warm welcome. Give it up for Fede Sansterobles! Bienvenido.
Well, wow, after all these awesome innovations, it seems quite challenging to come here and talk about fashion, but let me just tell you that I'm about to talk about the most used product in the history of humanity, which is not fashion, which is clothing. And despite clothing is a fundamental part of our daily lives, the fashion industry has failed to evolve. And our products nowadays are less useful, they need more caring, and they're manufactured in places with no labor rights or environmental rights. So that's why the society, the economy, and the people are calling us for a change, and that's where Sepia comes in. In Sepia, we use technology in order to create garments that are going to be good for the users and good for the environment, introducing properties like stain repellency, non-ironing, or neutralizing the odor of these garments, making it more efficient and more sustainable for everyday wear. And we do it at the same time that we take care of the planet by manufacturing them using more than 98% less water. And all our garments are 100% circular, and we are carbon neutral. And we manufacture everything locally in Spain by a huge network of suppliers that enable us to grow, to scale globally. Sorry, these used to be videos, but I guess not anymore. Okay, so let me just tell you how our business works. We sell our garments directly to our customers. So we started as an e-commerce. Now we have present in major marketplaces, and we have a physical store in Madrid and a new one coming very soon in Barcelona. And at the same time, we also sell our garments to different companies to be used as uniforms, like hotels and restaurants. And we also collaborate with other brands, bringing all the technology to make their own collections. And okay, so wait again. Okay, so far we've sold more than 100,000 garments. We're doubling numbers every year, and we have a strong potential of scalability. And our goal is to reach 20 million by 2025. And none of this would have been possible without the exceptional team behind the brand. We're a group of engineers, marketing experts, and designers that work every day to make the change that the industry needs. And of course, thanks to all of our investors who have been fundamental to the growth of the company. We recently closed our fourth investment round. That was 2.3 million euros. But we are always happy to meet new investors and that wants to change with us the future of fashion. And just to finish, I will just really want you to try on our clothes. I created a discount that you cannot see here displayed, but it's very easy. It's South Summit 23 that you can use online or you can use in our store. Now that you're in Madrid, I recommend you to visit our physical store. My name is Fede. I'm the CEO of Sepia. I'm very grateful to be here today. So thank you so much, and I'm so sorry for that. Okay.
Muy bien. Yeah. I mean, honestly, given that like half of the deck didn't show up, and we are so sorry about that. The technical gods, sometimes they get out of the wrong side of bed in the morning.
Okay,
but listen, what was that discount code again?
Yeah, it's South Summit 23.
South Summit 23, discount code for Sepia.
Yes.
Get yourself
We want to make things easier for everyone, and that's why the discount is also very easy. South Summit 23. I guess
South
you will
Summit
not
23.
forget.
I am going to be using that myself. That sounds great. We have a question already from my man. There you go. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you're on.
Thank you. Gonzalo again from Faraday. I'm very, very happy investor. We are very
thank you so much,
a bit of disclosure. I am wearing, I didn't knew he was going to present, I am wearing a Sepia shirt. They're very, very nice. Indeed, it's an amazing product.
Thank you.
And actually, that's the new, that's very
Full
nice. I'm going
Sepia.
to buy as well. But for me not to look like a bit too biased, I would like you to explain a bit about this market traction, which is being amazing as well.
Sorry, what?
Market traction, I mean revenues or some
Market
metrics
traction,
of your growth, because it's...
As I said, I mean, I would love to show it, but I mean, we've been doubling numbers every year. The last year we did 2.5 million. This year we are going to close at 5.5, and our goal is to reach 20 million by 2025. This year we are going to be profitable at the end of the year. So we think we have a very strong scalability potential that we are going to be doing in the next years.
Muy bien. Great question. I love the kind of fashion show spin there. I love it. And we have one more question. Thank you so much. If you could introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hi, congratulations.
Hi.
My name is Hugo Strife from Creas, Impacto. I have a question regarding impact.
Yeah.
What impact metrics are you measuring currently, and do they differ between B2B and B2C?
So we've been measuring all the environmental KPIs for 3 years. We use this platform called Become, and now another one. We are a B Corp company, and what we measure is the water savings that we save with all the manufacturing process plus the use of the garment. We also measure the CO emissions, and we also measure all the eutrophication, so that's the chemicals that we are saving to the environment. And we are also measuring all the wastages that we get to recycle. All our fabrics are 100% circular, so they're made with recycled materials. They're monomaterials, so they can be recycled again. And all the wastages from the production or the when a customer wants to bring us back the garment because it gets to the end of the life, we also measure how many kilos do we get every year to recycle.
Pretty comprehensive there. A great question, though. Fantastic.
Thank
My dear
you.
friends, please join me in thanking Fede Sanstenobles from Sepia, thank you. And he managed to absolutely smash it, even with half of the slides not showing up. That's very, very impressive. Discount code South Summit 23. I'm going to be all over that a bit later. Okay, we are now going to move on to our next outstanding startup for you. They are from beautiful Spain, where we are today. The company name is Tocual, and Tocual is an e-commerce that fights against food waste by serving boxes of fruit and vegetables that do not quite fit the aesthetic requirements of large stores. I absolutely love the sound of this. We're delighted to welcome to the stage their CEO. Please give it up for Oriol Aldoma Pubil. Thank you. Welcome, Oriol.
Good morning, everyone. 220,000 kilos. 220,000 kilos are the kilos that they're going to be wasted of food during the next 15 minutes that I'm going to be here explaining and asking questions. Crazy, right? And that without taking into account the water waste, the emissions of CO2, also the work and the energy of a farmer producing something that it's not going even to be sold or consumed. So most of you are going to think, oh, I'm not part of this problem. I'm not wasting that much food. And you're probably right, because that food waste, the major part of that happens during the production and the distribution. So why is that happening? So it tends to be that supermarkets and large grocery stores ask to the farmers to produce some fruit and vegetable with a very strict standards of beauty. So if that kind of fruit doesn't fit the size, the shape, or the color, it's going to be called ugly produce, and it's going to be even sold. So that's a big problem for the producer. You guys know that plants doesn't produce clones. They don't produce 15 centimeters cucumber all the time at the same color. So that's an example. For example, Ramon planted 10,000 leeks, and he couldn't sell them only because of the aesthetics, because they were misshapen, they were curvy, sexy, but supermarkets didn't want that. So that was a big problem for Ramon. That's when, why are we here? My name is Oriol, and together with Mark, we saw an opportunity from a problem. Mark is a producer, Apple producer from a family business, and I was started to see how Mark was throwing away so many kilos of apples only because the aesthetics and not because of the quality. That's when we created Talcual. Talcual, with a unique and clear mission, ending the food waste in Spain. So, what is Talcual? Talcual is an e-commerce where you subscribe and we collect all these kind of ugly and imperfect products from the farmers. We prepare those lovely and seasonal boxes, and we deliver straight to our customers' home. So our customers doesn't have to care about anything. They just have to receive the box, start cooking, and enjoy fresh produce at an affordable price. So this is how a box of Talcual looks like. And thanks to that, we have been able to save more than 1,500,000 kilos of food, vegetable and fruit mainly. And with the 3 years we have been working, we are now delivering more than 10,000 boxes a month. We have a monthly revenue of 260 euros per month. And the most important thing is that we have 4,500 active subscribers that receive every week or every 2 weeks their boxes. So the best and most important part of it, and what excites most to us, is that our customers every week are more surprised about the good quality of the product, apart from being ugly or called imperfect produce. So, and what also makes us even more proud is that we have been able to help more than 100 farmers all over Spain, and also we created 19 places of work in a rural area with a talented team. Food waste is a problem. We're here to find it.
Brilliant, brilliant. Jesus. Muy bien. Congratulations, man. That was very, very good. Really good. I lived in the UK. I subscribed to a similar service, and I absolutely loved it. And I love hearing the numbers behind your solution. It's great for the environment. And we have a question already from a man over there. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. We're Stride from Creas again. Congratulations for the pitch and for the company. It's a really good idea. I really like it. And as a user, as of, well, since yesterday.
Ooh,
Yeah.
That's great.
No, it's really good. The service is great, and my question was related to logistics, which is a big part of Tal Cual, I guess.
Yep.
How are you going to? How are you planning to scale logistics with the scaling of your company?
Yeah, good point. So we studied the logistics from every area. We externalize it. So we have in every place we have some kind of logistics partner who works better in every place, and we keep tracking it because we're seeking with a KPI of 97% of effective deliveries. So we're quite interested on giving the best service. There's parts like Madrid and Barcelona where we can deliver by electric bicycles, electric vehicles, and also cargo bikes. And the effectiveness of those kind of deliveries is 100%, which is the 85% of our business, Barcelona and Madrid. And the rest of the parts, as I told you, we externalize it and we track every delivery.
Okay, fabulous question. Thank you. And we have another question right here.
Hi, I'm Yolanda Diaz Villarrubia from Idea Hubs. Well, congratulations about the presentation and the solution, because it's very important now in Spain and the new regulation about this new product. I would like to know more about the barriers entry and competitive advantage.
About
competitive advantage.
Okay.
Competitive advantage, a real quick answer, I'm afraid, yeah.
So the thing is, because we are selling a product that before farmers they were not used to sell, now they are selling more produce, so they can give us better price. So we are cheaper than the other, way cheaper than the other e-commerce. So that's like a main competitive. So the price is very affordable for the quality we serve, and also we're helping sustainability. And I think that people nowadays are trying to get involved with this kind of solution. So yeah.
Muy bien. Tick, tick, tick. Okay, a big round of applause for Talkual, Oriol Aldona, Pumulil. Thank you so much. Brilliant. Wonderful stuff. I'm very inspired by so many of the startups I'm seeing here. We're going to move immediately on to another awesome picture. The company is Webel. They are from Spain, and they bring any service, cleaning, beauty, handyman, to your doorstep. We're delighted to be joined by the co-founder and CEO. Please give a huge round of applause to Nacho Tejero.
Well, hello everybody, it's Nacho from Webel, the app that brings services like cleaning to your doorstep. So it all started when we realized that everything was being brought to our homes. Food with Globo, consumer goods, even flowers. But have you realized that they are all products? And what about services? Why there's not any big solution despite it's a $1 trillion sector? We made that same question and found our reason, which is platform leakage. Unlike products, services normally happen more than once. For example, you get a cleaning service actually on a weekly basis. And what is going on is that users were going off platform after they met. That's why our competitors created models that prevented leakage while sacrificing user experience. First of all, we have the marketplace picks model. It's the Uber model, where you just book a service and get somebody auto-assigned. But this is much more personal. It's like a nanny, so people actually want to choose, and it's also quite costly. On the other hand, we have the lead model, where you just have to fill a form and wait to receive offers. But let's be honest, everybody hates filling forms, and also it's quite slow and really costly. But we have created a third model, a model that is finally transparent. You can choose from thousands of results. That is fast. You're 5 clicks away from any service, and that is affordable. It's 30% cheaper than competition. And let me tell you something. Customers are loving it. It took us 12 months to reach support market fit, but since then we have been growing massively. We are currently doing one service every 5 minutes. How did we do it? Well, first of all, because 75% of our bookings come from repeating clients, and also because 50% of our growth is organic. That's why we also have healthy unit economics, a CAC at 10, LTV CAC over 4, and a CAC payback at 9 months. But you may be wondering, how do you guys do it? How do you guys actually prevent the leakage? Well, because we didn't prevent, but solve platform leakage. How? Going back to basics. It's as simple as if you want people to repeat through your platform, you have to give them value for doing so. For so, we created SaaS tools for our professional to easily manage all their services through the platform, plus an algorithm where their visibility on the platform and their take rate varies depending on how many repeating clients they have compared to their peers. So professionals are asking their clients to repeat through Webble because they are using our SaaS tools and because they also get rewarded with more clients and a lower take rate. Now, let me present you the product. It's an home services marketplace where we have 7 main categories. And booking a service is super simple. You just need to choose the service you need, see thousands of results, choose your professional, and book it in literally 5 clicks. Just choose your service and book it right in his up-to-date availability. We take a commission from each transaction. It's at 10%. It's a low take rate, but we have an 80% gross margin, and we are real ambitious. We want to be at 400 million obtainable revenue by 2028. And now let me introduce you to the team. It's a young and talented team. We have already founded 3 companies, worked at 2 others. We love entrepreneurship, and we know Webble is the one. Now we have a product that is loved, with healthy unit economics, led by a resilient team, and now our goal is to bring it to millions of people's hands. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Brilliant stuff there. Nacho, that's great. I hate interrupting our pitches when they're in the flow, but we got to keep things kind of equal. So that was a fantastic presentation. Good to see some good fans and some good crowd support here. But what did our judges think? We have a question already. Yes. Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. Can you develop a bit more about the service mix? So are they all performing perfectly? Is it one taking like a huge chunk of the revenue stream, or?
Yeah, we started with cleaning because the thing we wanted to prove is that people were going to repeat through the platform. Once we proved that so in cleaning, we're starting to do a multi-category approach. We already have handyman, we represent 15% of our GMV, ironing represents 8%, cleaning represents around 75%, and the other is well varied between many categories. What we are doing is we are applying the same approach that we used in cleaning in other categories because people are searching for 3.5 categories on average, but they're just converting 1 or 2 maximum. But they are showing interest. So now our goal is to bring liquidity to the marketplace and also do some product filters to get to product market fit in many more categories.
Fabulous question. We have question number 2 already. Thank you.
Hi.
Yeah, you're
Hello.
good.
Congratulations for the pitch.
Thank you.
I'm Sergio from Telefónica Ventures, and I was interested in get to know how do you deal with the gig economy in your platform?
Sorry,
gig economy, freelancers.
GDPR?
Gig economy, freelancers.
Oh,
the freelancers.
Oh, yeah. So we actually get around 1,000 new professionals every week. We spend $0 on supply acquisition. And it's many freelancers, also some businesses that have started joining Webble because they want to use Webble as a platform to start offering at-home services. And yes, definitely we're in the gig economy. It's something that, one of the things that makes us most proud of is that we have already created thousands of employments in this case, job opportunities, and hopefully we can keep doing so in the future.
Outstanding. Perfect note to end on. Once more, big round of applause for Nacho Tejero from Webex. Thank you. Okay, Webble, if there was ever an opportunity for a David Bowie sync, it's right there. Now, let's move on to our grand finale. Picture number 10, the company name is Bread Free, the country is Spain. And Bread Free is a biotechnological startup specialized in the manufacture of wheat flour suitable for celiacs. We are delighted to be joined by their CSO. Please give a warm round of applause for Mercedes Toledo. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mercedes. I am the Scientific Officer of Bread Free. Thanks for letting me present your company. Bread Free is the first company that produces wheat, rye, and barley suitable for celiac people. Everything started in 2019 when a friend of our CEO, Daniel, was diagnosed with celiac disease. One day she told him that she was tired of eating tasteless food with bad texture and also very poor nutritional quality. In 2020, we discovered a technology where we can reduce the gluten content. In that moment, Bread Free was born. As you can see, we have a huge market opportunity because up to 8% of the population consumes gluten-free products and up to 2% of the population suffer from celiac disease. Consumers agree on 3 things: taste, texture, and nutritional quality in currently gluten-free products are bad. Even more, they are 5 times more expensive than the traditional ones. Bread-free have made a lot of leaps and bounds, and right now we are trying to close an investment round because we want to build the first gluten-free wheat flour plant. With this ingredient, we can make gluten-free products with all nutritional value. We can do with similar properties to traditional ones. So we improve the taste, the texture, and also we can ensure a reduction of the production cost. This ingredient is cleanable because we do not add any unnatural ingredient. In the case of the competitors, we do not have a direct competition because our ingredient is unique. We are protected by a patent, and this process is based on a biotechnological process where we reduce the gluten concentration to less than 20 ppm. At this concentration, it can be safely consumed by the celiac person. We also have a combination of artificial intelligence and NIR to reduce the analytical cost. Finally, we have our team. We are a group of senior and young talent, and without them, this will not be possible. And as I said in the beginning, we started in 2019, and today it is possible. We have the first gluten-free wheat flour, and with this solution, we can give to the celiac person a real solution. For us to be here, it is already a prize, so thank you so much. And as we said in Bread-Free, gluten-free.
Muy bien. Thank you so much, Mercedes from Bread Free. That was absolutely wonderful. What a high note to wrap things up on. But do we have a question from our judges? The notes are going into the iPads. The scores are going to the cloud. And we have question number 1. Thank you, my friend.
Hi, thanks for sharing your project. Congratulations. What about the pricing? Because I know celiacs have a bit of trouble with pricing against conventional food. So is it cheaper or more expensive to produce with this product?
Well, we compete with the set of ingredients that are used in gluten-free products because they use psyllium or other additives that are very expensive. And if we do a comparison with all the set of ingredients, we are cheaper.
Great question, very important. Question number 2, over there, man. Great, if you could, thank you.
Hello, Jose from JME. Are you planning to build your own brand, or are you planning to do a B2B strategy and sell to other manufacturers?
Well, our objective is to build our own plant because we are a B2B, and our purpose is to produce this gluten-free wheat flour and sell it to intermediate industry.
Excellent, and that was the 2 questions, my friend. Please join me in thanking Mercedes from Bread Free. Thank you so much. Brilliant. Muchísimas gracias. Okay, the judges are typing away, the marks are going to the cloud, and a winner will be announced. Thank you so much to all of our startups from Consumer Trends, and a big thank you to our wonderful members of the jury. Your time is very valuable. We really appreciate your contribution. Can we have a big round of applause for the members of the jury and all of the startups? Thank you. Now, of course, the winner of this vertical will pass through to the next round, and the announcement will take place tomorrow at 12 o'clock here on the Next Big Thing stage. We are now going to do a bit of a room changeover. We've got queues of people outside, so if you're staying here, please, very welcome to stay here, please do, but do move into the middle of the row so more people can come in. And just a few notes that I would like to mention as we change over the room. Now, obviously, we are so grateful to our global partners. I want to give a few of them a name check. We've got our global partners, Endesa, Total, Sabadell, Mutua Madrileña, Weira, BBVA, and Google for Startups. So thank you one and all for your support for South Summit. You know, it really is an ecosystem play here. Another thing to mention, now I'm from Ireland. I would have to give back my passport if I didn't enjoy the occasional light beverage of an evening. And this is very much about networking for me. My personal motto is ABC, always be connecting. And last week in Dublin, I expanded that to ABCD, always be connecting over drinks. So as the evening sets in, the most valuable connections are nurtured over sunset drinks. The captivating atmosphere of Madrid enhances the networking experience. I can personally attest to this. So fostering meaningful relationships and opportunities is what it's all about. So please do make sure you check out the South Summit Street Fest agenda. Tonight, we've got after-work drinks and music at the Plaza de Santa Ana, a beautiful location. Tomorrow we've got after-work drinks and music at the Plaza de la Paya. And on June the 9th, we've got the South Summit Fest. Now this is at Plaza España with the mighty Too Many DJs and Joelyn Lucama and Joan Magan. These are rock stars. I'm sorry if I haven't pronounced them quite right. Disculpe, mi español es fatal, veramente. So listen, if we are connected, if we're not connected already, please feel free to find me on LinkedIn. I do like to connect. I have a little radio show in Brighton in the UK, and I like to send out a fresh selection of great music every 2 weeks. So if you find me on LinkedIn, and make a connection, I will invite you to join my mixtape list, and it'd be great to make your acquaintance. Now, another point to mention, are you a green warrior? I like to think we are all green warriors, and green warriors equals free beer, my friends. Free beer, what's not to like? If you get a refillable bottle for your water, go and get it refilled at one of our green stages here. Get your green stamps and you get free beer. Green stamps, free beer, and you're saving the environment. What is not to like? I hope to see many of you there. So let me check. Are we good to go? We are indeed. Right. I'm going to scroll forward in all of my notes as we introduce our next fantastic panel. So the panel is all about resilience in entrepreneurship. The great Yuval Noah Harari identified resilience as one of the top attributes that any person in any company should have for this 21st century. And we're now going to learn about resilience in entrepreneurship from 3 of the experts. I'm delighted to welcome the head of EMEA Technology Investment Banking at JP Morgan, Matt Gale, who's our moderator, the co-founder and co-CEO of Playtomic, Pablo Caro, and the co-founder and co-CEO at Job and Talent, Juan Ordailes. Please welcome Matt, Pablo, and Juan to the stage. Gracias. Thank you.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for sitting in with us for the next 25 minutes or so. As mentioned, my name is Matt. I run the tech banking group in the European region for JP Morgan, and I've spent most of my 20-year career in tech on both sides of the Atlantic, working with entrepreneurs to help scale their businesses up. But no one wants to hear from a banker. You want to hear from the real experts, and that's why I'm delighted to share the stage with Juan and Pablo today to share some stories on what they've gone through, what the last 17, 18 months that have been a bit choppy, to say the least, have been like running their business, and what do they see for the future. So without further ado, we're going to jump right in, and I'm going to start off by asking each of the gentlemen to give us their founder story in around 1 or 2 minutes, and then we'll jump off from there. So Pablo, why don't we start with you?
Okay. Thank you, Matt, for inviting us. With friends, surrounded by paddle players. I've seen a lot of paddle players that I've already met. So yes, basically, our aim is to inspire and facilitate to absolutely everyone the social joy of racket sports. Back in 2017, when we started the company, we had the impression that the industry needed to be digitized. So we started with an interesting approach from a management software perspective, together with a marketplace for users. So we were facilitating the booking process to absolutely everyone. Over the years, we've become a different thing, probably. We have been working super focused on the player experience, and now we are much more focused on the social interactions and energizing the community of 1 million players that we have today. So basically, Matt, this is the story of Playtomic, right? Juanito.
Yeah, if you want, I can talk about Job and Talent. We're a workforce platform connecting temporary workers with big enterprises. Reason why we exist is to solve actually a pain of that are suffering actually more than 500 million temporary workers in the world that are being treated very bad actually, with poor job conditions, low ability to get into a new job. So we thought that it was a good idea to actually create a platform for those workers actually and give access through an app to a job in minutes, so they can actually work and guaranteeing at the same time the highest standards from the labor and contracts and perspective. We started with this model a couple of years ago. It has grown exponentially. We operate right now in 11 countries. We have hired during the last 12 months more than 300,000 workers globally, becoming one of the top employers in the world. And the last years have been a complete roller coaster that I would love to actually share a bit more in detail during this fireside chat.
Great. Well, thank you both. So let's talk a little bit about resilience. We talked about that up front. And coming out of the pandemic, if we can all date ourselves back to early 2020, the tech market actually rebounded incredibly quickly. It was a very, very buoyant market. Fundraising was actually fairly easy, if you can ever say that, to do. But things have changed a lot in the last 17 or so months. We've only seen 2 tech IPOs globally of any size. Private capital has really dried up. And we've seen private investors starting to ask some pretty difficult questions of their existing companies around cash burn, run rate to break even, et cetera. So I'd like to dig in a little around how are you guys adapting to this topic. So maybe first, Juan, if we can go to you. How have you adapted at Job and Talent? In particular, how have your dialogue with your investors changed in the last 17 or so months?
Well, actually, it has been quite the same during the last 12 months, actually. But the big shift happened actually Q1, Q2 last year, actually. Mm-hmm. So we're coming from probably most frenetic time in history after 1999, actually, in terms of investment, growth. What was spoken at the board was everything about growth and how are you going to be launching new countries, capturing new clients. Unit economics were in the back of those conversations, not so relevant. And then suddenly everything shifted into a completely different world. Actually, it's like we moved from growth to profitability, from unit economics to cash flow generation, actually. And and this has generated a situation where actually it's a bit of a chicken and egg. It's like right now in the market where companies do not really want to go to the market to raise money, actually, because the market is so down and investors are offering really low multiples. And on the other hand, the investors are not seeing actually good companies because the only companies that they see actually are those ones that are running out of money. Mm-hmm. So this is actually changing not only for a couple of quarters the ecosystem or the market, is actually making a profound change in the whole market, because when you have had this for more than 12 months, 16 months, 18 months, you get a shift on the way that companies think and what the investors are looking for.
Great. Maybe Pablo, switching gears a little bit, dating back 18 months, the IPO was at the tip of everyone's tongue. You could sell to somebody for a great multiple, or you could raise capital in an up round. So motivation could often be driven by those external events or those capital raising events. Given what Juan just said about what's happened with investors and willingness to deploy capital, how has that changed the way you think about motivating yourself, motivating your employees?
Well, in our case, I think we started to think about this big change that Juan has mentioned even before the drawdown of the Nasdaq in 2022, and we had a very inspiring board meeting in which we put together a plan for weathering the storm, and obviously that adaptation to the enduro environment was tough. We made complicated decisions. We were focusing much more on monetization, reducing costs, etc. Of course, that could be affecting the motivation of the team, the motivation of even the founders. But on the other hand, we've been experiencing an explosion of paddle everywhere, which is our core sport right now inside the racket sports environment. So we saw the opportunity, and not only us, the whole team was really motivated and inspired by the fact that this was going to be a big thing. So at the end of the day, we wake up every morning and we work for a racket sports company. That means that if anyone loves tech and loves racket sports, they are motivated, right? Maybe the circumstances, the market environment is not the best one, But we adapted the company to Enduro, and I think we're doing great.
I'd agree. Both of you. Let's talk a little bit about Spain. There's been a lot of talk throughout the ecosystem here about some of the challenges of founding a business in Spain. How do you scale it up? The ability to source investments, the ability to attract talent. By the way, the same discussion is being held in every European capital because this is not just a Spanish problem. I think it's an issue the European ecosystem is facing. Things have clearly gotten a lot better over the last 15 or 20 years, but there's more that can be done. I'd like to draw on each of your experiences about growing a Spanish headquartered company and taking it global. And so maybe, Pablo, we can start with you. You started off with a focus on Spain and have now worked to bring your business as paddle has grown and racket sports have grown across the borders to take it international. What has worked and what have been the biggest challenges?
Well, actually, the majority of the marketplaces tend to focus on their native, original market. In our case, we did the opposite, probably. We certainly thought that we didn't want to lose the opportunity, the momentum. And we started to develop the company internationally, taking advantage of that massive paddle growth. That was a challenge itself because many factors are involved in that, in terms of product, team, resources. But we saw the opportunity and we started to target different markets. I personally took something like 100 flights in less than 1 year. And it worked well because we didn't want to lose the momentum. And sometimes you need to act in a different way. And the playbook was telling us, no, focus on your native market in the country in which you've been creating the company. But we did the opposite. And challenges, the most important one that I can refer could be when we were talking in Sweden. The service level requirements from a club perspective was huge, and we needed to professionalize the company a lot for doing that, because it's not the same than in the south of Europe, obviously. And these kind of challenges, apart from the product market fit, are huge. So basically, that's the story.
Great. Maybe one, talking a little bit about the US. You guys have had great success expanding internationally, but in particular have really focused on the US market. We've seen a lot of Spanish founders and European founders pack up and move the CEO, move the whole senior team to the US to make the US work. You guys have not taken that approach. I know you're on the plane and you're in there quite often, but how have you managed to grow the US market for job and talent without taking the entire team and moving the entire company to the States?
Yes, what we did is we put a team of 12, 15 people coming from HQ, some of our top people in the company, moved there for 12, 18 months actually, to set the basis of the country with the learnings of previously have launched countries like the UK, Germany, France, Colombia. It's like a set of countries that were very different actually. And they recruit a local team that embraced our culture, because we had some culture holders there actually, 15 people that knew actually how Job and Talent works and how do we do things. And then after that, that team has increased a lot. Actually, we have more than 250 employees right now in the US, and it's the fastest growing market. It's the biggest market right now in Spain. In Job and Talent, and it was not necessary to move the C-level. Actually, it was more like a SWAT team, the one that we moved there, and we preserve all of the C-level here in Spain.
Great. Good lessons there for sure from both of you. Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about your advice to the regulators, to the government, et cetera. If you could say one thing that could be changed here in Spain to make it easier to scale up a business, ask a question to both of you. What would you like to see change either in the ecosystem, the regulatory environment, et cetera?
ESOP. ESOP to attract talent. Companies, we are not manufacturing companies, we're software companies. Software companies are created by engineers, well, and now AI, okay, but mainly engineers, okay? So it's a talent game, actually. So we need to make it super simple for these people to come here and to earn a lot of money, actually, out of here. Right now, the regulation is not very clear in terms of ESOP, shares, and all of that. That creates some tension when you're attracting top talent into this country, and I think we should take it very seriously, actually. I think that Some things like Beckham law work very well, but we need more around this area.
Pablo?
Labor legislation as well, you know that. You know a lot about that. Yeah, so labor legislation. Secondly, I would mention VAT management inside Europe. For us as a marketplace, it's pretty messy. And I would say, well, the amount of workload associated to any fundraising stuff. I mean, it's crazy in Spain.
Yeah. Yeah. Just to be precise, okay. When I was saying ESOP, I was mentioning stock options. Okay, it's like that. It's a short name for that. So it's labor.
Very good. Great. Well, let's talk a little about M&A because one, you mentioned some of the great opportunities that can be created by this tougher market environment. There isn't necessarily funding available for all the companies like there was in the past, and that can create a great opportunity. The two of you guys are quite unique in that your companies have been quite active at M&A from an earlier stage than most startups are. And so maybe we'll start, Juan, a little bit with you. What's been your thought process around the acquisition strategy, and how specifically have you changed what you're looking for in the last 18 months as the macro view has changed?
Yeah, well, right now we have the M&A stop, actually. And it's a pity because the market is really attractive right now, actually. But given the access of the restricted access of capital and how expensive it has become from that perspective and all of that, we're waiting a bit, actually. We're still, but some of, the biggest learning on M&A actually that we had is that we underestimated how tough it was to integrate culturally the companies that we were acquiring. Okay, it's like, and we have done a lot of acquisitions. So what we did 18 months ago when we started realizing after acquiring a lot of companies that we're starting to have a lot of cultural issues in here and that were preventing us to get the synergies that we were wondering actually after those acquisitions. We put a lot of attention into that, So we, as a C-level, we have been dedicating a lot of our time into town halls. We call it one job and talent, one culture to integrate everything that we have acquired. And that's my suggestion for anyone that is going to be doing M&A in a constant basis. It's like to be very paranoid about the culture actually, and what can go wrong in terms of culture when you acquire so many companies actually.
Yep. Well, turn to you, Pablo. Juan mentioned synergies. You guys have also embarked on some M&A. How have you thought going in about estimating the synergies, and then what's been the experiences actually extracting those synergies, both top and bottom line?
Yes, absolutely. We were acquiring companies much smaller than Job and Talent, so people was critical on that, because when we found founders with sharing the same vision than us, and also when we found that the product that they've already built is pretty similar to what Playtomic tries to offer to the market, the easier it was. So that was basically what we've learned from that experience. People and product, right? At the end of the day, is what we have, and we've been accelerating a lot the growth of the company with the inorganic in different countries.
Yep. Okay. Well, there's M&A, you guys buying companies. There's also M&A potentially you guys selling your companies. You guys are clearly operating in very attractive industries. You've hit the escape velocity, become really the leaders in your space. I'm sure that's driven a lot of interest from larger strategics, either to be a partner to you or even to dig around and see if there's an opportunity to acquire you. What would be your advice, each of you, to the audience of how do you engage early? How do you build a relationship with some of the potential partners and some of the potential companies that might want to buy you without sending the wrong signal, without taking too much of the management team's time when you're really focused on growing your own business? Maybe we'll start, Pablo, with you this time.
Well, I think constructive relationships are always positive in any sense, right? So you don't need to be rude with anyone. If they approach you, you have to be always polite and to obviously not disclosing any important information. But at the end of the day, that relationship could become potentially a great opportunity for the company. So in our case, we've bought a lot of companies that they were our competitors in the past. So that's the first message that I would tell them. In my case, particularly, I'm super focused on the international expansion and dealing with the supply of a marketplace. You know how important it is for any marketplace to deal with the supply, in this case, the clubs, the padel clubs. tennis clubs, and that's an important stakeholder for us, a really important stakeholder. We were discussing before the chat, and that relationship are the really ones that they have to be focused on the team.
Yep,
for sure.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, my advice here would be, actually, we have had in the past one acquisition offer, and we said no. Actually, a couple of years ago, it was like quite a decent one. And my advice in here is like, you need to be focused on building the company.
Yep.
And that acquisition, the people that can buy you, they know you. They're seeing you. They're screening you. So I don't see what you gain, honestly, spending time with a potential buyer. Not sure. It's like if you really need to build a relationship. With the fund, it's different because it's good if they see the trajectory, but a competitor knows much more about you because you're taking business out of them.
Right.
You're just like, so if it's a buyer, that is a competitor, okay? It's like being strategic, opening a new line. That's a different thing, but I would recommend to keep them focused because at least on our case, any approach has come in a passive way.
Yep, okay. Let's shift to the elephant in the room in every discussion that we're at least having these days, which is AI. You can't talk about anything, it seems, without leading with what's your AI strategy? Are you going to be a winner? You're going to be a loser? Every company I've ever met is going to be a winner, which is intriguing. That's be the first time for any new technology, but I know everyone on the stage and everyone out there is intending to really benefit from AI. And so I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the lessons you guys have taken in the early days here of doing this. And we'll particularly like to start with Juan, because you guys have been an early adopter of using machine learning for a lot of the matching, a lot of the work you've done with matching applicants with jobs. How did you initially start working with machine learning, and how have you adapted that strategy to more specifically target AI into your tech platform?
Reason why we started, we're obsessed about the amount of time that people was at their jobs, the attrition rate, actually. That is the negative part of saying that, actually. We wanted to maximize the way that we're showing jobs into people, and the way to maximize that and the suitability of those jobs into the people, the moment of the truth is, okay, how long this person has been in the job. Because if you get a job through Job and Talent and you're out in 2 days, or in 10 days, or in 30 days, that's a fail for us, okay? So we're obsessed about attrition rate. So we created this algorithm actually using machine learning years ago to maximize the way that we're matching jobs with people. And from 2018, this actually has been better than humans. So the system that we have generates, the people stays longer in jobs when the matching has been created by our machine learning tool than when it's created by or generated by a recruiter, actually. Which is a huge impact for the productivity point of view and for any company that uses us, actually.
Yep, great. Pablo, you guys have done quite a lot of interesting things about trying to match players. Paddle is a very social game, and getting to meet and play with new players you don't know is a really core part of the whole ethos. Talk about how you're starting to evolve that, some of the work you guys are potentially going to be doing about using AI or machine learning to identify talent levels, improve the matching, or anything else you're doing in the company.
100%. Yes, matchmaking is probably the most important part of our value proposition right now. Cities like Milano, Madrid, Amsterdam, it's crazy, the number of people that are playing together. Obviously, AI, apart from becoming a huge thing for boosting productivity or efficiency, could play an important role with that. I mean, for us, this algorithm is simpler than Juan's in the sense of it's just considering a limited number of factors for setting up the level and modifying it. But of course, we see room for using this text for improving the user experience itself. It's the core of Playtomic right now. It's matchmaking. It's the leveling. It's the way that we put together people on the court.
Yep.
So, yes, we're going to explore it for sure.
Great. Well, we've got about 2 minutes left. We'll finish with a little bit of a speed round here. You have to answer in 1 sentence or less, and there's no counterpoints if you don't agree with what the other person says here, just to set the ground rules. But first question, Pablo, who wins in a game between you and Juan in paddle?
Pablo, 100%.
He wins.
Juan, who wins between the two of you in tennis?
I don't know.
Playtomic says that I have better
I've never-
line,
I've
but no,
never played.
he's a better player. He's a better player.
I will doubt about it. I will doubt about it. I will doubt about it.
1-1.
Okay. Pablo, if you played left-handed and I played right-handed, would I win a point?
Well, the opposite, because I'm left-handed.
Oh, there we go. That's just bad research by the presenter here.
No, you win.
I would-
you win.
I
You
would-
win. You
oh,
win.
Clearly.
If I play with the right hand, you win for sure.
Okay. Well, I don't think so. Do you use job and talent at all at Playtomic?
Well, actually, we hired two of the most brilliant sales reps, thanks to Job and Talent services in the past, 2018 maybe. We were sharing the same building. We were working at the same place, so we had fun. So I can say that my company at least has used Job and Talent services.
Great.
That's right. I use a lot, Playtomic.
Yes.
I know.
You're all over the site, so we could see
He
you.
wants to change the level, actually.
Juan, if you hadn't started Job and Talent, what type of business would you be running right now?
Something related to health tech.
Pablo?
I would say mental health. Yeah, I love that things. And yeah.
Spanish startup in the room or somewhere around the ecosystem you're most excited about?
Cover manager, maybe?
Tax down.
Okay. If you had to delete all of the apps on your phone and could keep one, what would it be? One?
WhatsApp.
Upload?
I love Whoop, I love Calm, but Spotify is a one.
Spotify.
Definitely.
Okay. What would be the first tech IPO out of Spain in this next cycle?
No answer from my side. No. Juan, you know much more than I.
Your CFO is in
about
the
IPOs
audience,
and
so,
things.
Sorry, that captures like, I don't know.
Okay,
Sorry.
we got two politicians up here.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'd like to thank Pablo and Juan for sharing their experiences, really inspiring stories, and clearly a lot more to come from both those companies and some lessons to be learned, hopefully, from everyone in the audience. So thanks for your attention. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Great job.
Wonderful stuff there. Muchísimas gracias to Matt, Pablo, and Juan making it through the Madrid traffic. Absolutely great. Okay, my dear friends, we're now going to do a little bit of a room changeover, and this means we need the front row free for our rock star jurors who are going to join us right now and make the difficult decisions of the day, because we are moving on to the last track in the South Summit Startup Competition. Just a little reminder, if you haven't already, please do install the South Summit app. It's a way to connect, to make meetings, to build your professional network and access all kinds of cool content, which is live streaming. And also, please do share the love. We need to spread the word about how awesome South Summit 2023 is. So please, take some photos of our amazing pictures on stage, share them on your social media channels, and tag South Summit because they are everywhere. And use the hashtag South Summit 23. South Summit 23. And if I'm in any of the photographs, please feel free to use all of the filters. Thank you very much. If we haven't met already, my name's Oisin Lunny. I help great people, organizations, and companies tell their best stories through podcasts, digital experiences, and emceeing awesome events like South Summit right here in Madrid. If we haven't connected already, please send me a request on LinkedIn and we will be friends for life. Okay, we're going to move on to the next section of our startup competition. It's connectivity and data. It includes data and analytics, cybersecurity, software development, connectivity, telecom and IT services, and security and defense startups. And it's all about how entities are connected in the network, ensuring and dealing with enormous volumes of data fast and efficiently. So it's super important for all of our connected modern lives. Okay, just a little reminder, each of the startups has 3 merciless minutes to pitch and impress our amazing panel of judges here who are going to be evaluating them in real time based on the following 5 criteria: innovation, scalability, team, viability, and that all-important investability. Show me the money. Okay, so our jury is really a who's who of the sector. We are so grateful to have them here. Now, disculpe, mi español es un poquito fatal, so I'm going to do my best with the names, but please forgive me if I get a little bit off. I'm going to welcome to our VIP front row from Caixa Capital Risk, Aleix Perez, from CIA Ventures, Borja Rosales, from MasterCard, Cristina Nieto. We've got Damien Balsan from Conejo Ventures and GED Capital. We've got Elena Alcantara from BBVA. We've got Elena Gil Lizosoin from Telefonica Tech. We've got Gonzalo Borges from 33N Ventures. We've got Jaime Gil Delgado from Swan Lab. João Diaz from Armiar. Joel Van Dijk from Begin Capital, Jose Luis Gomez from Bullnet Capital, from Endesa we've got Juan Martin, from Mutua Madrileña we've got Miguel Angel Alamo, from Adara Ventures we've got Nacho Sanchez, from Earlybird we've got Nina Meyer, and rounding off our power trio, we've got Pablo Fernandez from OpenVO Mobility, Paloma Mas Pellicer from Plug and Play, and Roger Almuni from Sabadell Venture Capital. My dear friends, I hope I pronounced those names almost right. Please give our VIP judges a big round of applause. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. So not only are they evaluating our startup pitches in real time, they're making the difficult decisions how to mark them against that 5 criteria. But as you will see, my dear friends, at the Next Big Thing stage, they are really coming up with the most ingenious and insightful questions. And this is where you get a glimpse into their expertise, because they're looking for that gap in the proposal, and really, you know, they're trying to find a way to work with our pitches. So this is not only about winning, it's about impressing the judges, establishing these incredible business connections for their future. It's such a big deal, and we are seeing the creme de la creme here today. So speaking of which, we are now going to invite number 1, our first pitcher in this category of connectivity and data, to the Next Big Thing stage here at South Summit 23. They are from beautiful Spain. We're all so happy to be here. The country is Aritium, and Aritium is transforming how hospitals and healthcare organizations operate all over the world by leveraging IoT and AI. That sounds like a fabulous combination. It's our first pitch of the day, so we want you to give him a very big welcome. Please welcome to the stage the co-founder and chief analytics officer of Aritium, Andres Esteban. Thank you.
So, hello, my name is Andres Esteban, co-founder of Aritium. Well, hospital and healthcare organizations are under huge pressure as a consequence of increase of demand and shortage of resources. However, professionals, care and non-care, spend most of the time on administrative or non-value tasks. So it's clear that it's necessary to provide solutions and tools to help them to care more and more patients with the same or even less resources. So if we are using the technology in all the industries, why not in the healthcare sector? So for that reason, in Aritium, we have developed our own platform, the Aritium platform, based on IoT and also an AI to offer global AIoT solution to the hospital and healthcare solution to automate different manual processes, to making better use of the resources, and allowing professionals to have time for more value tasks. For example, we have a solution to automate the measure of vital signs for patients who are in hospitalization using an IoT device and integrating in real time to our platform the data. So on this way, nurses don't have to perform these tasks and they have time for other processes. So at the end, we are providing 3 key benefits: improve the professional and patient experience, increase the reliability of the hospital, no human mistake, and save time, so save money. The global smart hospital market is estimated to have $60 billion, and our goal is to have a 0.03% of that market. To do that, we are offering our solution as a SaaS, and we have a very clear strategy to go to market. First, we develop in co-creation the solution with the final user to cover real needs. After that, we industrialize those solutions to be ready for the market, and finally, we are offering the solution directly or through partners. From our foundation, on September 2021, we are present in 4 countries, and we have 50 deployments. And also, we are able to process 300 key messages per day. And to 2025, our goal is expand our solution to the rest of the world and include our solutions to the home patient telemonitoring. The founders team is composed by Sandra Gonzalez, a CTO and who has a previous exit, Ángel Colau, a CEO, with more than 10 years experience in technology and healthcare, especially in digital health, and myself, a CAO with more than 4 years experience in IoT and also data science projects in the healthcare sector. So, well, in Aridium, we believe this transformation is possible. This transformation to change the works in the healthcare sector around the world. So if you want to be part of this transformation or if you want to be more information, here is my contact, and thank you very much for your attention, and enjoy the event. So, well.
Okay, you hold on to that. Muy bien. I like this shirt as well. Little skull and crossbones. Nice detail. Okay, that was Aridium from Andres Esteban, our first pitch of the day. But the big question is, do our judges have any questions? If you do have a question, just hold up your hands. And we have 2 Olympic-trained athletes on either side of the bench who will sprint and give you that microphone. And you can drop your question onto the stage for any of our pitchers. Now, sometimes it does happen. Oh, no, we do have a question already. If you could introduce yourself to the room, my friend. Thank you. Is a mic on? Yes, we are. We're good.
Hello.
Yes, muy bien.
Gonzalo Borges from 33M Ventures. I understood that there is some dependency on hardware. My question is, how dependent is the solution on the hardware part? If at any point in time it could be hardware agnostic as well?
Yes, so first, thank you for your question. And yes, we are agnostic for the hardware. We don't manufacture our own hardware because we need to be agile to answer the question of the customer, to develop solution quickly, to cover real needs. And for that reason, we have a network of partners that provide us different type of hardware, different sensors, different actuators, and so on, to cover those needs. So.
Great stuff. Brilliant question. We have another one straight away. Thank you. Oh yeah, if you could introduce yourself, the mic is up. Thank you.
Just an additional question. So, in many of the cases in the health tech area, you have quite compliance questions regarding the data. How do you tackle that?
Okay, so it's clear that in the healthcare environment it's very sensible, the data, and that we are doing is develop IoT, private IoT networks in the healthcare organization, and the patient data don't go out for the hospital networks. Always are inside, so it's no problem. We can develop our platform on premise.
Fantastic. And we've no more questions, I'm afraid. It's a maximum of 2. You've got to get your hands up early. So once more, my friends, join me in thanking Andres Esteban from Aridium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great stuff. Yeah, much as I would love for more questions from the jury, we've just got to go with the first 2. This goes by. I will look out for you the first the next time. Okay, now, my dear friends, we are going to move on. We're going to stay in Spain, and we're going to meet a company called iGlue. I hope I am pronouncing that right. It sounds very intriguing. It's explainable and intuitive AI that provides high-value business insights to support decision-making. That sounds absolutely brilliant. Please join me in giving a huge round of applause to their CEO. He is Ignacio Gutierrez Peña. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. I'm going to introduce you 2 platforms. First, the first one is the AI has 2 major problems. One is that it's a black box. It explains nothing about how it decides. And the second one is that usability is very complicated unless you have knowledge of programming and statistics. iGlue has developed a platform which solves both problems. First, it's a complete explainable AI solution. And second, it's a business intelligence platform which allows any user to work with the data in order to obtain value business insights. There are more competitors in the market doing explainable AI, but none of them include the business intelligence platform. it's any company doing AI for decision making is a target for us. For instance, if critical processes like a pharma company doing drug discovery with our product, researchers can reduce drastically the time to market and cost of drug or vaccine. Also reputation, also for transparency. Here it's very interesting because European Union is going to pass a regulation in the coming months in order that all the AI making decisions with humans to be explainable. At this moment, our platform will have a demand, will boom the demand. Okay, second platform. It's a platform for how many companies need to search, consult, or extract data from documents without formal structure, such as PDFs, emails, webs, audios, and so on. Okay, these are repetitive tasks, time-consuming, make many errors, and you have to dedicate many resources. iGlue has developed a platform which process, understand, and generate text. It's different to any other generative AI platform in the market because our platform processes thousands or millions of documents at the same time with the result in real time. This is the ROI of this platform is very high. I'm talking about a call center doing Q&As also. Which is the business model? It's for the first platform, subscription is plug and play, the scalability is very high. Second one, it needs initial support, and the scalability is also high. Founders, we cover both sides, the side of the technical and business, which is really important for this kind of business.
I'm so sorry.
No, okay, we have finished.
Yes. Okay, that was the last slide anyway. Fantastic. Big round of applause, Ignacio.
Thank you.
Gutierrez Peña, fantastic. CEO of iGlue. Now, do you know what? Sometimes we have a curveball here just to keep everyone on their toes. That curveball is one question per picture now. That's it. You get one question, and that question belongs to you, my friend.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for your presentation. It's Jaime from Swan Lab. I would like to ask you, what are the verticals you're going to target?
For the first platform, we are very focused in critical processes right now, like pharma, for instance, doing drug discovery, and health, diagnosis, disease diagnosis. So we are focused until the European Union pass the regulation. So at this moment, the demand of the platform will boom because all the algorithms will need to be explainable. All the algorithms making decisions about human beings.
Okay, excellent
and the second platform is more cross because it's for instance for call centers or any company.
Okay, fantastic. We're running a tight ship here today. Okay, thank you very much for that question. Muchísimas gracias, Ignacio from iGlue. Thank you so much. Muy bien. Okay. So we are now going to move on to our next picture. The company name is Build38 Mobile App Security. Our judges are busily tapping their marks in and sending them up to the mothership. We're going to move swiftly on. The country is Germany, and Build38 provides mobile application protection solutions globally. Its technology and services represent the next generation of the strongest app hardening technologies combined with AI that protects mobile apps from known and unknown attacks. Sounds very useful indeed. We're delighted to welcome the COO and co-founder of Build38. Please give it up for Joaquin Fernandez. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I'm Joaquin and welcome to Build38, the security solution for mobile services. Do you know how much time the people spend usually with their phone? 6.5 hours a day. That means that almost everything is or can be done with a mobile device or mobile applications. Mobile applications has become something that is really needed every day of our lives. We don't know even though if they are secure, if they have any issue or running on a device that is totally secure. And a fact of that is that 3 out of 4 fraud cases starts on the mobile devices. And 73% of the applications in the App Store are either malicious or has security flaws measures. But we cannot blame the companies that try to bring new applications secure by themselves to the market, because it's really, really hard to achieve that. In fact, a proof point of that is that usually financial institutions that try to get a certification usually need 3 iterations of it. And also 7 out of 10 new healthcare applications fail their certification when they reach the security part. But let's put some numbers on these fraud cases. So right now, the average of last year is $3.9 million for fraud case. And that's a lot of money. And in the market, in the global market of that, it arrives to 5.4 billion. And that's why we are here, because we bring a solution, a mobile security solution that is easy to integrate, that is always up to date, and that works in every phone. As you can see, we slashed the development phase and the certification time by 60%, helping them. We're running 99.9% of the mobile devices currently in the market, and we are always up to date with our continuous threat monitoring and global footprint. We have a SaaS model that helps all the companies to protect their mobile applications and be secure. We are Build 38. We were founded in 2018. We have more than 50 customers around the world, and focusing mainly in 3 continents. We have 3 offices, Munich, Barcelona, and in Singapore, as we also cover part of the Asian market. And we are currently protecting more than 200 million devices, and we have closed in February this year 13 million in a Series A, being one of the biggest one in Spain. We are Build 38, not 39, not 42. I invite you to search these 3 and 4 because it's a little bit tricky for us. And thank you very much. A pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Joaquin. That was fantastic. A very shocking statistic about the healthcare apps as well. Very, very important work. But what did our judges think? We've got one hand in the air, and I will look at for your good selves the next time around. That's your question.
Elena Alcántara from BBVA. And what's the difference between you and your competitors?
Well, we have a mixed model. It's basically we have a big platform. We have competitors that can only have a platform and they just collect information to protect, or has an SDK which basically charges them by whole application. We have a hybrid model where we can charge by user, but also providing security on the phone and on the backend system of it.
Fantastic. And Joaquin making the most of that answer to impress all of the judges. Please give it up to Joaquin Fernandez from Build 38. Many thanks. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you. Great stuff. Okay, my goodness, we've got a high standard today, but I was expecting nothing less. Our judges are putting their points into the lovely iPads connected with the mothership, and we will be announcing the winner in due course. We are going to stay in the beautiful country of Germany for our next startup pitcher. The company's name is Cellgrid, and they help organizations to make efficient and sustainable location decisions. Sounds very interesting. Please join me in giving it up for the CEO of Cellgrid, Michael Malkin. Thank you.
What's the best place to invest in property, to expand your charging network, or to increase your sales? At Cellgrid, we deal with the question, what's the best place for your business? To answer this question today, people would need first to collect the data across dozens of different sources. They would need to somehow check the quality of the data. Then they would need to harmonize all these different formats into one single representation to work with it. And in the end, they would still need to manually search the map for the best locations. This is a very cumbersome process, and in fact, most time in location analysis is only spent on data preparation. And in fact, that's a cross-industry problem, since nearly every offline industry needs to somehow optimize its location decisions. We have started with real estate because the data generated there can be reused very well in other markets, if we think about pricing layers or building footprint data. So what we can do to solve the site selection problem is to provide the location search engine, a tool where users can simply input their criteria and instantly get the best locations out for their project, if we think about demographics, nature, or infrastructure. So in the case of an investment in residential property, people would probably need areas that are green, that are quiet, that have a low risk of natural hazards, and so on. And our system could immediately suggest them the best locations to invest in. So why wasn't that done before? We believe that searching the Earth is a crucial asset, but we see that, in fact, most companies tend to provide a do-it-yourself toolbox. So a platform where users can perform any analysis they like, but the problem here is that often users just don't know what they actually need. So in contrast to that, we provide a straightforward workflow. Simply type your criteria, and some intelligent algorithms return the best locations for your particular use case. Also, we don't work at the district-level resolution as many others do, but we work at a resolution of up to 30 by 30 meters, which allows detailed analysis at a single building footprint. We estimate that there are 18.4 million yearly real estate location analysis happening worldwide, 1.4 million of them in Germany, and if we would assume a market share of 20% in the next years, that would lead to 280K real estate location analysis being processed by our systems. If we now take these 280K and take our validated pricing of 120 euros per valuation, that would lead to a revenue of 34 million, and I recall that's only in real estate. Today, we are in the beta testing phase. We are working with 4 of the largest real estate companies in Germany who already expressed the willingness to pay for our data. We will launch the product in the next months, and our aim for the end of the year is to acquire our first 100 customers, after which we plan to scale into other countries. We are currently 3 persons. Anna is our CTO. She's an expert in geospatial data science, coming from top European institutions. Daniel has a background in business informatics. He's our COO. And me, myself, I'm a geospatial software engineer as well. We are CellGrid. We make the Earth searchable. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. That was a crisply delivered presentation. I love it. We have a question already. The one question belongs to, yeah, I think it's probably, if you start, it'll work.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. Good.
Hi, this is Borja from Seya Ventures. Thanks for that. My question to you would be, what are your data sources other than open source? And also, how do you compare to someone like Carto?
Against Carto was the second question, yeah? Just to get it correctly, yeah, sure. Yes, currently we use mostly open data sources. So currently the value that we create is aggregating these sources, but we are working on AI algorithms that would be trained on real use cases and would suggest the best locations. And that would be the benefit that we bring. It would be kind of a recommendation engine. And comparing to Carto, for example, or other services, is, as I said, they usually provide a toolbox. So you get a platform, you can do whatever you like, but often people just want to get instant answers. And that's what we are doing. So just type your criteria, and our kind of recommendation engine returns the best location for your project.
Fantastic. And that is all the questions we have time for. Brilliantly answered. A great presentation. Michael Malkin from CellGrid. Give it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great stuff. Dankeschön. Okay, we're now going to move over to gorgeous Mexico for our next pitcher. The company is Delta Protect, and they simplify and automate cybersecurity and compliance for tech startups and SMEs. And I'm delighted to introduce to the stage their co-founder and CEO. Give it up for Santiago Fuentes.
Hi everyone, nice meeting you. My name is Santiago Fuentes and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Delta Protect, where we simplify and automate cybersecurity and compliance. The problem is huge. Since the pandemic started, cyber attacks have increased 400% worldwide. But the main problem is that startups and SMEs have a lack of knowledge, time, and economic resources to address cybersecurity threats and compliance on a continuous way. We started the company 4 years ago as a cybersecurity and compliance Mexican startup, providing accessible and friendly solutions for startups and SMEs. In the past 4 years, we have worked with over 150 companies, ranging from micro startups to unicorns in 15 different industries in 7 countries: Mexico, Chile, Colombia, Argentina, Venezuela, and Miami in the US. We created Apollo, an affordable and friendly B2B SaaS platform that helps companies automate and simplify their daily cybersecurity and compliance posture. What it does, we have 3 main axes. The first one is focusing into cybersecurity, automating vulnerability analysis in all of the tech stack of our customers and on their cloud. The second one, we're focusing on human risk, aware, train, and fish your employees in order for them to be more resilient. And the third one, focusing more into compliance. With Apollo, our platform, you can create, manage, and implement cybersecurity policies and manuals for complying with third-party requirements or any international framework. These are the three main accesses we're covering with Delta. These are a few screenshots from our platform. We can cover that later. We're one of those rare companies that saves you both time and money. With Apollo, our platform, it's 6 times cheaper than having an in-house security team, and it's 3 times faster to achieve a cybersecurity framework and compliance. Our business model is super simple, an annual commitment with monthly or annual payments, starter plus basic and enterprise. Our traction, as I mentioned, we've been out in the market for 4 years. 150 customers. This year, we expect to have $2 million in annual recurrent revenue. We bootstrapped for the first 3 years. We have a CAGR of 150%. From an idea, now we're a team of 30 full-time employees. Beginning of last year, we raised a pre-seed round in order to build and launch Apollo. And right now, we're certifying in cybersecurity more than 2,000 employees of our users. Our team, cybersecurity experts, Juan Jose, our CTO, certified ethical hacker, Jorge and Lorenzo, with more than 25 years of experience working in Latin America. We're raising our seed round. We're starting in July to fundraise. And well, why Delta Protect? Cybersecurity is a hot and growing industry. Regulation is increasing, not just in Latin America and in Mexico, where I'm from, but also in Europe. We know how to bootstrap, and we have proven ourselves to have a sustainable growth and profitability. Hackers don't care if there's an economic downturn. Threats and cyber attacks will continue. Cybersecurity and compliance is not a nice-to-have, it's a must-have. And I'm excited to share with you our international expansion to Spain. Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Muy bien. Gracias, amigo. Landed that plane right on time. We've got one question from, yes, thank you so much. If you could introduce yourself to the room.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Joel from Begin Capital. I was wondering, you're currently active in Latin America, and you want to grow towards Europe. So cybersecurity is a very crowded market. What would be your one product feature that if you pitch me as a startup in Europe, why I should choose for you instead of the 20 other competitors?
Right now, super interesting question. And I would say there's a lot of competitors, not just here in Spain, but also in Europe. But I do believe as for startups, we truly understand their needs and their pains in terms of technology. With our platform, instead of using traditional cybersecurity solutions, we integrate to all of the tech stack, the APIs, if they're on Amazon Web Services, if all of your technology is automated on our platform to detect vulnerabilities.
Fabulous questionnaire, and that is all we have time for. A big round of applause, please, for Delta Protect. Thank you. Okay, and you see there exactly why these judges are here. Their questions are spot on. They absolutely fill in all the details if any was missing. Now we are going to move on to our next fabulous pitcher. They are from beautiful Spain, and this is a very intriguing company. The name is EarthPulse, and they provide satellite data analytics. They make it faster and easier for better decision making. That sounds great. We're delighted to welcome the CEO of EarthPulse. Please give it up for Laura Moreno. Thank you.
Hello, this is Laura Moreno, EarthPulse CEO. At EarthPulse, we provide satellite data analytics easier and faster than anyone. So why? Climate change and financial risks that it's posing, it's exponentially rising. And the current methodologies aren't really enough. So we often think in huge events, but really small events like this one have a huge financial impact for its locals. There is, however, an untapped opportunity in satellite data, which is big, it's global, and it's completely unexploited. But how do you think that risk looks like from space? This is the same, flooding, seen from space. And that's what we do, satellite analytics made easy. We create pulses, which are indicators to score vulnerabilities, risk exposure, and also to calculate the impact. Fast mapping, really calculating fast. And so we do that with SPY. SPY is satellite processing by artificial intelligence. which has a custom model, data fusion enables continuous learning. But SPY has also, like ChatGPT, AI in the query layer, so you can query to SPY, hey, how did flooding affect my schools during last year? And then you get it. And that's satellite analytics made really, really easy. So our market for the indicators, for the pulses, is insurance and utilities, because they are the ones digitalizing now really, really fast. But for SPY, there is also a growing market, the data analytic market, which is big now, but it's going to be huge in the next years. For the go-to-market, we are now gaining traction with the pulses in the insurance and utilities market with a SaaS model, B2B, and all outbound, and paving the way for SPY and its data analytic market with a product-led growth strategy. Our differentiation comes in usability, or with this usability, we're going to be the most usable SaaS in the market, like a plug for satellite data analytics for experts and non-experts, for everyone. This is a team, myself as a CEO, which I'm EO expert, satellite data expert, and former European Space Agency staff, and Juan, which is the AI guy, that is my co-founder and CTO, and a wonderful team of data scientists, salespeople, financials, etc. Funded in 2020, we're wrapping now our first round, and we've always been a bit that positive. So if you have any doubt or want to talk to me because you're interested, please don't hesitate. Thanks a lot for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias, Laura. That was great. OK, we have a question already. Yes, my man. Thank you so much.
Hi, yes, Damien Balson from Connexo Ventures, GD Capital. So question really about the revenue. So just want to understand how can your revenue take off, because 6,000 euros in MRR is still fairly low for something that should be able to take off pretty quickly. And so then the competition behind that.
During the first years, we have been developing all the software, which is SPY, and selling just the indicators and gaining traction with the indicators. Now, by the end of this year, we're going to put in the market SPY, which is a different product, and it's a software, as I said, product-led grow, with a very low ticket and a very big market. And so we hope, because we are already introduced in the channels, that thanks to SPY, we ramp up with the revenues.
Fabulous. A great question, a perfect answer, my dear friends. Please give it up one more time for Laura Moreno from EarthPulse. Thank you.
Thanks.
OK, just a little reminder, share the love, share the excitement on social media. Tag South Summit, use the hashtag SouthSummit23. We're going to move immediately on for our next startup. Joining us from the UK, the company name is Flock.io, and it combines machine learning with blockchain to create a unique platform with privacy and interoperability. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the CEO of Flock.io, Jia Hao Sun. Thank you.
All right, my name is Jia Hao Sun, and CEO of Flock. So at Flock, the problem we're targeting is about data privacy. So we know due to regulation issues and also business competitions, it's hard to share data between different entities, right? I don't want to share mine with you, or because of my privacy, I don't share that, right? So that creates data silos. But we all know the fact that machine learning models can only be better if there are completeness of data that they can train on. That's why we have our solution, Flock. Flock is actually a pun. It's a combination of federated learning and blockchain, so Flock, right? So federated learning, as a term, it's an emerging technology in AI. It means that your data doesn't have to leave your entity, but we can still train a model together collaboratively. However, traditionally, if you heard of this term, Google did it before, right? It trained your typing habits, and then collaboratively with all the machines, and they claim that they don't leak your privacy. But in this traditional way, you have to believe Google don't be the evil, right? How can we do that? I don't know. That's why we have blockchain in, so that we don't need to have this trustworthy third party. Everyone on the network consensusly form this distributed security. That's our solution. And we funded last year and raised $2 million USD, and also we input a lot in our research. We published our paper in New RIPS, which is the top AI conference without one of, and won the best workshop paper award last year. And we showed the decentralized federated learning is actually more efficient compared to the centralized way. And we call this research domain, guess what? Flock. Right. And also, we built our testnet on Ethereum, and we have our paid customers in healthcare for glucose monitoring, and also in DeFi, where we combine their real-life credit score to their own chain privately. And also now we're building a large language model fine-tuning platform where everyone can use their private data without leaking their private data to fine-tune a model that can be your private assistant, without worrying about your privacy. So yeah, and as a business, our charging model is simply by network fees, or in Web3 term, gas fees. And those gas fees will become rewards to people who provide data passively, and for those who contribute the computation, right? And as for our team, everyone's from Oxford, and even our investor holds a PhD in Oxford. So it's basically a proof that we do have that vision in this area for innovation. Oh, yeah, that's pretty much it. So thank you. That's my pitch. And if you are interested, feel free to contact us for research, collaborations, business opportunities, or any strategic future together. Thank you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Jiahao there using every last second of those 3 minutes on the clock. Bonus points for the QR code. Absolutely brilliant. We have one question from our judges. Yes, my man. Thank you. Yeah, mic on, please, folks. Yeah, keep going. Good, thank you.
Okay, this is Alex from Cash Capital Risk. Congrats for the pitch. I'm just curious about why do you decide to choose like blockchain to add the privacy layer instead of multi-party computation or differential privacy or other technologies that are also being used to provide this like security layer in
to all the security layers, right?
Yes.
So there isn't. Essentially, there isn't a competition between different security layer protections, like people talking about ZK for machine learning as well. So what Flock did is a machine learning training framework, just like what maybe OpenAI did for reinforced learning human loop, right? So they use that for evaluation. We use Flock as a framework for training in a decentralized way. So of course, when there comes to new technologies like ZK for machine learning or like other security layers, that's a bonus to our framework. We can add them on. So it's basically like a Lego. We welcome all the new technologies. Thank you.
Fabulous answer. One more time, give it up for Jiahao Sun from Flock.io. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. And a great question there, getting every bit of detail out of our fabulous pitches. Right, we are going to move on to pitcher number 8 from beautiful Spain. The company is Fossa Systems, and they provide global, cost-effective IoT connectivity solutions and satellites for all size of businesses. Sounds very, very intriguing. We're thrilled to welcome to the stage their CEO of Fossa Systems. Please welcome Julian Fernandez. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Julian Fernandez. I'm the CEO at Fossa Systems. So, currently over 80% of the world doesn't have any type of connectivity. Outside of urban areas like Madrid, where we obviously have 3G, 4G, GSM, there's a huge lack of connectivity for millions, hundreds of millions of IoT devices which are being deployed worldwide. Current satellite solutions, which can give connectivity in these regions, are very cost-ineffective and difficult to implement. Take, for example, Starlink, which is aimed at broadband applications. Fossa is deploying a worldwide constellation of little satellites, picosatellites we call them. In fact, this is one of them I brought here. We currently have 13 of these in orbit. We launched this first one in 2019, and they're cell phone towers for IoT, which we place in orbit. With this, we can deliver cost-effective satellite connectivity to existing IoT devices for industrial applications worldwide. Take, for example, a container in the middle of the sea, which can interoperably connect to terrestrial networks and satellite networks. Excuse me. So our current markets are primarily in industrial applications. Primarily in industrial applications such as logistics, such as utilities, such as electricity distribution, water distribution, areas where there's a large distribution of infrastructure in large geographic areas. There you go. Seems like I'm having trouble here.
We advance the slide manually.
There you go.
There we are. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
great.
God.
So very large corporates which usually have assets deployed worldwide. Regarding the business model which we're following, Fossil Systems is distributing SaaS-type connectivity via these satellites. So we charge per message, per user which is connecting with this device, and we don't develop the devices ourselves. So we're interoperable with existing devices which are deployed worldwide. We deliver the SaaS connectivity at a pay-per-use model with the constellation as the centerpiece of our infrastructure. So regarding case studies and some of our customers, we've had around $1 million in revenues. We're primarily working with large corporates in agriculture and utilities and logistics, and also working into national security and defense. We were founded in 2020. We're currently a team of over 20 engineers with over 40% of women from all over the world, highly qualified employees, both in engineering and marketing and sales. So why FOSSA? We're an easy-to-use and integrate technology. We're delivering worldwide global connectivity. We have a portfolio of customers worldwide. We've been in pilot projects, but we'll now be deploying commercially starting in the next couple of months. We're actually launching 4 new satellites next week with SpaceX. And we're delivering this end-to-end solution to connect hundreds of millions of devices worldwide in these industrial applications. Thank you very much.
Wonderful stuff there, Julian. That was fascinating. And this is such a cool little device here. Do we have any questions for Julian or indeed the satellite? Any questions from the judges? That was a great pitch, even with technical issues. Yes, we have a question. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Parama from Black & Bay. Congratulations for the presentation. I would love to know how much satellites you can build in a media, more or less, and how much does it cost to implement those satellites into the area, let's say.
Great question, thanks. So we've sort of reinvented the way of building satellites. When you think of a satellite, you think of a huge device built by Airbus, built by Boeing. We're developing these a bit like a mobile phone, manufacturing hundreds of them at a time in a production chain, so costs have really gone down. We're using commercial off-the-shelf technology. Instead of paying millions for satellites, these are costing 10K, 20K, and we're able to manufacture dozens of them at a time. In fact, last year we manufactured over a dozen, 13 which we launched. Our plan is to get 80 into space by 2025. Thanks.
Fabulous question, great answer, great numbers. Thank you so much. Julian Fernandez from FOSSA Systems. Excellent, thank you. Bonus points for the IRL kind of prop on stage. It's great to see these things. Okay, we are now going to move on to our next picture from a wonderful Germany, a country I've been to many, many times. The next picture is IoT Venture, and they connect mobile assets to the internet and bring your data into business. We're delighted to be joined by the co-founder of IoT Venture. Please give it up for Holger Trautmann. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Being an IoT company, we connect products to the internet and put our clients' data into business. So far, we do this very successfully. We have been awarded by Deloitte for being the fastest growing tech company in Germany over the last 4 years, reaching a revenue this year of about 18 million. How is this possible? From our point of view, it's possible because we tackle real emotional problems on 2 levels. First, you ask yourself, perhaps as an end consumer, where's my cat right now? Or how active and how healthy is my dog? Or you want to get your stolen e-bike back. Today, not possible because not connected to the internet. Companies, on the other hand, that manufacture or sell and rent or insure these assets, they want to know how their product is used. They want to get the data and derive new business. There we come into place and have an integrated solution. We have developed an own hardware, a GPS tracking device, utilizing latest technology, of course. We have an app. We have services around these connected things and assets, and we do the full customer support. And of course, we do the total data intelligence part. So we have an integrated, customized solution. We white label that, and we also have an own brand in the bike sector, which is called It's My Bike. So we get really the bikes back, and we track these dogs in these two verticals, pet tech and e-mobility. The total addressable market is, of course, huge, as you can imagine. I mean, only counting pets or dogs and cats and e-bikes sold per year, you get a huge number. If you multiply that with our business model, which is 50 euros in an average for the hardware and 45 subscription for connectivity services, everything that comes afterwards for 3 years, you come up with a total addressable market of 40 to 50 billion. What comes next? What's the next big thing on this next big thing stage? Is, of course, data. We are just at the beginning to utilize data. We create a huge data lake of proprietary data for our clients. We can combine that with public data. We can combine that with partner data. And we can use that for new services, as you can see, crash detection service. We can use that for urban planning, infrastructure planning, where should be a new road for e-bikes, etc. We can tackle health profiles for dogs, for instance. We can go into predictive maintenance and so on. We are becoming profitable this year, and we want to go for a Series A next year. These are the milestones, and we want to reach 100 million in 2026. Thank you.
Fantastic. Absolutely bang on time, my friend. Just brilliant. Just in time for one of our judges, perhaps, to come up with a searching question, or just a question you're personally interested in. Yes, my man, thank you so much. Okay, so this is the question.
Hi, Joel. I had a question concerning the monetizing of your B2C customer in the long term, because I think I saw it was 75 euros, the device, or maybe it's different, but how are you going to monetize them throughout, like, I would say 2-3 years? And what is the main competitor edge compared to, for example, an Apple Tech?
Our business model is to sell to B2B clients, and they have their profession in going for the B2C market then. They utilize different models. We are paid for the hardware, and afterwards we are paid monthly or yearly or even upfront for using the services and the connectivity. That's basically what we do. And we rely on our B2B customers that they are strong in finding the right business model to their end consumers. Our competitive edge is that we really customize for specific solutions. We really go for the service part, for the support part, for the data part. Some of our competitors that are not that much, but some of our competitors go more for the hardware part. We see the hardware more as an enabler for many, many new services in the ecosystem.
Fabulous. What a great question, a great answer as well. My dear friends, please give it up one more time for Holger Trautmann from IoT Venture.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. You can see why the judges are here. The questions they ask are excellent, but they're also here to apply their incredible expertise and mark those finalists accordingly. They're sending their notes and their scores up into the cloud. And our very last pitcher right now is we're ending on a high. They are from beautiful Poland, a country I have ancestors in, believe it or not. And the tagline around Playgineering is a game changer in sports data and entertainment with new generation of AI-based player tracking. Sounds fabulous. My dear friends, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to the CEO of Playgineering. Please welcome Richard Fomratz. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Richard Fomratz, and I'm CEO of Playgineering, the company that created this masterpiece of sports analytics that actually is based just on the insights from the team managers and the coaches about competing solutions where they lack precision and requires manual operation and have many other problems. But the biggest problem actually is they are extremely expensive because they require huge amount of super expensive hardware, 6 to 8 cabinets full with the servers, and that's because their limitation with raw video technology. Instead of that, we have invented our unique software where we are able to track just based on one single server in real time and even more. Thanks to our 5G capabilities, we are the only sports tracking company in the world who can switch to 5G. So very soon, there will be no servers needed at all. So any team, any league, even the schools will be able to afford such a tracking and sports analytic technology, where we put 2 cameras above the field to track the players on the field, 4 cameras on the perimeter to track the numbers on the player jerseys, and then in less than 1 second, we put all those data together and provide valuable stats and analytics in real time for database decisions. We have even more like automated game filming without operators. For 80% of the market still available and uncontested because none of our competitors are able to contest because they are focused only on 20% with rich leagues and teams that can afford their solutions. We are already in ice hockey, basketball, handball, soon in football, and it's extremely well-growing market with teams, leagues, municipalities, and venues that can subscribe for our solutions. The same with scouts and managers. We already well worked in events like World Ice Hockey Championship, France Handball Federation, and many, many more, and got great feedback. We have a great team with excellent background, and our CTO is actually AI superstar. And so let's work together. We are rising now, the pre-seed round, and let's just do the business together. Thank you very much.
Very good, very good. Thank you so much. Okay, that was Plagineering, but in exactly on time. And do we have any questions from our amazing panel of judges? This would be the last question of the connectivity and data competition, or it could be that all the questions were answered in that excellent presentation. That is a possibility. Going once, going twice. We have a question. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering if you could, Nacho from Adara here, could you give us a bit more insight on the round that you're raising at the moment? What is the structure, the round size, and so on, please?
So we are raising 250,000 pre-seed round to be able to finalize with subscription parts and the parts related to the cloud subscription to be able to open the scaling for the rest of the sports world.
Excellent stuff. What a great question to round things off. My dear friends, one more time, a big round of applause for Richard Foamrats and Plagineering.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Awesome stuff. Okay, our judges have captured their thoughts in the iPads. They've had a very difficult decision, but they've made it beautifully, I can tell. So I just want to thank all of our startups who joined us and all of our VIP judges. We really appreciate your time. Can we get a round of applause for all of our competitors and the VIP judges in the front row? Thank you so much for joining us here. Muchísimas gracias, amigos. We really appreciate it. So that was the end of the connectivity and data startup. The winner of this vertical will pass into the final round, and the announcement will take place tomorrow at 3:30, not 12 as I said earlier, 3:30 right here at the Next Big Thing stage. So that is all for now. You are welcome to depart and get some beautiful food here. Join your colleagues and the community for eats, for drinks, and we will see you back here for the health, enterprise and education tracks a bit later. Just a note to do remember that you can contact all of our amazing finalists through the South Summit app. It's available via the App Store and there's QR codes everywhere. It really helps you get the most of the South Summit experience from minute one. Download it right now and crush your goals, to use a little sporting metaphor. It allows you to contact every single attendee on the app, schedule your agenda and access the VIP meetings. Okay, my friends, buen provecho, bon profit. I will see you all for lunch. Muchísimas gracias. Hasta pronto.
Hello, 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 good afternoon. We can do this. You know, I'll tell you something. Yesterday I was here getting my stuff and I brought my daughter with me. And we saw different stages. And the first thing she said when we were back, she was like, Daddy, I must tell you, your stage is the coolest. Isn't this the coolest stage? Yeah. There you go. Well, my name is Alex. Pleasure being with you one more year. And it's fantastic to be back at South Summit 2023 with the new startup competition. And we're going to be talking about different 3 verticals this afternoon. Remember, this is an international and national competition. I'm actually one of the judges that filters all the stuff that comes from all over the world. And I find something quite interesting and striking, which is you'll see that even though we have actually more projects from outside Spain, there's certain verticals that where we have a lot more projects from Spain and others that we have a much more international presence. So it's quite interesting to see the trends flowing around. Remember that we are going to give 5 different awards as every year. So best team, most scalable startup, most disruptive startup, most sustainable startup, and of course, the global winner at South Summit 2023. Despite that, startups, even though you might not win, just being here, it's already a big deal. So big applause for them for being here. I know they're normally very nervous, but these are nice people, I promise you. They're going to treat you well. Quick reminder, if you haven't downloaded the app, that's the way you can contact everyone. And by everyone, I mean also the startups. Because after they come here, I always get someone coming to me saying, hey, do you have the contact of this startup? We want to invest in them, okay? Well, you can contact them through the app. As I said, 3 tracks this afternoon, health, enterprise, and education. Rules, as always, as every year, 3-minute pitch, sharp. I have to be the evil guy that comes here and push you out. We're going to take 2 questions from the judges, and you're going to be judged in innovation, scalability, team viability, and investability. And with that, I want to ask for a big applause for our humongous jury, because it's like really incredible. I think we're beating some kind of record this year. So please give me, I don't know where each one of you are, but I'll call your name, applause. You can, everyone else, you can just keep applauding because it's going to be pretty long. So, so please give me an applause to Andrea Cabanillas from Adara Ventures, big applause. Ruth Sanz from AstraZeneca. Laurent Arens from Bank Sabadell. Jorge Fernandez Quesada from Bunded Capital. Johannes Blasch from Comstorm Ventures. Leandro Segman, Chemo Group. Come on, we can do it. Julio Sanchez from Thimfa. Domingo Alberto from Distrito Digital, Gustavo Caranta from Endesa, Carlos Fernandez, Ewa Capital, nearly there, Sara Pedraz, GlaxoSmithKline, Mr. Owen Joe Haslam from IE, Isabel Córdoba Caudal, Anne Rambo from Calla Impacto, Marta Calderón from Mirth Aesthetics, Santiago Medirichaga, got it right? Yes, there you go, big applause for Santiago from Mondragon Corporation, Joseph Husais from Red River West, Ruben Gonzalez from Segur Caixa Deslas, 3 more, we can do this, Robin O'Brien, Sirona Ventures, Micaela Martelli from Telefonica, and Oriol Juncosa. Where are you, Oriol? No, it's not Oriol, where's Oriol? No Oriol. Well, our beautiful friends from White Peak Partners, big applause to our judges. I feel like I just did a pitch or something. And with this, startups, are you ready? Yes? That's where you say you're born ready. Are you ready? Born ready, there we go. So we're flying, we're staying here in Spain with a company, actually I've seen them several times. To talk about this issue, you all know that the global demography, we're getting older and older, we're getting more injured. But the amount of resources that we have in the healthcare system are dwindling every year. So it's getting extremely difficult to get people to recover when they have issues. Specifically, all the stuff that has to do with physiotherapy is not easy to scale. Well, what we're going to see today here with the first company is precisely how can we automate 100% of physiotherapy remotely through AI without any human intervention. So please welcome our first speaker, our first startup from Spain, Ignacio Vega, CMO of Physify.
Hello, I'm Nacho Vega, the CMO of Physify, and I'm very glad to be here. Thank you for being here. We want to present you the problem that we have right now. There's over 2 billion people suffering from muscle and skeletal pain worldwide, and the current physiotherapy services are outdated. They cannot even handle the demand. So now we are proposing to offer a new service that's fully autonomous, working with artificial intelligence. And actually, we want to improve and make it everything easy, fast, efficient, and 100 times more affordable. The way we do it is thanks to Aria. That's the first virtual physiotherapist that works with artificial intelligence and requires no human intervention whatsoever. The way it works is first, we have to go through an initial assessment. It's based on very simple questions and very simple physical movements just to determine how are you feeling. Based on that information, Auria generates a completely personalized exercise just for you, just for recovering one day after another, and it will adapt to how you evolve, right? Then once you have the program, the best part is actually the computer vision algorithms. So she will be able to see how you perform the exercises in real time, monitoring each one of your movements and providing you feedback on how to perform them correctly. Regarding our competitors, what they do is actually they create a platform to connect physiotherapists with people, so you still need the doctor. On the other side, we follow the Tesla way, providing an artificial intelligence powered service that's fully autonomous. But you might be thinking, does this type of treatment work? We actually launched a pilot program with Generali, and we found that 96% of the users improve after 10 sessions. Moreover, the customer satisfaction was an outstanding 9.1 out of 10, and the recovery was reduced by up to 50%, depending on the type of injury. Simultaneously, we reduced the cost by 20 to 25% for the insurer. But what's more outstanding is that the adherence to our program is 3 times greater than that of conventional treatments. As you can see, we've been steadily growing quarter after quarter. We currently have more than 40,000 patients, and we raised more than 1 million from investors in order to continue developing our vision. We are proud to collaborate with insurance corporates from all over the world, and some of the biggest ones such as Zurich, AXA, Vodafone, or DEA. And regarding our timeline, recently we were selected as one of the 15 most prominent startups in Europe by Plug and Play. We also won recently the Zurich Innovation Global Championship. And for the near future, we are planning to expand into Mexico by launching a pilot program. And we're also working on launching a pilot program in UK by the end of the year. Thank you so much. Yep.
Big applause. Stay. Okay. Incredible judges. Do we have any questions for our first startup? First one over there. Here we go. Go ahead.
Hello, this is Ruben from Adeslas. My question is about the health outcomes. How do you clinically validate the results that patients can get?
Well, we work with several companies. For example, that one we showed is something that they allowed us to share, generally. We work also with doctors, patients, and we have a complete platform with all the information and the tracking data.
Okay, another question over there. Oh, we have there. Oh, sorry.
First of all, congratulations for the pitch. I have 2 questions in one. One is about the regulatory status, if you plan to become like medical device class A or what is your plan? And the second one is, what makes you exactly different from Kaya Health, Track, or the other proposals, to develop a little bit more?
Okay, so yeah, right now we're working on Mercado C to be able to obtain that certification in Europe. And regarding what makes us different with Kaya Health, I think it's the approach and the way we approach a proactive treatment. So not to develop only by the time you are suffering pain, but also preemptively. And it's available 24/7 anywhere in the world thanks to our approach with artificial intelligence, which also helps. For example, if you go traveling or you have something to do, you don't have to worry about carrying any devices with you, any tracking, and we're always there for you. Thank you.
OK. Well, I think we're out of time. So please, big applause for Ignacio. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're staying in Spain now, and we're going to deal with a challenge that I think most of you here in the judges have experienced, and those in the health industry know very well, which is it's sometimes not enough to have the right compound to get to fix something in the body or with your health. You need to make sure that it reaches the right place at the right moment. Okay, and that is easier said than done, because the body has many ways of interfering with this, including, for example, when we talk about vaccines, being able to deliver it through viruses, lipids. There's many different mechanisms to do that. And one of the hardest things to break is what we call the brain-blood barrier, which is essentially what protects our brain from getting nasty shit in here. Well, some people, that doesn't work well, but that's a different story. And to talk about that, I want to welcome our next startup, all the way from Spain, Gate2Brain, Elena Castillo, the preclinical project manager of Gate2Brain.
Why we should focus on a technology to reach the brain? Because a quarter of us will suffer from a brain disease during our life. There are promising drug candidates for almost all these diseases, but 95% of them fail crossing the BBB that protects the brain. And this fact stops their development and the opportunity for patients. I'm Elena Castillo, and I'm the preclinical project manager at Gate2Brain. At Gate2Brain, we have developed a patented peptide-based technology that helps drugs from different natures to reach the brain. Protein resistance, low antigenicity, and the fact that Gate2Brain technology does not affect the normal function of the BBB are some of the competitive advantages that stands out Gate2Brain in front of the competitors. The first indication that will benefit from Gate2Brain technology are pediatric brain tumors, as it is a clear unmet medical need that would lead to an orphan drug designation, but also because we have access to patient-derived xenograph models of these diseases and Hospital Sant Joan de Déu as a reference hospital as a co-founder. We have recently achieved promising results of the therapeutic efficacy of G2B002 in intracranial xenograph models. We have shown an increase in survival of 43% and a tumor burden reduction of 33% on treated animals. After the phase 1/2A clinical trial, G2B002 will be mature enough to be licensed out to pharma. The potential licensee will be the one bringing G2B002 to the market for IPG and pediatric glioblastoma, and even expanding to adult tumors sensitive to the same drug. The TAM is valued in 4.6 billion euros, considering all the CNS disorders that can be targeted with Gate2Brain technology. And the sum is valued in 215 million, considering total sales in pediatric brain tumors and a 12% market share in adult glioblastoma. Our strategy is to further develop G2B002, reaching a clinical trial in 2025, and then license it. In parallel, and going beyond pediatric oncology, we are actively looking for a co-development to use our technology with the drug candidates of Big Pharma. We are a team with a long experience in peptides, oncology, and drug delivery, as well as business and pharma operations that, working together with our external advisors, dream to cross barriers and bring medicines beyond them. Thank you for your attention and this opportunity.
OK, judges, any question, please?
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to know, how do you feel about potential competition arising, for example, for systems that use ultrasounds to open the BBB?
There are different technologies that use a similar approach as us. They are the ones that use peptides as shuttles, but the main problem is that these competitors don't have optimized the peptide, so our stability in plasma is more than 24 hours, and the competitors is less than 20 minutes. Regarding the ultrasounds, it's an invasive technique, as you don't know exactly where you open and when you can cross the BBB. So it's not really a safe approach at the moment. Thank you.
Okay. Second question, anyone? Any takers?
Okay.
They're afraid of you now.
No, not really.
Your boss, you got them afraid. No? One final question? No? Okay then.
Thank you very
Big
much.
applause. Thank you very much, Elena. Let's try this. Who here uses ChatGPT? Those that are not raising their hand, I don't believe you. Everyone here knows ChatGPT, okay? So there's been a revolution when it comes to AI and a specific field that we call natural language processing, so how machines can understand language. Now, despite the power that we have with other systems, there's still this issue of security. There's still this issue of privacy. How do you get access and process this private information from patients, from trials, and actually make it accessible to the doctors to do many different things? Well, precisely to talk about that and to showcase their technology, I want to welcome our next startup, also from Spain. And ready? So we have the CEO and founder of IOMED Medical Solutions, Javier De Oca.
Thank you, Alex. What an intro. Good energy. Alex was saying this at the very beginning, in the introduction of this session. Healthcare is in trouble, right? We've heard this from many perspectives, demographics, budget, resources in general, quality of care, a variety of problems. I'm here to talk about another very specific one that is equally real, which is data. In healthcare, we're not really using our data as we do in other industries, basically because our data looks like this. This is an example of how information is collected in hospitals. A real example, by the way. Medical records, these are called. What is the problem about this? The problem, obviously, here is that most of the clinically relevant, interesting information about patients is being collected in this format, which means most of it is unstructured. It's siloed. It's not shared among hospitals. It requires manual extraction. It's obviously language dependent. That means that when a hospital wants to do something interesting, wants to evaluate what's going on in the hospital, they need to manually extract that information. It means that something as simple as an observational study gets complicated, gets long, gets expensive, right? But what if every hospital around us would be collecting that data in the same format, in the same language, using the same standards, and communicating to each other? Well, that's exactly what we're doing. Our technology is helping hospitals transform the data that they have already collected and the data that they are daily collecting, transforming it into something structured, scalable, interconnected, interoperable, that helps them interact among each other and actually really use the data. This is already going on, this is already happening. 18 hospitals have already used or are already using our technology, a database that encompasses more than 20 million patients around Southern Europe. Our technology mainly has three components: natural language processing to transform healthcare text data, our federated data system ensuring data security, and finally the standardization of the data. Thanks to our technology, look at the same case we were showcasing at the beginning. Simple, quick, fast, essentially efficient, right? We're just a data broker here, meaning our business model is very simple, very clean. We transform the data, give the world an access to the data, obviously on consent of the hospitals. Simple, clean. We're already building our own products on these data that help us consume that information very quickly, and we have therefore scaled very fast throughout the hospitals in our market and through some of the biggest clients in our field. Currently, we are closing our Series A fundraise and expanding throughout Europe. Thank you very much for your attention. Stole me one slide.
Javier against the clock. Judges, questions, please.
Hi, Javier. It's Johannes from Calmstone Ventures. First of all, awesome presentation. You crushed it. How scalable is this, both in terms of how transferable is it from hospital to hospital? Mm-hmm. Can you easily copy-paste? And secondly, what's the onboarding process like?
I won't lie. No one is going to pitch today here and say, yeah, it's copy-paste in healthcare. It doesn't work like that. It's never that easy. That said, once we deploy in a hospital that is using one particular EHR system, let's say SAP, let's say Cerner, whatever it is, we can rather easily then copy that into another hospital using the same system. It's never going to be like a real copy-paste from one hospital to the other, but the good thing here is we do this once, and that hospital is still ongoing. We just invest once per hospital. And the investment is pretty clean in that sense. It's an ETL process, very simple. Data stays within the hospital. Deployment time between 2-point-something months into 5 months, depending on the hospital. That's pretty quick for the industry, actually. But as said, from that point on, data is available for it to be used mainly by the hospital, but also by external partners. Hopefully, I did cover the question.
One quick question there, the lady.
Javier, thank you for your presentation. What do you need to be the standard in the market in terms of economics and technology?
Well, the cool thing here is we're already using the standard of the market. I don't think I can go back on the slides, but we're using healthcare data standard. It's called OMOP, Common Data Model. Some of you may be familiar with this, but it's basically a common data model that's currently being used in around 300 hospitals around Europe. It's slowly becoming the standard in the industry. So what the cool point here is that once we deploy in one of those hospitals, they can quickly interact with other hospitals using OMOP. The thing is, what we bring to the table in that sense is the combination of OMOP with NLP, with a federated system, and obviously with the data protection measures that we put on the table.
Short, Javier, short.
Oh, yeah. Basically, we're already using the international standard here.
Very good. Big applause to Javier. Thank you very much. And now we're going to talk, there's been a whole revolution in the healthcare industry at many stages, but maybe one that has been making the rounds very noisily is the idea of predictive medicine. What if we could actually track things before they get worse, before they become a problem? And maybe one of the ones that we see dramatically, and it actually happens, for example, to my wife, is dermatology. It's fairly easy. You see your skin all day long, but sometimes it's hard to actually keep track of what's going on. Well, our next startup precisely has a solution that not only tracks, monitors, and predictively diagnose what might be, and allows you to do the triage for your dermatological issues. Please welcome our next speaker from Legit Health, the COO, Tate McCarthy.
Thank you so much, everyone. So I'm very excited to be here. I'm going to speak about a very specific area of AI, which is computer vision. We apply that in medicine, but the basic idea is that by using this, any healthcare provider, albeit a nurse or a GP, is able to perform in dermatology with an equiparable experience to that of the most expert dermatologist. And I'm going to start with a case that you may be familiar with, which is this is Mr. Jackman. He is famously a patient of skin cancer, and he has been raising a lot of awareness. So is Alex's wife, which I didn't know about, and so is Kim Kardashian, who suffers from psoriasis. But there's other cases that are not so famous. And I have this example from my grandmother. This is some years ago when I was testing the prototype of the AI that I was developing. And just by doing a test, I found out that my grandmother had skin cancer. And thanks to that, we found out really quickly and basically saved her life. And that is a huge problem because there are not enough specialists. There are not enough dermatologists. This is a industry-wide problem, and it's a huge problem. And a really high percentage of the population suffers from skin conditions. A latest study in the European Union says that more than half of the people have complained of a skin disorder in the last year. So it's a huge amount of people suffering, which results in waiting lists of, I have here data for 6 to 12 months, but I'm aware of this being even 2 years in many hospitals here in Spain. So what we're doing is we're using AI that is using images trained with the consensus of the most expert dermatologists. And the right way of thinking about this is the question that we answer is, what makes a dermatologist special? Why are they special? one of the things they can do is this, looking at the image and saying, what does it have? Can you guess? No? Well, this is psoriasis. It's not so difficult, but the thing is that this is not the scarce resource. This is done by us with a very high performance, but also other companies. The problem would be, how much psoriasis do they have? This is way different, and we are leading this efforts worldwide. And this is how we are able to put the key knowledge that dermatologists have in the hands of the people at the beginning of the health process. Put all of that in the hands of the GPs and the nurses so they can do most of what the dermatologists can do because they don't have enough knowledge. The team is basically technical, but you also have doctors who are part of our shareholders in the company, doctors who are experts in different areas, and we actually have one of them here, Dr. Ana Sanchez-Largo with psoriasis. And it's a solution that has one in all for dermatology, even wound care and even facial palsy, for more than 232 conditions. So this is very widespread. And this is why so many customers are trusting our solution, and we have invoiced already more than 600K euros. And we have secured already 2.5 million from a 4 million round. So let's put the key clinical knowledge where it's most needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ty. Judges?
Thanks. Again, Marta Calderon, Innovation Manager from Earth Aesthetics. First of all, thank you. I'm thrilled to be here as a part of a jury learning from so many innovation ideas. And I wanted to ask you which KPIs, 2 or 3 do you consider like the main ones for to measure the success and the growth of your business?
There is one that is very powerful, which is increase in the adequacy of referrals. And we increase the adequacy of referrals 27%, meaning that the patients that shouldn't be going to the specialist don't go, they're handled in primary care, and the ones that should go quicker. So it's a very powerful metric. Very good question.
Judges, another question? Anyone? There you go.
Thank you. I would like to know, could you elaborate a little bit more on the training process? Because if you're able to diagnose more than 200 conditions, that's kind of difficult, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yes. It's definitely difficult because not only we do the diagnosis, but also the severity measure. And the diagnosis is actually easier because what you need is the data set of images and their correct diagnosis. But for the severity measure, that's way more complex. That would mean looking at a patient of psoriasis and measuring the intensity of each clinical sign. So saying erythema from 0 to 4, 4. Desquamation from 0 to 3. So to do that, we have to acquire data set from clinical validations and then have experts saying their own estimation for each of the clinical sign and then training with the consensus. And this is a whole different game than the diagnosis, but indeed, yeah, very difficult. Yeah.
Okay, and with this, please, big applause.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ty. The next startup, I must confess, you always have some that touch you closer. But this one is I think it's a company that's very special for several reasons. First one, it touches women's health, which is one of those fields, especially gynecology, which you don't see that much advancement. Now, the second part is it tackles something that I think nearly everyone has heard before, which is liquid biopsy and the capacity to be able to detect things earlier. When it comes to gynecology, there's a big gap between the way we are trying to detect diseases for women and how long it takes and how intrusive and hurtful it becomes. Now, what if I told you that there's a way to do it painlessly and with way more effectiveness? Well, I'll let the experts talk and show you how we do this. So please welcome Marina Rigao, CEO and co-founder of MiMark Diagnosis.
Hello, this is Marina, CEO and founder of MiMark, a company reshaping gynecological diagnostics. Because how much pain a woman needs to suffer for changing this? The woman in this image is having a hysteroscopy. It is painful, it is invasive, and it can tear the uterus to cause hemorrhagia and lead to infection. And together with this woman, there are 50 million women worldwide that suffers from abnormal uterine bleeding every year. which is the triggering event for starting endometrial cancer diagnosis. In developed countries, this is the most common gynecological cancer. But how often does this bleeding actually lead to a cancer diagnosis? Well, in only 1 to 10% of cases. That means so many women will undergo unnecessary diagnostic procedures. Endometrial cancer diagnosis today is based on the observation of tumoral cells in an endometrial biopsy that can be obtained by an aspiration. But for 1 out of 3 patients, the sample contains no cells. And no cells means no diagnosis. And no diagnosis means that we will need to perform the hysteroscopy. So diagnosis today fails because cells are not always available. But what if there is something else, something that mimics the tissue and that it's accessible in a non-invasive manner? Well, the fluid is the way forward. And in MIMAR, we envision that gynecological fluid as the next liquid matrix biopsy in gynecology. As a start with WOMEC, we will change the paradigm in endometrial cancer diagnosis, moving from cells to fluid. Being a minimally invasive and accessible test, WOMEC will help to rule out negative patients safely at home by eliminating the need for performing hysteroscopies. So welcome to WOMEC, which is an IVD based on the assessment of protein biomarkers in the uterine fluid, providing 99% sensitivity. By now, we have our MVP ready for moving into validation, and we expect reaching the market in 2025. As the market opportunity, there is $4 billion market TAM, but most importantly, we have validated the need with more than 200 gynecologists, and 90% has confirmed the need for an improved endometrial cancer testing. And how we will reach this market? Well, we plan to license our IVD to IVD manufacturers so that they can automatize and highly scale our assay into the automatized immunoassay platforms that are running into clinical labs. But you know, that's not all we want to achieve in MIMAR, as we are building this next liquid biopsy, so we will tackle other gynecological needs, such as endometriosis. And all of that is only possible thanks to our committed team. We are a team of 3 founders covering management, science, and medical fields surrounded by top international advisors. And by now, I hope that you like our project as much as we do, and you can join us to help us accelerating safe, accurate, and accessible diagnostics for all women. Thank you.
Mic drop. Great. Okay, judges, questions? I have one there.
Hello, Marina. First of all, congratulations for the pitch. I just wonder if there is any other company that is looking for a similar biomarker or a similar way to improve the diagnosis.
There are other companies looking in the fluid. Most of them, they are looking in the cellular component of the fluid and going through qPCR technologies. So we are looking at the soluble fraction, so no cells are needed. And this is the competitive advantage that we have in comparison with others.
I would say there is so much to improve that it doesn't really matter. Just get things out there. More questions, please, judges.
Hi, it's Johannes from Calm Storm. So we are a fund, we've done around 70 health tech investments in the early stage and over 10 to 15 femtech investments as well. And a third of our CEOs are female. How is it like for you as a female founder to fundraise from mostly male investors? And you know the numbers out there. It's only 2 to 3% of the funding volume in total goes to female founding teams.
Well, I think that there are more and more investors that are now open and willing to invest in female founders company and also femtech companies. So it's not easy, I have to confess, but at the same time we have like a very nice project that we are looking for and fighting for. And as a female founder working for femtech, it's like amazing.
Big applause for Marina. Thank you so much. I have to say, people ask me, this is the best job ever. To get to see these people pitching this cutting edge stuff is an unbelievable job. Anyway, this time we're flying all the way to the UK, and we're going to be talking about something that has been accelerating in the past few years, which is the capacity to do universal genomic screening. So as machines become faster and more accurate in terms of how to do genomic analysis, then we can start applying all our AIs and algorithms to detect different diseases. In this case, we're going to be talking about what we call the silent killer. Anyone? Silent killer? No? The doctors know what I'm talking about. Cardiovascular diseases, okay? The largest reason for death worldwide, okay? And to talk about how we deploy this technology of genomic screening, leveraging artificial intelligence, we have our next speaker. Please welcome Mark Ramon, co-founder of Multiple IA Health.
Thank you, Alex. That was great. It's Multiply Health. And I can't wait to tell you about universal genomic screening. But first, just take a look around you for 1 second. 1 in 3 of us will die of cardiovascular disease. It's the #1 killer on Earth, twice as deadly as cancer. It's not just a male issue. It kills a lot of women as well. And it's the #1 reason for health spending waste in the world due to under- and overdiagnosis. The problem is just that millions of people are at risk without knowing it. We have the case that you have blood pressure and cholesterol as really, really blunt instruments. Doctors just don't have the precision tools to be able to treat and diagnose the problem. That's really, really frustrating for them, and it's really dangerous for supposedly low-risk people like me. What if I told you that precision medicine for cardiovascular disease is just a blood test away? With a single blood draw, we can detect the risks early and intervene before it gets dangerous. Our technology is using next-gen sequencing in a bioinformatic process that's proprietary to basically transform all the data that's embedded in your RNA into this image called a super biomarker. That's really ideal for algorithmic analysis and classification. Universal genomic screening is based on 3 basic pillars. The first is accessibility. It's not necessary to go to a hospital. It's available anytime, anywhere, even remotely. Universal affordability, and this is the most important. Basically, our technology is based on technologies that have unit costs that are dropping exponentially year on year. Once it gets low enough, it'll be affordable for just about anybody on Earth. And finally, if we're going to be really universal, we need to be sustainable, right? And we plan to be net positive. From a competitive point of view, there's 2 things we do differently. One is we use the whole genomic sequence, not just a panel of genes. And we use RNA, not DNA, which is really important for identifying the environmental factors relevant for cardiovascular disease, not just hereditary predisposition. We've made an enormous amount of progress participating in Tier 1 acceleration programs. 2022 was all about clinical trials with partners that are amazing, and we're getting to market this year after having raised a seed round last year to also expand the team. Our team is 20 members of a global diverse team led by a cardiologist who's turned data scientist, a molecular biologist, RNA expert, and 2 entrepreneurs who also have MBAs. We're looking for these 3 things in order to try to turn what we call sick care into the future of healthcare using universal genomic screening. Thank you.
I was like,
it was already at 0.
Yeah, right on time. Okay, question for Mark, please. Judges, Mr. Joe.
Hi there. What's the attitude in the medical community to early screening? You know, traditionally they've waited until you have the problem. Are people embracing that?
It's a great question. I think it's one of the biggest risks that we're de-risking. So there's a company called Grail that came out with a product in the just recent years to do this for cancer with a liquid biopsy like we do. their biggest barrier has been getting it through the clinicians. Most clinicians are very traditional in their approach. What we're planning to do, and what we're doing, is going to concierge medicine in the US to start to get some traction. And then others like self-insured employers that have a real benefit from looking at this. And the other big group is life insurance, which is interesting because they are all about keeping people alive as long as possible. So there's resistance, but eventually we think that that resistance will be overcome by just the massive benefit of actually having people not get heart attacks and strokes.
Okay, another question, judges? You're set? Okay then, big applause for Mark. Thank you very much, Mark. Now, there's a lot of new technology flying all around the place, but maybe one of the hardest things to decode in the body, and I think we have a bunch of people that know a lot about this, is the immune system. Every time I talk with specialists, it's like, okay, so how does this work? And they go like, we don't know. I'm like, what? It's like, and how does this part of the immune system work? Yeah, it is like this, but it's way more complicated, okay? So the immune system is an extremely complex system that is definitely involved in a lot of the things, obviously, that happens in the human body. And precisely our next startup is focusing on a very, I would say, very unique angle on how to do precocious diagnosis around this kind of diseases, so the different kind of issues that you have with the immune system, using high-resolution immune cell sequencing of the immune system, and then deploying artificial intelligence to develop the diagnosis and the right therapy for that patient. Please welcome our next startup. Big applause for BJ Baswani, CEO and co-founder of Omniscope.
I'm Vijay from Omniscope, where we see what your immune system is seeing. And let me tell you why I'm standing here today. A couple years ago, my father, who was in perfect health, started to get very ill. And in a short time, we went through a massive amount of tests, multiple consultations, with the pain of not knowing exactly what was going on. And I'm here because I don't want that to happen to you. I want to change that. And the idea is, what if we had one test which gave you an understanding of what is happening in your body? Well, we didn't have to look very long for that. Your immune system has been perfected by 500 million years of evolution. It detects and treats pretty much all diseases. Why haven't we been able to crack this code and use it? Well, it's because your immune system has a massive diversity. There are trillions of cells which change with every disease and every therapy. So at Omniscope, we've developed a platform technology which starts off with clinical samples such as blood draws and allows us to sequence 1 million immune cells. That's 100-fold more than any other technology today. And this allows us to understand that diversity in great resolution. It's here that we apply our second pillar of artificial intelligence to create in silico disease models, which we mine to develop diagnostics, therapeutics, and to bring this power to you, the consumer, so you have healthcare in your own hands. 1 million immune cells means that this is high resolution. We see even minute changes, which can allow early detection. It's deeply accurate and precise. Huge amounts of information identify therapeutic and prognostic cells. Because it's less invasive, it means we can repeatedly take samples, so we can monitor disease progression and use our AI-enabled models to match you to the ideal therapy in a personalized and off-the-shelf manner. The reason we've been able to do this is because the two pillars of immunology and artificial intelligence are represented in our team. And this world-class team has really allowed us to develop traction in the United States, Europe, and now expanding even further. Indeed, we're a revenue-generating company with a very, very strong pipeline. We're involved in clinical trials. We've raised several million in funding, and we're part of some very important international grants with some of the best researchers in the world, from biotech, pharma, to government. On top of this, we really have an overarching goal, and it is to build a complete database of the immune system. And we've already done more in 1 year than in 10. And together with you, we hope to really increase our value so that we can deliver science for everyone, everywhere, and bring healthcare in your hands. Thank you.
That is really impressive. Judges, questions? You got them all. Any question? No?
Once the technology will be ready, what will be the degree of accuracy of your technology in front of diseases?
That's a great question. So we already started our first 2 clinical trials following our proof of concepts. So we've already established that we are far more accurate than the current standard and 10 times cheaper than the current standard. In terms of accuracy, we're able to detect at least 10 diseases with a roughly 99% specificity, and accuracy ranges between 97% to 98% at present. Of course, as we increase the amount of data, it's incremental and accuracy is increased exponentially. And we grab a whole bunch of metadata from wearables and other sources as well. So we have multiple ways of increasing accuracy rather than just one.
Any other question? No? Vijay, I'll bring you the hat next time.
Cheers, I love the hat.
Big applause. Thank you, Vijay. Okay, how's everyone feeling over there? Good? We're doing good? Yes, it's raining outside, so it's good here, right? Let me tell you, who was here last year? Raise your hand. How hot was it? So come on, between 34 degrees and this wonderful weather, I'll take this every time. Anyway, so our next company, we are saying in Spain, and there's been an ongoing trend in society everywhere, I would say, with rates of infertility rising year after year after year. And not just that, but couples having kids later and later on life, right? And that creates a huge market, one of the biggest markets that we have right now of in vitro fertilization, and the need for new devices to deal with that. So precisely to talk about that, I have our next startup ready, Hans Gengskar, CEO of Overture Live.
Thank you so much, Alex. And at Overture, we're here to reimagine fertility and IVF from the ground up. And we all know how low fertility rates are globally, but especially here in Spain. And as Overture's founder, Martin Varsavsky, likes to say, women and families don't feel like they can afford to have children when they're fertile, and when they feel like they can afford to have children, they're no longer fertile. So IVF has always been the technology that's meant to bridge that gap and promise a solution. But there are challenges. Traditionally, IVF has been something you go to after you've been failing to have a child for a year. It's an emotionally difficult process to get over that, and it takes a lot of tries to get through it. And every time you go through one of those tries, you get kicked down. You actually have to check in with yourself and your partner. Do I really have the emotional stamina to go through this once more? But that's changing. We're seeing an explosive growth in egg freezing. Some clinics in the US now, that's over 50%. And that's changing who the patient is. People are choosing, and women are choosing to take control of their fertility journey and own it. And we're seeing the technology drive this further. For instance, in the UK a couple weeks ago, we saw mitochondrial disease cured by transplanting the nucleus of an embryo. So Overture is building on this industry to put the patient in charge again. So here you see the industry with the 2.4 children per woman that are really what people want. So we are imagining the embryology lab in a new light. Currently, it's a completely artisanal process. every practitioner, every lab does things differently, and it shows up in the rates. Some practitioners get 50% survival rates on egg freezing, others get 90. So our platform is standardizing this and taking this industry from artisanal to evidence-based medicine. So our first product, the Davitri, beats the manual process in every relevant statistic and increases throughput in the embryology lab by 4x. This is key because it also allows you to take the patient away from the IVF clinic. You can decouple the lab, make the lab more advanced, and have hundreds of more points of care where these services can be accessed. I want to mention briefly as well, we had our first 2 babies born with our automated ICSI robot, world first. You can read about it in MIT Technology Review. It's thrilling. And finally, we have the top clinics around the world waiting to buy our products. And we are launching our clinical trials this summer and launching commercially in South Africa and New Zealand later this year. So thank you so much.
There you go. Thank you, Hans. Judges, questions, please. Any questions? No, yes, no. I have maybe the biggest jury in the history of South Summit, and I have no questions. Seriously, people? There you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the pitch and congratulations. Can you tell us a little bit more about your monetizing strategy?
So our goal is to have a first line of products that meet the burning needs of the current IVF labs. So our first generation of products will be sold to the IVF labs with a consumable biochip. We've pressure tested that pricing with the largest labs, and they've accepted it. And instead of fighting them head on in terms of opening our own clinics, we want to take the current market along on this journey to massively expand access to these technologies. And that's where it might get interesting, but the straight answer to your question is selling devices, selling consumables.
Okay, any other question? No? Okay, that's it then. Hans, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we're flying this time to Switzerland, and we're going to be talking about, well, I mean, this is South Summit. We talk a lot about data, right? But when we're talking about medical data, some of the scale of what you produce is really massive. Imaging, research, like all the sequencing of genomes. Now, dealing with that amount of data is really, really hard. And sometimes it's the fact that you have data in different silos that makes it really hard to find out correlations, causations, things that are going on. Well, precisely to fix that and to bring all the data together so it's easily digestible and applicable and used for the research that matters, please welcome our nearly last startup. Big applause to Carlos Tiller, CEO of Retinai.
Hi everyone, my name is Carlos. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Retinai. We are a company that is unlocking the power of data to enable the right decisions sooner in healthcare. But why is this more important than ever? Because we are all becoming older and because we are all becoming sicker. At this rate, by 2035, 1/4 of the world is going to be over 60 years old. 1 out of every 10 people is going to suffer from Alzheimer's disease, and 1 out of every 6 from age-related macular degeneration, that if it's not treated properly, is going to lead to blindness. At the same time, we have an unprecedented amount of data being generated, and a lot of medical knowledge, a lot of information being collected, and this is just higher than ever before. This data could have better decisions, or could help make better decisions on the patients we have in the clinic or during routine clinical studies. Unfortunately, only 10% of this data is being used. Now, picture a wall where we have different diverse data sources in a single unified ecosystem, where all the data is properly managed, where it can be properly analyzed with AI technology, and where you can make the right decisions and extract the right insights for the process of decision-making. That's what we are offering with Retinai Discovery. sorry. Pharmaceutical companies are using our technology in order to take the right decision sooner in clinical studies. We have processed more than 1 million patients to date, dozens of clinical studies, and we haven't lost a single customer to date. This speaks as to the depth of our disruption of the industry. We stand out from competition. We are the single only platform that enables you to digest all the data, provide the AI analysis for EHR data, genetics, imaging, demographics, and at the same time have it in a CE mark and FDA-approved regulated environment for decision-making. Our customers do not need to go anywhere else to make the right decisions sooner in healthcare. We have a fantastic team. I've spent over a decade with my two co-founders, Sandro and Stefanos, building this technology since we were PhDs. We put all our savings into this company, and now we are just thriving with a strong commercial team that brings all the expertise from pharma and medical devices industry. We have been quite successful to date. Last year, we closed with 3 million in revenues, more than 320% increase from 2020. We have raised less than 5 million Swiss francs to date. That is nothing to build this type of company. We have very, very good margins, and we are going to be sustainable in the next funding round, reaching the next generation of development of this company. Thank you very much.
There you go. Don't switch it off, please.
If you're looking for somewhere to invest, please come and invest in Retina. Thank you, Alex.
Okay,
I'm
Carlos.
missing one slide.
It's okay. I don't know
It's
if the
okay.
team can put it, but that's fine. Judges, questions? Anyone? Mr. Joe.
Yeah, could you give me more specific? You've talked a bit generally. What's the best thing you do, as well as specifically?
Internal research and development for pharmaceutical companies and running clinical studies on their behalf.
Like in terms of problem, just your presentation was your presentation was very general. You talked generally about AI and data and stuff like that. I want to know like a specific disease you can identify, a specific drug, something specific.
So we started in ophthalmology, where we have been successful, so ophthalmology as a whole, and there is a lot of treatment in ophthalmology, and then specific use cases, internal pharma research and development, and running clinical studies on their behalf, which is a very lucrative business model.
Sorry, unless I didn't hear you, I just want something more specific. I didn't hear anything specific. You're still talking generally. What specific area of medicine? What specific area?
Ophthalmology.
Ophthalmology.
Yes.
Okay. Are you more specific than ophthalmology?
Retinal diseases, but because our technology is used in multiple areas, I could give you one example, age-related macular degeneration.
So this is retina. So your technology improves treatments of people who have issues with their retina. That's what you're saying?
That's where we started, but now we are doing many more things. I couldn't go in detail in 3 minutes, but
okay,
yes.
but I'm asking you for detail. Like, you didn't give me any detail. I want detail. What specific problem do you solve?
Running clinical studies for a fraction of the cost and doing internal research and development so you
but
can...
how is it possible to do everything? Like specific studies. I mean, surely you pick something, specific studies, more than other things.
When you run a phase 1 clinical study, you want to reach out to the centers and you want to bring them all and run the clinical study. So it's an EDC, it's an electronic data capture system that enables you to run the clinical study and at the same time get the AI analysis on top. And the alternative is just very expensive. And specifically for retina, that's one of the use cases. I can go into detail. We can
Okay, guys, I'm going to cut you there. Big applause to Carlos. Thank you very much. You see, Professor Haslam just, it's not your fault. He put Sam Altman into trouble asking questions. So he's just on a roll right now. Anyway, last startup of the block. Are we ready? Yes? Okay, there we go. And all the way from South Korea, which makes me very happy to have our Asian friends around. So thank you for visiting. And talking about predictive medicine, there's a lot of fields that are now trying to be able to predict what's going on in your body, how to treat it, how to catch it before it happens. Now, the key here is sometimes, can we do this with a daily object? Can we do this with our phones? Can we develop a technology that allows us to catch really important things with something of our day-to-day life? Well, To talk about that, we have our next startup talking about a specific disease that affects nearly 6% of the global population and developing the first digital monitoring solution for thyroid dysfunction. Please welcome Jeremy Park, CEO of Thyroscope.
Good afternoon, everyone. Super honored to be here in South Summit today. I'm here to present Glandy, the world's first digital monitoring solution for thyroid disease. I'm Jamie Park and CEO at Thyroscope, also a patient living with thyroid disease. Let me begin with my personal story. Once I was diagnosed with thyroid dysfunction, it is so demanding that I have no alternative to check disease status other than take a blood test in the hospital. So whenever I felt major symptoms of the disease, like chronic fatigue, changes of weight, which are very trivial in our daily life, I have to be worried about the worsening of the disease in my daily routines. Also, a highly inefficient patient journey made me frustrated every time. It took a long time for waiting for the reservation and hospital visits. Once I got the hospital and blood test, the results came out after 2 days. So I have to take 2 times of hospital visits for 1 time of treatment in every 3 months intervals. These expensive costs and time-consuming processes are truly difficulties for all thyroid dysfunction patients, including myself. Additional difficulty is thyroid eye disease, which is a complication of the dysfunction. This can leave cosmetic and functional after effects once patients fail in early detection. But the early detection is difficult because all thyroid dysfunction patients visit internal medicine or general physicians, while thyroid eye disease is a specialty of ophthalmologists. Globally, there are more than 470 million patients with thyroid dysfunctions struggling for such problems, just like I am. So for them, we developed Glandy to manage all the unmet needs, risk monitoring for thyroid dysfunction and thyroid eye disease in daily life. Firstly, based on biosignal data from commercialized wearables and person health records input by the app, Glandy predicts thyroid hormone level on a daily basis. So this enables patients to take early diagnosis for worsening of the disease in their daily lives and also dramatically reduce unnecessary blood tests for the mild patients. Secondly, patients can monitor thyroid eye disease with their pictures taken by their smartphone so that they can take early diagnosis and minimize after effects. We ultimately enable remote monitoring between patients and doctors based on the data-driven remote communications, which was not available before our solution. So we've conducted researches from 2016 and based on and established 59 global patents and 23 clinical evidences. Numerous patients in the world are suffering from thyroid disease today. We truly believe Glandy will innovate current inefficient standard of care as well as eliminate barriers to the medical treatments for the patients in the world. Gracias. Thank you.
Here we go. Thank you, Jamie. Okay, judges, final startup of the block. Questions?
First, congratulations on the pitch. I just wonder if you have already plans to pass through the regulator in Europe in order to enter the market, because I guess that you need any certification as well, right?
Right. So we are working on the approval procedures for Korean, US, and CE marking all together, specifically targeting for Germany for the first in the Europe.
Okay. Another question, judges? No? We're all set? There we go.
Hi there. Thank you for the pitch. Just wanted to understand if this is exclusively for the eyes problem, or you can also manage the other part of hypothyroidism, and how do you do it through the wearables?
Firstly, for thyroid dysfunction, our digital biomarker is a resting heart rate. The resting heart rate has strong significance, the correlation between thyroid hormone levels and the changes of the resting heart rate, especially the baselines. So we utilize this mechanism targeting for the patients with thyroid dysfunctions. Once we monitor changes of the resting heart rate and find the patterns out of it, we can predict the changes of the thyroid hormone levels. This is what we've figured out based on the clinical researches. Thank you.
Okay. One final question. We have time for one. You wanted to finish, huh? One final question. Quick one. No? Okay. Big applause for Jamie.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamie, for coming. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the health vertical. Did we have fun? Yes? Did we got wowed? Yes? So please, big applause to the startups. Thank you very much for pitching. And this very, very big applause to our super judges. Thank you very much for joining and spending your time with us here. And now we're going to start moving to our next block. But before that, let me remind you of some things. First of all, it was raining pretty heavily a moment ago, so my advice is don't leave the room. Stay here with us while we switch tracks. And a couple of announcements for everyone to remember. First one is that the finalists, the vertical will pass the final round in the arena tomorrow at 5. So that's the final round for all the finalists. The finalists will be announced previously to that at 3:30 on this stage. So let me repeat that. The finalists of each vertical will be announced on this stage tomorrow at 3:30. Everyone got that? I'm pretty sure someone is going to come to me and is going to ask me. Tomorrow, Thursday, 3:30, finalists will be announced here. The finalists will be competing on the main stage on the arena on Thursday at 5. And the winner will be announced at 1 p.m. on Friday. We got that one? 1 p.m. on Friday, the finalists. So, whoa, lots of people, lots of noise. Come on, Joe, stop talking. So, hey judges, Joe, I'm talking to you. Judges, please. We have a competition to run here. Anyhow, so who here has been stamping their Green Warrior thing? Raise your hand. Let's see if I have. See if the judges allow me. Anyone doing the Green Warrior challenge? Anyone? Have you heard about the Green Warrior challenge? No? Really? Okay, so let me tell you about this. So, you know, South Summit has been doing sustainability for a while now. We've been pushing a lot of things. This morning I was telling a lot of people that several years ago when we started doing sustainability here and removing things like plastic bottles, doing recycling stuff for all our compounds, all the things that we built, it just gets stuck when you get involved in these things over and over again. You keep, you know, you get used to it. So when you go to another conference and you see people using plastic all over the place, it kind of jumps out. Now, this year we're taking things the extra mile, so we not just want South Summit and our speakers and our partners to be sustainable or to try and push sustainable goals, but we also want you guys to be involved too. So this year we've launched something that's called the Green Warrior Challenge. So essentially for things and good things that you do during the conference, you're gonna get a green stamp. So, for example, who here brought their own bottle for the water? Raise your hand. Your own bottle. Okay, a couple of you. Very good. So if you go to the Green Warrior stand, I think it's at the entrance, you'll get a green stamp just for that. Then who came through public transport here? Wow, everyone, nearly everyone. Very good. You can get a green stamp. Who, this is interesting to see, who ate vegetarian option today? That was fast. Here, raise it. Wow, that's quite a lot. Well, if you ate vegetarian, you also get a green stamp. And last but not least, there is a complete Green Warrior test that you can take and you will get a stamp. Now, those of you that have all the stamps will be gifted free beer at South Summit after party on June the 8th. We want beer, right? Wine, maybe? No? Okay, so we're going to try to be green warriors? Now we're talking, now we're talking. Okay, so we're moving into the into the next block. So let me remind you the rules for the newcomers that are coming. We're going to be talking about the enterprise companies. These are technology-intensive services that kind of try to tackle the whole value chain of corporations and big companies seeking to digitalize and automate processes. So essentially making things more efficient, bigger, faster, better. Now, rules as always, 3-minute pitch. Startups, Alex will be very mean and very evil and push you. I have to be the bad guy, okay? So let's keep it to the timer, 3 minutes. We have 2 minutes for the judges' questions. And you'll be judged in innovation, scalability, team viability, and investability. Good? Startups, are we ready? Yeah? Well, to join the party, we have our also immense jury today. So please let me introduce you the judges. And meanwhile, you keep, making some noise. It's going to take a while because it's a lot of you, but let's see if we can make it through, okay? Are we ready? Okay, so please give me an applause for our judges. Pedro Carreira, 33N Ventures. Big applause for Pedro. Susana Chiu, Amadeus IT Group. Alejandra Otero, Burda Principal Investments. Come on, you can keep on doing noise. Tomás Penaguao, Vine Venture Capital. Jaime Deleito, Caixa Capital Risk. D.L. Davenport, Claret Capital Partners. Come on. Mr. Jorge Dobon from Demium. Where is Jorge? I haven't seen Jorge. Where is Jorge? He's not here. Luis Meyer Schrenher from HV Capital. Come on. Annick Jansen from IE University. Andrea Badia Serra from Lakestar Capital. Come on. We can make it. We're nearly there. Paul Boyce Lepin from Molten Ventures. There we go. Francesco Zambelli from P101 Ventures. Luis Llorens from Plug and Play, Javier Valverde from Prosus, Luis Garay from Semaipata, Dilek, this one is a hard one, Dilek Dain-Larley from ScaleX Ventures. Come on, I want to hear the noise. Beth Walsh from Seaya Ventures, Daniel Naciento from Semapa Next, and last but not least, Fernando Asin from Telefonica. Judges, thank you very much for joining. And without further ado, let's introduce our first startup. So we're going to be talking about sustainability, and there's a lot of things. As you know, South Summit is all about sustainability this few years, but it's becoming increasingly hard. You know, when someone says like, "Oh, we're going to reduce CO2 emissions in our value chain," and you go like, keep talking. How are you going to do that? How are you going to map it? How are you going to map layer 1, layer 2, layer 3? It's really complex, especially for very large companies, to actually be able to track how you do that. And so precisely to help companies to build resilient supply chains, to ensure transparency, and to bring it to the end consumer, I want to welcome our next 2 speakers for our next startup. Big applause for Alba Garcia Bertoz and Ana Cañadel, co-founders and co-CEOs of Beacon. Big applause.
More than 10 years ago, I was working for a big fashion brand called Inditex. I remember traveling to Tianjin and seeing that picture. I looked through the window at my fancy hotel room and only seeing a cloud of pollution. At that time, I realized the massive impact fashion industry was doing to the people and to the world, and I promised myself to transform that negative impact into a positive one. 10 years later, and we're still talking about the same shit. Lack of transparency, supply chain crisis, devastation, need of legislation, and greenwashing threat. We all know that sustainability presents the biggest opportunity for fashion industry because market value is huge and because the compliance and regulations are around the corner. In that context, Become was born, the sustainability platform transforming the fashion industry.
An elegant solution for the fashion to build responsible supply chain, guarantee transparency, and bringing to the final customers. All in one solution, all in one platform, providing 3 main areas: impact assessment, sustainability insights, and data sharing, and making sure that all of them is based in European regulations. Our expertise in fashion, the triple dimension about sustainability, the 5,000 data sets that we're using, and the scalable technology is what makes us different. And we wanted to share with you the real heroes, more than 50 brands that they are using our SaaS platform. Maybe you know some of them. And based on that, we wanted to share with you as well all the power behind all of those impacts. I mean, how we can help all of those brands to make sure that they can trace the full supply chain, that they can truly prove that they are having a positive impact in all of those collections, and also that we can help them to increase the conversion rate. Because at the end, it's not about sell more, but mainly to sell better.
We are two co-founders. We are women in business, in sustainability, and in technology. Anna has big experience in startups and emerging projects. She's a master in thinking big. And I have more than 15 years' experience in sustainability and fashion. And believe me when I said there is no future in fashion without sustainability. Honestly, we are proud of what we achieved, but we are eager for much more. We expect it to grow X3 during the next year, to achieve more than 5% of market share despite of fierce competence, to develop the 100% of our product in compliance with European Union, and to create the network effect by sharing more than 1 million impact data. Our goal is to become the reference for sustainability, consolidate our presence in Europe, and become the major player for fashion and sustainability. And now it's your turn to scan the QR code that you have on the screen and to discover how we make fashion impacts easy to understand, verified, and credible.
And we need you. We are in fundraising. We are looking for 2 million. We have the 20% already commitment. So if you have interest, you can send us an email or have a chat later. And if you didn't scan the QR code on the last slide, you can scan now and understand the product behind Become. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alba. Thank you, Anna. Ready? Judges, questions, please. Okay.
Thank you so much. Can you tell us a bit more about your go-to-market and who's the first person that you normally target when reaching out to brands?
Well, yeah, it's a good question. Right now, we are looking for these medium brands that they can inspire the rest of the brands, not going directly to the fast fashion brands. I mean, never say no to any one of them, of course. But we are looking for this European market that are very commitment in terms of sustainability. And and in terms of the buyer person, it depends. Sometimes it's the marketing team that they are very eager to share the impacts behind their product, and sometimes it's the supply department that they want to understand where they could improve for the full supply chain.
Okay, well, we're tight on time, so with this, big applause to the girls. Thank you very much for joining. Big applause, come on. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Alba. We're flying all the way to Italy now to dabble with an issue that is funny. You know, we keep deploying technology and it keeps becoming a problem. And one of those is dealing with business and corporate travel. It's like just booking and coordinating everyone, making sure you have that under control, that you're monitoring what's happening. It's still very painful. So please welcome our next startup to talk about that, Giovanni Bernardi, Head of Sales for BizAway.
Buenas tardes. BizAway is a B2B scale-up that was born to simplify business travel and make it easier for companies to book, manage, and control trips in one place. If you think about it, booking business trips for employees all over the world is still a nightmare because many people are still following a very manual process, especially when they're doing it via a traditional travel agency. And this is particularly the case for medium and large corporations. In many cases, there is a statistics that says that on average, between 7 and 8 emails are sent to book every single business trip. Now multiply it for 1,000 employees or 10,000, and you get a massive effect of inefficiency. The second solution that normally companies are using is online booking tools. Expedia, Booking.com, Skyscanner, and these kind of platforms. These platforms are great. We use it every day for our holidays. The problem is that they are B2C oriented, and it means that you have to use many of them. The problem also with this is that they don't provide the centralization that the CFO needs to understand a bit more about how much you're spending. BizAway is solving exactly this. So we're giving companies a single solution to manage everything in one place, keeping the centralization of the travel agency and the good prices and the UX of the online platforms. How many of you came traveling today? Okay, quite a good number. So it means that business travel is not dead. Of course, there was a contraction during COVID, but we're still talking about a $1 trillion opportunity. And as you can see, we're getting already closer to pre-pandemic level in terms of business travel. And at Bizaway, we've been taking on this opportunity. We already have more than 1,500 corporate clients all over the world. We raised more than 30 million euros to date. And we've been, this year, for the fourth year in a row, as one of the fastest growing companies in Europe in the travel space. Our journey was started in 2015. I will just focus on the latest milestones. Last year, we received the B Corp certification, which is one of the highest standards in terms of sustainability. And this year, we're launching operations in the Middle East, in the region, and we completed our very first acquisition. All this while growing at a 150% average growth rate, even considering COVID. But this is just the beginning, because our project is to actually achieve 1.5 billion euros in exit ARR in the next 2 years, and to make a profit between 2023 and 2024. And this especially thanks to the customers that are trusting us. So companies like multinational companies like Menarini, Serie A, BDO, and many others that every day are booking the trips for their employees. Thank you very much. I'm ready for your questions.
Right on time. Okay, questions for Giovanni, please. Hi. Yeah, it will go.
Hi, yes, it's on now. Hi. Great presentations, great traction. Congratulations. Susanna Chiu from Amadeus Ventures.
I think we met last year as well.
That's what I think. That's what I think. Welcome back.
Why you keep sending competitors as judges? It's not fair.
Next year you can be there, man. You have to win the competition.
I don't remember the question I asked last year, so I'll just ask the question for this year. Business travel has been around for ever.
Yeah.
Right. So I've been investing in travel startups for the last 10 years, and I've been seeing them all over. What is the innovation that you're bringing to business travel?
Good one. I would say, well, there's many of them, but I can focus on a couple of things. The most important thing is that we are bringing finally a good UX to users that are actually happy to use a corporate tool, which in many other cases, that was not the case. This is the first one. And I would say it's directly related to the second one. We have one of the biggest inventories in terms of business travel, so that employees do not have to find solutions elsewhere and do not complain about the prices, because that's the main problem. In many cases, people are complaining about the prices that they find. In our case, they don't. Sorry.
Okay, good. You buy? We'll see. Big applause for Giovanni.
Thank you so
very much. Grazie, Giovanni. Let me ask you a question. How many times you thought, this would be great with a video? And then you go like, but then you have to do the video. And then you go like, I don't know how to do a video. And you go like, yeah, I have a phone, but if I want to do some effects and this and that, then it starts becoming tricky, right? What if I told you that our next company allows you to put a text prompt and create the video that you need? Would you use it? Yes? Maybe? Well, let's hear all about it. So please welcome our next startup, Álvaro Sáez, CEO of Hechicería.
Thank you very much, Alex. Hello, everyone. My name is Álvaro Sáez. I'm CEO of Hechicería, the startup that is making a revolution in audiovisual, video games, and virtual reality sectors. Could we estimate how many hours could we be spending watching movies and series per day? How many hours an audiovisual company is spending creating these works? The truth is that the increasing demand is getting more and more complicated to carry out quality productions while keeping costs at bay. This is the reason why 3 years ago, my team and I thought about the first idea of a video generator by artificial intelligence, by text, to accelerate these processes of these artificial companies through text. we wanted to take advantage of the push of the digital platforms because this is a huge market of $130 billion worldwide between audiovisual companies, marketing companies, and digital content creators. So what about the competition? Because Google, Meta, and Runway were releasing their approaches months ago, and these are the results. For a sentence like the man goes to the stairs, this is the result. 2 seconds of video and 90 seconds of generation, and this is our approach. As we can see, we put the sentence into the interface. We are going to see how the natural language processing algorithm is understanding the content of the text and rendering in 3D in a few seconds with total coherence with the text and so better quality. And with all the flexibility that you will have if you are using traditional ways of doing content, because this is 3D content, and you can change colors, shapes, movements, shots, whatever. So besides that, we're using our own NLP algorithms, not GPT, and also we have validated by the customer interface. We're going to sell it with a software as a service business model with different feeds depending on the footage per month. And this is our go-to-market strategy, collaborating with influencers for the most effective strategy to arrive to the big public. So a great traffic for these influencers. Also attending events, great events of technology and audiovisual. Why us? Because we are young, yes, we are freaks, we are talented, but also our great partners like RTVE Spain and Babson College and AWS Love Accelerator. The last month we raised our first revenue, and for the next 3 months we're achieving our breakout. So thank you very much. This is Hechisteria.
All of you doing digital twins, this is someone you want to talk to. Judges, questions? There we go.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Pedro from 33N Ventures. I'm curious to understand a lot of companies also allowing to create in an easy way avatars, and I'm curious if this is something you'd be able to integrate in your platform.
Do you mean avatars based on your own face? Okay, yeah. We are implementing a functionality in which you can record yourself between different angles. And with a rendering system, you in a few minutes are able to use your own face in the interface for every kind of sentence. In fact, we have in our social media several videos with my face, and you can check that I'm doing some things with this technology here.
Okay, big applause for Alvaro. Thank you very much. And now we're moving on to the restaurant space. You all know, all like going to restaurants, right? Yes? We're in Spain, come on, food is important. We all like going to restaurants, right? Yes, okay. Who here has ever owned or run a restaurant? Raise your hand. See if we have anyone. Some people there. Oh, some people, 2 people. That's interesting. Well, for the rest of you, let me tell you, running a restaurant is really, really hard. And with the coming of the pandemic and the increase or accelerated digitalization of many, many spaces, restaurants are one of those spaces that has been accelerating really fast. Now, there's a combination of tools that they use, but there are many of them. Well, our next startup precisely is going to provide us, and I'm jumping, yeah. Nearly. They are tricking me. Sorry about that. No. We're sticking with digital twins. I love everyone is looking there as what's going on. Okay, sorry, that was the next startup. Prior to that, we're going to keep going with digital twins. And we were talking about, there are many reasons why digital twins matter. Those that are in the industry understand that for maintenance reasons, for natural disaster reasons. But there's one that it's actually pretty straightforward, which is how many times you've gone to a hotel and you've seen the pictures of the hotel, and then you arrive there and you go like, this is really shitty. right? Raise your hand. We've been there, right? What if I told you that we can fix that? That through your browser, you can actually see a 3D identical twin representation of the hotel you're actually going to enjoy. And you can roam through every room, because of course, they only take the pictures of the nice rooms, right? You get the shitty room, and that's what you need to fix. So to fix that, please welcome our next startup, Alex Barros, Chief of Growth and Innovation at Hotelverse.
Well, thank you. I think after that introduction, I think it's on my job, I can just leave. But anyway, since I'm here. So we basically exist to really end up with the blind dates between guests and hotels. And we've had a fantastic year one. We're only 14 months old. And what we do is we're really trying to help hotels to innovate and change what's been a very boring and process that hasn't really changed much. It's not specific, it's not emotional, and it's definitely not authentic. As Alex was mentioning, what you buy is usually not what you get. So what we're doing is we create a little bit of a jump for hotels, trying to bring from retail immersive experiences like, trying shoes on, trying clothes, or selecting a seat at a stadium, or at a concert. And of course, I guess most of you have selected your seat on an airplane. And what we do is we want to help hotels to really tackle that, because there are massive consequences for that for the traveler. So for the traveler, it's a very frustrating experience, definitely powerless. You can't really choose anything. You book a room and you get there, get lucky. And what became normal for the hotels is that basically the hotel is only another stop for you on the booking journey. And the consequences for the hotels are quite dire. So 40% leakage in profitability happens because basically 3 out of 4 guests that come to your web page is going to go back to the OTAs and make a booking. So therefore, the opportunity to be captured is huge. And we say that's the end of normal. So what we've done is we've created within Iberostar a new value proposition that helps you to really understand what you're actually buying into. So what we're doing, and I'm going to play a little video to show you what we do. So we effectively build this digital twin, we put it inside your web page as a hotel, and what we do with that as a result, we increment 30 to 60% on the conversion rates. Why is that? Because you don't have to figure out what's going to happen when you get there. So you can show sustainability efforts, you can show all of the outlets that the property has, and you can really understand what you're actually purchasing. And that ends up helping you to increase selling higher room categories that you understand now what the basic room is versus the other ones. So we have heat maps showing you what are the favorite places guests like to look at. We work with city hotels, also with resorts. And it's a very simple, easy technology to implement. It takes a little bit of time to create it, but basically we have a SaaS business-based model. So the metrics speak a lot, and like I said, 30 to 60% increase in conversion rates. And we've got an amazing team and a lot of customers that are world-known brands working with us, and happy to answer any questions.
You're just going to kill the horrible hotels. They're going to disappear thanks to you.
Not really. I mean, basically, we believe that what's going to happen with every single hotel in the near future is going to be that you end up with the first adopters will be the 4- and 5-star properties, but then you're going to go to the 3 and 2 stars down the line.
You have a lot of faith in human race.
Yeah.
Judges, questions.
Hi, Anique Jensens from IE University. I have a question regarding the clients that you already have. What's the test case on improvement of bookings or feedback? Do you have any data on that?
Yeah, so we have 30 to 60% increase in the conversion rate, and 92% of the customers that use our platform prefer to book it when they can choose a room.
Good.
Anybody else?
Okay, big applause for Alex. Thank you. And now, if I do it right, now we're talking about restaurants. And as I was saying yesterday, You know, it's really hard to deal with a restaurant, and it's even harder to deal with it when you have multiple applications. Digitalization sometimes means for a lot of the owners having 3, 4, 5 different applications together. Now, our next speaker is precisely going to show us that you only need one. As they very well say, this is the last app a restaurant needs. So please welcome Eric Nikolic, CEO of Last App.
McDonald's, great restaurant, maybe not for a first date, but something that I always admired of them is how they use technology in order to succeed. Then again, they have a big team of developers, and most restaurants don't. So how can I, as a small restaurant, solve this? 15 years ago, when you started a business, you actually needed to hire someone to set up things like email, calls, and servers. Now, you use tools like these ones. However, restaurants don't, because they don't have one. Since you do a booking in a restaurant until you actually pay the bill, restaurants have to manage more than 10 different tools and 5 different ordering channels. That's quite a lot. And on top of that, care about you, the customer. So how to solve this? You actually have to unify all of these different tools into one single Last App to manage it all from end to end. My name is Eric. I'm the CEO of Last App. And what we do is an operating system that allows restaurants to cover all the essential needs with their own products, including POS, reporting, shop, delivery, etc., etc. Now, all of this works in pretty much any platform and any device. Now, you might be wondering, how can we compete with all the other apps and software that are already in the market? We actually don't. We integrate with them. We work with them, and we allow all of these apps to modify the way we work, to create the perfect tech solution for each restaurant. We launched 2 years ago, and since then, we already have more than 1,000 restaurants, which is few compared to the more than 1 million restaurants that are experiencing this same issue all around Europe. Now, last year, we doubled our growth. We reached over 1 million in ARR, and most of it was completely inbound. But this is just the beginning. This year, we want to do new things like opening new markets, launch new products like payments, and create more tools for developers. Now, how do we help restaurants? Well, we actually help them reducing by 45% the time they spend processing orders, reducing 90% the errors that they have, and actually improving their revenue by up to 1/3 in their own channels. So it's actually working. We're actually impacting them. So the operating system that we're building simplifies the way they adopt technology. They can enable things like kiosk, loyalty, or delivery with just a matter of clicks. They don't have to do long integrations or have a tech team. We're building a simplified and unified solution. We're building the Last App a restaurant needs.
Okay, ready for the questions?
Ready for the questions.
Judges, questions, please. There we go. There.
What size of restaurants are you targeting?
We do have any kind of restaurant, so from big chains, 100 locations chains to small one, but we're targeting the smaller ones from 1 to 5 locations because those are the ones that have this issue like the most because they don't have the resources to have like their own systems or their own developers.
And sorry, follow up.
No, yeah, for sure.
Have you identified any churn from maybe small restaurants that they just sort of don't make it through the journey you've been?
For sure. In both, to be honest, in both like big customers and small customers, we do have churn because chains as well aggressively grow basically and then reduce the numbers of restaurants. But it's not as big as you may think. And we're actually like, usually we detect like what kind of restaurant is more able or less able to churn. And by the characteristic of our products, they usually don't.
Okay, big applause for Eric, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm flying now to the UK to deal with a very, very interesting company. As we keep adding sensors to everything, it's becoming harder. The same way we were talking about the apps for restaurants, but it's becoming harder to get all the information that we need and make informed decisions, take decisions about what's going on. This is especially true, for example, in the real estate space, where we are digitalizing the buildings and we have all these sensors happening from different vendors, from different parts of the building. So how do we pull all that stuff together to then make smarter decisions about, well, maybe we can switch the lights here and it will be better, or maybe this is a more efficient way of purifying the air, things like that. Well, to provide intelligence to all this sensoring that we have all around, please welcome our next startup. Big applause for Susana Quinta, Senior Advisor at Metricus.
Well, hi. Today I want to talk about the biggest change in work in the last 100 years and the revolution in the workplace. But first, let's see some numbers, shall we? Offices account for $5 trillion in asset value at stake. But it's not all about numbers. If we want to decarbonize the planet, we need to take into account buildings because they consume 40% of the energy and are responsible for 33% of the emissions. And in 2050, when net zero deadline is due, 83% of the buildings that will exist then exist today. We need solutions that can action on today's existing buildings. So, everybody has offices, whether it's owned or rented, big or small, new or old. So the opportunity here is huge. And Metricus, how can we help? Our purpose is the future of workplace. We want to help to generate healthy, green, efficient, and tech-driven spaces through the using of our platform, a single platform to connect all data from all sources to provide you with actionable insights to produce productive, sustainable, and efficient workplaces. And what makes our platform different? Well, we are a single pane of glass. It's a 3-in-1 solution for efficiency, sustainability, and the management of the buildings. Plus, we are hardware agnostic and connectable by API. And above all, we are future-proof. I can think of 9 reasons to use Metricus. One of them is to save time, to save money, to boost the value of your assets, to boost the employee experience, and, of course, to drive your initiatives in sustainability. You choose your pick. And this is more than a dream, it's a reality. A proof of that is the award we won with Accenture's headquarters in Madrid that right now have escalated globally. And we really believe in profitable sustainability and that the future of the buildings is data-driven. Let's see some of the... then also, Metricus can also be applied to all real estate assets, not only offices. And here the size is $34 trillion. This is twice the size of the Chinese economy. So let me walk you through some of the solutions.
Data points. And there is so much information out there just waiting to be harnessed in the right way. What if there was one platform to unlock the power of all this data? Meet Metricus. We make buildings better with data. Our building efficiency software can connect with any sensor or system to provide revolutionary insights, making your spaces smarter, healthier, and more sustainable. It's time to say goodbye to scattered data and connect anything, anywhere. We mean it. The Metricus platform transforms your real estate data into a powerful decision-making tool with bespoke graphs, analytics, alerts, and reports. Occupancy, indoor air quality, energy consumption, and more, all in one place. Improve efficiency and promote sustainability.
Yep.
Power productivity, well-being, and
Please.
create safe and calm and cost-effective spaces.
You see, I'm the evil Grinch here. Okay, questions for Susana, please. Over there.
Thank you for the pitch. Just a quick question. I think the first step of visualization already has a great learning effect for a lot of building managers. Do you actually also go the next step to create impact, to really have suggested measures to take to improve energy efficiency and to really create those impacts that you're targeting?
Yeah, totally. I mean, right now, everything has alerts. So, for example, let's say that CO2 goes over 1,000 parts per. What we do is send an alert, and if you're connected to BMS, because we can also connect to BMS, then you induce action already. And in version 4, which is coming out next year, we also have predictive analytics, which Right now, you can do it, but outside the platform, to provide those actionable insights too.
Okay. Big applause for Susanna, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now flying to Switzerland, and we're going to be talking about, I mentioned it before, everyone said that more or less everyone is used to ChatGPT. Now, however, ChatGPT is trained with the information it's trained. What if we could have a ChatGPT-like experience, but instead of with external information, with our own knowledge, with our own information? Kind of like a second brain there. I would say kind of like what our phones are becoming, or used to be before we have phones. Just let me ask you a question. When was the last time you memorized a phone number? Anyone? Long time ago, right? Well, we're getting that way with the ChatGPT-like system, so please welcome our next startup. Big applause for Christopher Payne, founder and CEO of MyReach.
So I'm going to talk to you today about the future of search. For the last 5 years, we've been working on making you and your company smarter. How? By leveraging the power of AI to give you instant access to your information. Now, just imagine for a second being able to find a specific clause in an old contract without even having to look for it. Or imagine being able to onboard an employee without having to explain to him anything about the company. Or imagine a due diligence. How many hours do you spend scouring through thousands of documents? So now just imagine having a ChatGPT, private, trained only on your information, on your company's data. Well, that's what we do at MyReach. We've created a centralized brain that essentially acts as a second brain that enables you then to access all of your information. According to McKinsey, the average employee spends 24% of their time searching for information. To put that into perspective, that is more than a full day a week. At MyReach, our mission is to reduce that down to 1%. How? By leveraging the power of AI to replace the archaic system of folders by an intuitive network that mimics the way our memory works, so that you can search the way you think. Everyone here knows about ChatGPT. Everyone here has even used it. But I'm willing to wager that none of you have been able to do it with all of your company's data. All of your emails, documents, contracts, images, videos. But in MyReach, you can save everything, and you can ask anything. A powerful AI is able to extract all of the key relevant information from your saved items, so you can search for it instantly later. That is the future of search. Now, when ChatGPT launched, everyone looked at how to incorporate AI into their product. The bigger players, they all focused on content generation. And the smaller ones that are touching natural search, well, unlike us, they've only been focused on document management. Apologies. They've only been focused on document management. In our platform, not only are you able to save all information, but more importantly, unlike all the other players, we don't use models from OpenAI or Anthropic. We can offer you a 100% private solution tailored to your specific needs, where your data is safe and secure. We launched a beta last year in 2022, and have since purely organically reached over 6,000 users from around the world. In the next few months, we're going to be releasing our plan for both individuals and businesses. We've got a small team based out of Switzerland and Barcelona of developers and hackers, some of which have PhDs and postdocs. We're MyReach, the future of search.
Go. Thank you, Chris. Okay, so questions, judges. There we go, we have one there.
My question is, how do you train those models with a limited amount of data that you're expecting to put in, given it's private?
So the beauty is, large language models don't actually have to be trained with your data. What we're able to do is, when you upload a piece of information, we use something called a sentence transformer. That essentially breaks down your document to pieces of text, so that whenever you do a question, we then are able then to compare the sentence embedding between your question and all of your different pieces of text, then feed it through a large language model that we self-host to then generate the answer that asks your specific question. So, to make it short, You don't have to create a large language model for your company.
There you go. You buy? We're short on time. So please give a big applause to Christopher. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining. Now we're flying to Germany, and once more, it's kind of interesting. Let me ask you a question. How many times you've had your credit card expiring? And then trying to figure out in how many services you had your credit card in to change it. Raise your hand if that has happened to you. Really? Few people? You don't use online services with your credit card? Well, that happens to me a lot, and every time they change the number or they change the code, it's like really painful to manage all the subscriptions that I have, all the SaaS services I have. I don't even remember all of them. Now imagine this is just one person. Imagine being a corporation. Imagine how many services are being used across the whole spectrum of the organization, and who deals with them. Well, precisely to fix that issue, we have our next company from Germany. Please welcome David Alonso, Country Manager of Sastrify.
Hi everyone, my name is David Alonso, and today I'm excited to show you how we have made buying software as easy as buying in Amazon. What makes most valuable companies so successful? Some of you might think it's the marketing or the sales or even the product, but in the end, everything is based in two things. It's the people you hire and the software you buy. In 2011, famous investor Marcus Andreessen said, software as a service is eating the world. And I think that 12 years later, we can all agree he was right. But how does this look in the real world? On average, companies have more than 50 different software solutions that usually represent the second expense after the salaries. According to Gartner, there's a 2x growth expected for 2024, 4x in LATAM and Spain. But where are the main difficulties? First one, the complexity. I think most of you can relate with this situation where you want to buy a software solution, a marketing, ERP, CRM, and then you ask your colleague, you go to internet, and then you find thousands of different solutions to cover that need. This usually requires a lot of time and money to find the right tool to cover your need, and of course the price. Nowadays, if you want to buy a flight from Madrid to New York, you go to Skyscanner and you benchmark prices. If you want to go to a hotel, you go to Booking.com or you go to Airbnb. But if you want to buy Salesforce, AWS, HubSpot, any other software solution, there's no way to know if the price that you are being quoted is the right one or not. So how does Sastrify solve this? We have developed what we call agile software procurement. We basically gather all the needs from all the stakeholders, CTO, CFO, legal, IT. We help you finding the right tool at the right price, and we centralize all this information in one single tool. We don't stop there. We also support you with the renewals. Sorry. Today, we have more than 200 different clients. We have offices in Germany and New York. And we save so much money to our clients that we are able to guarantee ROI positive in 100% of the scenarios. That means that in the contract is stated that we always save you more than what we cost. Today, we are giving free evaluation to the software stack of everyone in this room. So feel free to pass by our booth, number 17, and meet the team. Thank you.
Does it work for individuals too? I need a fix. Questions, please.
Hello. Thank you very much for your pitch. That was great. When looking at some of your competitors like Vendor, Vertis, or Tropic, for instance, I understand that most of you compete based on cost savings. When looking at similar clients, what makes you win over them?
Well, that's a very good question. First of all, we are the biggest player in Europe and in Latin America. That's not only a marketing thing. That also means that we have more clients, therefore we have more contracts, we have more info, we have much more benchmarks and more data to find better pricing. So just with that, I think it's enough to position it. We also don't like to compete only in price. We're trying to develop a platform where, in the end, most of the clients come with us for the money saving, because this is a very, let's say, easy slogan. But in the end, the main reason why they remain with us is for the time we save when it comes to buy a new tool.
Okay, big applause for David. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I really want that for myself. Okay, and speaking again once more about sustainability, there's been an increasing focus of looking at and tracing the transparency of different supply chains. And if there's one supply chain that has plenty of waste, is the food industry. Now, precisely to talk about and how to build a tool that allows you to connect the B2B food supply chain, connecting chefs all the way to the farms directly, we have from Italy, please welcome, sorry, Mauro Germani, CEO of Soplaya.
Hi everyone. The B2B food supply chain is broken. Today, as a chef or a restaurant owner, you need to choose between two flawed options when purchasing. You can buy from mass distribution and therefore get an antiquated service, an opaque pricing, and average products, or you can choose to spend a huge amount of time and money to build and run a complex supply chain made of single farm deliveries, which most of the time are late or wrong. And more recently, the food industry and the food service industry has changed forever. And that's because prices of food and energy has grown up a lot. Labor cost is growing as well. And we are missing hundreds of thousands of laborers in this industry, so there's no more time to run operations. And also, food delivery and new consumer habits have made it impossible to plan orders and inventory. And this is what is making chefs move to action. And that's why we built Soplaya, a new automated supply chain that allows us to connect directly thousands of different chefs and farmers and provide hassle-free logistics to farms and better and more precise deliveries to chefs, while providing to both with better margins and a huge time saving. All of this has allowed us to grow by 24% month over month in the last couple of years and reach 9.5 million annualized GMV as of last month, all of that while doubling margins. And our managed marketplace model and our network effects allows us to provide fast and efficient liquidity, both for chefs and farms. All of this is possible because we have built a full stack technology all across the supply chain that is changing the operations model of food service. We are allowing chefs and farms to get better margins, food waste and emission huge reduction, and we are improving operation efficiency by 21%. With our last seed round, we've been able to build a strong leadership team made of rockstars coming from the best companies in operations, food, and technology. And this is the foundation of the next years of growth at Soplaya. Partner with some of the best Southern Europe VCs and more to be announced soon, we are excited to scale our business all across Europe. We are here to challenge an industry that was stagnant for the last 30 years. It will take quite some time, but we are proud to be part of the mission of building a more transparent, efficient, and sustainable food system. And we are happy to make you join this journey. My name is Mauro. We are Soplaya. Enjoy South Summit.
Grazie, Mauro. Do we have any questions, judges? Questions for Mauro? Here at this end.
Thank you for your presentation. I guess, you know, the restaurant industry is notoriously very fragmented and can be quite fickle sometimes. I guess, how do you scale the business to, you know, a much larger company with such a fragmented market?
Yeah, that's basically part of what we are actually doing. So we are merging together into a full-stack integrated platform a lot of different operators, which right now don't have the power nor to build, to use the technology, to run the logistics, the operations, etc. So there are very few big players that are covering 20% of the market, and we are actually aggregating the rest of it into one single tool that allows the farm directly to sell and don't think of anything regarding logistic, payment, inventory, delivery, nothing. And the same for the restaurant. We allowed him to buy and to manage procurement all the way in one single click.
Okay, thank you. Big applause to Mauro. Thank you very much, Mauro. So, last one of the block. How are we feeling? Ooh, I can feel the lack of coffee here. Come on, we can do this? Last one? Can we do this? Yes, we're gonna push until the end. Come on. So, last but not least, this is the irony of this whole digitalization aspect is before any business would be run with a spreadsheet and pen and paper. And then, oh, lo and behold, here come the digitalization of businesses. And then you have, instead of one spreadsheet, you have 15 spreadsheets. And instead of 15 spreadsheets, you have 15 different applications that you need to join somehow. And a lot of these businesses, especially SMEs, go like, what's going on? How do we do this? Well, we have a solution. What if we had one single place that you don't need to learn how to code to connect all the things you need to run your SMB business? So please welcome our last startup, Gonzalo Roman, CEO and founder of Zinky.
Hi there, I'm Gonzalo, and after more than 10 years in digital transformation consultancy for SMBs, we realized that SMBs are caught in the web of rigid ERPs, Excels, mails, and shared folders. A few years ago, with the rise of SaaS, we hoped for an agile digitization. But new problems are emerging. To have a different app for everything is the high barrier to onboarding new software. It makes data silos, it makes work complex, and it costs a lot. In Zinky, we don't think that the future of work in SMBs will be to manage more than 20 tabs in your browser to run your business. So we created Zinky, a platform where you can create business applications without coding, and thus unify data, processes, documents, and communications in one single place. As simple as create a website in WordPress. Okay, we've learned that SMBs don't get no code at first. They want to hear about specific problems, specific use case that we can solve with our platform. When we are infiltrated on a SMB, with a specific use case, to expand our no-code platform is easy for us because MacGyvers, tech-savvy users, start to build new processes involving more people and more stakeholders. Now, some data. Surpassing 500,000 in ARR the last month and growing 10% month over month, we obtained a 99 net retention rate. Oh, we are a very strong team with expertise in SMBs, startups, and technology, including 2 co-founders of Landbot, one of the biggest no-code B2B SaaS in Spain. We are launching our funding round, looking for 1.5 million. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I want to invite David to join us here on stage to take any questions. So, final round of questions for startups.
Horizontal solution. I was wondering how are you currently doing the go-to-market for specific industries?
Yep.
Yeah, you talk.
Okay. What we try is to select, as Gonzalo was saying, specific use cases. Specific use cases, you can mean something like verticals, okay? Business verticals. We understand them very well, and then we prepare our solution specifically for them. They now understand pretty well what is the value that they can extract from our solution, because they can map their business in thinking. And then, as we was mentioning, once we are there, we can extend to other parts of the company. We are in a process to tackle several verticals, several use cases, specifically industry by industry.
Okay, there we go. Well, Gonzalo, David, big applause. Thank you very much. And with this, we're done with this vertical. So please, big applause to our startups for joining us here. Thank you very much all for pitching. And another big applause to our judges who staying here with us. Big applause to the judges, please. And with this, we're going to take a couple of minutes to get ready for the last vertical of the day, which is education. We'll be right back. Yes, 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 and we're back. So while we finish readying and stuff, couple of things. Just reminder, finalists of each vertical will be announced on this stage tomorrow at 3:30. That's the first one. Second one, they're going to be fighting to see who's the winner tomorrow on stage at the arena stage at 5. And on Friday, we will show who the winner is on Friday at 1 p.m. We got that one? Yeah, that one is easy. Anyway, also reminder of South Summit Street Fest agenda. So essentially today, June 7th, we have afterward and drink and music at Plaza de Santa Ana. Everyone knows where Plaza de Santa Ana is? Foreigners, you can follow, you'll find it there. June 8th, we have also music and drinks at Plaza de la Paja. And last but not least, on Friday, we have the mega concert, South Summit Fest with Jaoling Lacoma, Too Many DJs, and Juan Magan. Okay, so I hope you all enjoy the after work and after party. And the question is, are we now ready for the last educational block? Are we ready? Yes, okay. Startups, are we ready? Yes. Judges, are we ready? Very good. So just very quick reminder, we're going to be dabbling into the educational slot, which is all about acquisition of knowledge and skills of all stages, from initial to professional training. And the rules, always easy, 3 minutes sharp. I'm going to be the evil Grinch to push you out. And we will have time, hopefully, for 2 very quick questions from the judges. You'll be judged in innovation, scalability, team viability, and investability. Ready? And let me introduce you our judges, which in this case, it's much smaller, so I kind of appreciate that. So please welcome our judges. Big applause for Rufo de la Rosa, for Founders Capital. Rufo, good to see you again. Big applause, come on. Roger Blanche, Bank Sabadell, Álvaro Gutiérrez de Cavidades, BBVA, well, you can keep on going, it's a list. Álvaro Álvarez del Río, Boost Capital, Haig Tolerud, Bright Eye, big applause. Ignacio Prieto, Correcto. José Ramón Ferreira from Endesa, Tom Hersey from Oenic Fund. You can keep on applauding, come on, we're nearly there. Álvaro González de Gor from Faraday Ventures, Cristina Guzmán from Fondo Bolsa Social, Jordi Ferran Penina from Inverready, Belén Espejo from Telefónica, and our good friends from Zubi Capital, Mark Wash. Thank you, judges, for joining us. And now, let's go with the first startup. We're flying all the way to the UK for something that, as a self-learner, actually, I'm both a self-learner and a parent. This is actually interesting because what if we could have an app that is so addictive that people keep using it to learn, especially kids? So parents save on tuition. I don't know if I would save on tuition, but I can tell you this, it will save me a lot of headaches with fighting with my kids. So please welcome our first startup, Kirill Slavin, co-founder and CEO of Academitor. Here you go. Here. I think you missed something.
Oh, right. Right. Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, EdTech founders, lovers, and aficionados, let me introduce Academitor.com. We make the best private tuition affordable because this is a market we really like. It's big, 150 billion, and inefficient, tutors are expensive, and quality is very, very uncertain. So our solution is very simple, to replace human private teachers fully by machines. Not a system, just fully replace them. And our robot tutors are virtually indistinguishable from human teachers on Zoom calls. They're just more competent, more engaging, and adaptable in real time, not like in 6 months, like humans. We are a Cambridge-born deep tech startup, and I'm not going to reveal all parts of secret sauce, just a couple of things. In terms of engagement, what most people do is gamification. We think it's very shallow, and we go deeper appealing directly to primordial instincts, reflexes, and hormone-release nudges, to early works of Demis Hassabis when he was still a theologian, and Dr. Kogan, also Cambridge-based. He was founder of Cambridge Analytica. So, and in terms of adaptability, we do clusterization of data so that we'd know everything about you after 5 or 6, that sort of fork logic questions. So we'll clusterize you with other users, and after 5 or 6 things like that, we'll know everything about you, so we can personalize very, very quickly. We're exited founders. My co-founder, Victor, built Trabeja.com in Barcelona, the second biggest marketplace in Spain for domestic services. I, as a founder, built a fintech, and as a chief exec, I pivoted a cyber clone from B2C to B2B, which put me on the UK top 50 tech exec list, funnily enough. We have excellent, strong, unique economics, 75% marginality. And what we're doing next is targeting 30 million sales just in the UK, just from us. Only sales target, not the market. Market is bigger. And we're going to market via private tutors, which is funny enough because they are going to be extinct. And we don't have a product yet, but we have sales through our MVP because we are hot, super hot, and cool. Thank you.
Straight on point. Thank you. Okay, judges, questions for Kirill? Do we have any questions? Come on, there you go. You're smaller compared to the other ones,
I was
but
expecting
powerful.
from bright eyes.
Hi there, Alvaro from Boost Capital. My question is, what do you use to measure physiological markers? What you were describing that you were measuring, what do you use? Do you have any type of hardware?
Physiological markers, just eyeballs movements. And we've been tinkering with 2 solutions. Not quite sure what weight to assign to those parameters. We're just experimenting. So maybe like something between 2% and 10% in terms of adaptability.
Okay, we're not. Sorry. Next time you're going to be faster. Thank you very much. Big applause for Kirill. Thank you. Okay, so you know, there's a huge issue with tuition and paying tuition. To a certain degree, we're fairly lucky, at least here in Spain, most of Europe, with the prices for tuition, but this is really getting out of hand in other regions like the US. Now, even here, we still have issues sometimes with getting and paying, being able to pay for tuition, and precisely to create a one-stop shop to help students be able to pay for the tuition, for the future. I want to welcome our second startup. Big applause to the CEO of Becas, Bosco González del Valle.
Oh, now? Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm Bosco. I'm the CEO of Becas. And let's start with what we do. We promote sustainable and quality education for everybody. What do we strive for? Enabling students to pursue their dream job by tearing down the socioeconomic barriers for this education. No? What's happening? In Europe, there are around 5 million jobs, vacancies, despite having 11 million people unemployed. This is quite weird, okay? But it is estimated that by 2030, there's going to be 30% of the global workforce will need to upskill or skill in order to access to a qualified job. What's the big problem here? Students can't afford to pay their tuition to do this training. So we've developed a solution. We call it, now that's very famous, Study Now, Pay Later, okay? We have designed a platform for students and education providers, helping students with financing, repayment, and course discovery. Everything's around the ISA, which is the income sharing agreement, where we pay the students tuition, and we only get repaid when the student has a qualified job. We have other verticals, like our marketplace and our servicing, where we have online portal to promote the courses of our boot camps and masters, and a servicing where we manage the financing, repayments, and there are also 2 revenue streams, but our core business model is around the ISA. Everything, this is okay, but our secret weapon is our scoring, okay? We obviously don't give the money to everyone. We only give the money to top-notch students, and we've called it Cosmos, okay? It's an in-house employability scoring, and our Custodia, which is an employment tracker. We see when the students are getting, where they're working and how much they're earning. And we want to provide financing candidates with meet our employability criteria. We're actually investing in students which have like a high employability so that we can charge back. There's obviously a massive growing underpenetrated market, macroeconomic tailwind, which is reskilling or upskilling that everyone hears around. Our initial focus on go-to-market is high employability boot camps, but there's a blue ocean beyond boot camps like grants, professional training, etc. This sector is trusted by top-tier investors like SoftBanks, etc., and we think we're the only company which has the ISA financing, servicing, a marketplace all in one. Our strong metrics in our initial phase, we've deployed more than 3 million euros with more than 50 schools and more than 600 students. Important thing is 50% of our GMV is gross margin, this is very, very interesting, quite profitable, and we've also have a revenue streams of servicing and marketplace. And obviously we have a top-notch team, which an important fact is lots of them, as you see, are from Ironhack, Multiply College. They're actually boot camps where we work with, and validates our model, and that's the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar. Okay, questions. You get the first one.
Hi, Tom Olsey from Aonic here. So quick question with regards to international scalability, particularly with regard to the scraping of the salary data later. What's the potential? What barriers are you going to find to doing this on a more global level?
Yeah, that's obviously the scalability question. First of all, is there's a huge market in each country because it's a growing market and there isn't lots of providers. In Spain, we're 3-4 players now. We have 3 APIs which we can develop in-house, which in each country would give us this scoring of the social security of each country. Obviously, it's not a SaaS B2B where you open in 30 countries changing the model, but it's let's say that in each country it's very profitable, like as a country, and with a few APIs and with our verticals of marketplace and servicing, we can start with them and then start deploying the money. It's not that we need to start deploying money in each country that we want to open. But yeah, it's a technological barrier.
I'm not sure Tom is convinced.
Ah, you mean abroad, like someone goes abroad?
Yeah, what if they study in one place and then work abroad?
Yeah, of course.
How does that work?
Right now, like everyone, all of our students...
Very, very short.
Sorry, they're in Spain, but like huge competitors like Microverse that everybody knows, for example. Like there's like a tracking, but not technological inputs yet to charge them, because obviously you can't have the APIs of all of the countries around the world.
Big applause for Bosco. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tom, for the question. Okay, now we're moving all the way to Portugal. There's a big shift in the educational industry in general of like, instead of working by reading the book, learning by doing projects, hands-on, but designing curricula for that and using project-driven education is not as easy as it sounds. There's a lot involved there. And precisely our next startup is trying to fix that. How do we create a project-based learning tool to empower educators to use it extensively? So please welcome our next startup, João Borges, CEO from DreamShaper.
Hello. Well, so I'm João, co-founder and CEO of DreamShaper. And at DreamShaper, we have a big dream that is living in a world where everyone, despite their personal, academic, or social background, is able to create and shape their own dreams. And we strongly believe that changing education and adapting education to the real motivations and needs of today's students, it's the right way to do it. Educational institutions widely agree with it, although they struggle with innovation, and especially with innovation in scale. So that's where DreamShaper comes, to help learning and teaching institutions to introduce and scale project-based learning and active learning methodologies. We do that with a product that gets together a set of, I think I need to click, sorry, a set of effective and innovative functionalities that assure students with guided, engaged, and autonomous learning experiences, as well as to teachers an easy way to deploy and to manage this type of learning experiences. Also, we have a multi-path technology that allows to create any type of learning path, taking the most out of the functionalities the product has, and also using a different set of methodological strategies like design thinking, metacognition, active microlearning, just-in-time content, and other. Last but not least, and since everything the students do and produce gets registered on our database, we use that data to personalize students' experience and also to create data insights both for students, teachers, and academic managers. We are not competing with LMSs. Actually, we integrate with LMSs. I'm just going to the right slide, I'm sorry. This should be going faster and alone. Okay, so we integrate with the LMSs. We have integrations with most of industry LMSs and with some proprietary LMSs too, and some partnerships also. And because changing the world is not something that happens from one day to the other, we strongly believe that we are still in the beginning. Most of our clients are still in 3 countries, although we have clients in other 20 countries now. These 120 clients represent more than 1,000 schools and universities using DreamShaper today, and more than 1 million students that use DreamShaper until nowadays. What our clients value the most are quality with scalability. Doing quality in low scale, it's easy. Doing it in higher scale, it's the big challenge, and that's where we help. Also things like efficiency and cost reduction and churn reduction, and also flexibility and reliability not only of our product but also of our team. Our financials are strong. We grew more than 10 times over the past 3 years. We are growing above 100% per year, and our key segment, which is higher education, is growing 200% per year. And just to finish, we have been working on our data for the past 2 years, but 6 months ago we had this good news about generative AI, and so we are launching soon a couple of new features based on generative AI. Thank you so much, and most importantly, never stop dreaming.
Thank you, big applause. Obrigado.
Thank you.
Sorry to be late. Here. You still have questions.
Q&A.
Not so fast. Judges, questions for Joao, please. Anyone? No? Tick, tack, tick, tack. No one? No? We'll let Joao. We'll let him. I can see Tom's face twitching here. Like.
Well, I can't leave you without a question. So you made a very quick comment there at the end about generative AI.
Thank you.
You could expand on that one, I'm sure. So
Yes.
would you mind doing so?
No, sure, thank you. Thank you for that. We are actually using generative AI for 3 main things. 1, next level personalized learning paths. 2, mentoring, automatic mentoring for students. And 3, automatic co-editing for institutions to build their own learning paths in DreamShaper.
Okay, there you go. Big applause for Joao.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado. And we're flying this time to Israel with a startup that I have to be honest, I actually saw the pitch and worked the pitch a little bit. And it's quite interesting because here at South Summit, we've had a lot of chats. I'll tell you that. We've seen a lot of chats that are going to help, AI chats that are going to help. This is honestly the first time when I saw the product, I was like, whoa, I want that, okay? And I see a lot of companies, I'll tell you that. But we're talking about how can we improve the students' learning without having the teacher to be involved, right? We don't have enough teachers to help everyone. But can we have a tool designed by teachers that can actually help them? And I'll tell you, and let me know at the end, if your jaw drops as much as it did when I saw this product. So please welcome Daria Bishlenkova, CEO of Educachi. Come on.
Thank you. So this is me in high school. I often found myself very struggling while doing math homework. I felt myself helpless and alone, and maybe some of you can relate with this frustration feeling. And lots of students nowadays tend to just give up on subjects entirely at such moments, believing they are not math people or not clever enough. And moreover, there is a significant shortage of teachers who are able to support these students in pending their success. At the same time, WEF reports calling analytical thinking a vital core skill for a future, fostered by STEM subjects as math and sciences, and that's why we created Education. So our interactive workbook offers students instant and adaptive and personalized support and guidance, and enables them to solve problems at their own pace. This is how it works. By breaking down complex concepts into manageable steps, we help students understand the logical structure of each problem. We don't expect students to learn a ready solution by heart, but we help them understand and explore the logics and why they are doing each step to get to that correct answer. And this has amazing results. In 94 chances out of 100, students are able to solve similar problems after training with our system. And yes, it may seem familiar because of dialogue format, but you maybe know that ChatGPT or other language models tend to provide ready answers and not always even correct ones, and are not designed for teaching. So we are adding a thorough pedagogical layer on top of this powerful technology. And many other learning platforms we actually see as potential partners, as our technology completes other products and may increase their efficiency. Our methodology allows us to delve deeply into the learning process in each particular problem, and we can provide students with powerful insights about their challenges, and we even can predict their chances to succeed. So our first step to launch will be Brazilian market and B2B SaaS model. And we have there 2 amazing partners and planning pilots in August. And our global goal is 3% of global students market, and we are going to expand from math to other STEM subjects. And ask me about our team. Let's create a world where students are no students are left behind in their education. I'm Ranel.
Big applause for that. Thank you. Was very close, very close.
Every time I'm so passionate about the product that I don't have enough time to go after that.
Okay, judges, questions, please. There we go. No problem. No shame.
I'm not doing this
no
on
shame,
purpose,
Tom.
Tom Halsey from Ionic again. Just a quick question in terms of traction. So you talked about 6,000, I saw on the screen, 6,700 students.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how much are they paying, what's the retention rate, what's the churn rate?
Yeah.
Just get an idea of the figures.
Great question. Those was actually free pilots in schools. Our goal was to develop the methodology, to gain that experience, and to see how students actually use that. So we get this result about 94% efficiency. So yeah, they are not paying customers. They are mostly in schools, mostly in public schools. And we have both amazing reviews and testimonials from students and from teachers. It's very important as we are going to communicate with schools in the first place.
Okay, and with this, Daria, thank you very much. Big applause. Thank you. Okay, we're reaching the midpoint, and now we're going all the way to Latin America, to Colombia, and we're going to be talking about how to scale course creation. As I'm a teacher, despite what you see me here, I'm also a teacher, and I can tell you it's really painful to do new courses, especially when things are changing very fast. University, higher education is trying to cope with all the changes that are going around, right? I was moderating a panel this morning on quantum computing, and there's a big issue because there's not that many degrees for quantum computing. How do you create degrees? How does your university create the subjects and all the material that you need to build that? Well, our next startup precisely is focusing on that, helping higher universities and learning and development departments create these courses at scale and as fast as it can be done. So please welcome our next speaker, Andres Núñez, founder and CEO of Greeky.
Hello. I think we can all agree that universities are like dinosaurs in danger of extinction. Why is that? Because the speed of knowledge is like a meteorite that can destroy universities and make them become like dinosaurs. Everybody criticizes universities. We say they're slow, they're rigid, they're outdated. But what happens if we lose them? Great ideas have emerged at universities, so we cannot lose universities. The solution is not to let them die. How do we save them then? We have to help them become agile institutions that can leverage the speed of knowledge to continue helping to the evolution of society. But how do you help a slow and pachydermic dinosaur become a fast and flexible Pegasus? Many have tried and have failed because they focus on the wrong areas. They do not dare to touch the essence, that is knowledge, represented in their academic portfolio. That is where Greeky transforms universities and help them become agile and flexible. And how do we do it? By becoming the factory of unlimited, agile, and flexible content for universities using 3 pillars. First one, human intelligence. We have 1,000 professors in 20 countries of Latin America that use our second pillar, Greeky Genius, powered by AI, to create unlimited courses. And then we have our third pillar, more than 10,000 courses from the best content education providers to create learning playlists. In this way, we grow the portfolio of universities so that they can focus on what matters most, applying knowledge. We put all together in a lifelong learning platform. We accelerate by 10x the content production, reduce costs in 90%, increase enrollment by 15%, decrease a student dropout rate by 10%, and we do this in a matter of 4 to 6 weeks instead of 6 months. We have a flexible business model, $30 per student per year, or $2,500 per customizing a complete course. This way, we tap into a blue ocean of $25 billion, $2.5 billion in Latin America. And we have been growing steadily because we do this by customizing courses different to our competitors. We are in 20 countries, 60 universities that reach 700,000 students, and we are ready to scale to Brazil, USA, Europe, and APEC. We are in $2.8 million at this moment. We expect to be at $8.6 million for 2026, and we're raising a $2 million extension of our seed round. I was born in a university when I was 5 years old when my family created a university. So my team and I, we have more than 100 years of experience in higher education. And we're ready to save universities and not let the universities become the next blockbuster of universities. Thank you.
Thank you, Andres. Thank you very much. Man, you have 100 years of experience. You're really old, dude. Okay, judges, questions, please. Come on, this side of my judges are not asking any questions. Come on, we have a very large... No questions, judges? Go ahead, Tom.
Hi, sorry. Just a question. So you had 2 different charging models. You had the 2,500, you had €30 a month. Could you tell us what the split is in sort of invoicing between the 2?
Yes, we have the platform with 10,000 courses. We charge $30 per student per year for access to that platform with white label for the universities. They can create customized playlists. And then we have the content production, customized content production. We do minimum of 10, and it's $2,500 per course. So the affiliation model for platform and then for the customization.
What proportion of invoicing comes from each stream?
Today, 60% platform, but clients tell you what to do. And they're asking us, Andres, I love the platform, but we want you to create customized courses. And now we're doing more than 150 courses a month for universities. So, and then behind comes the platform with 10,000 courses that they can use for lifelong learning.
Okay,
Thank
big
you.
applause for Andres.
Thank you.
Very much, Andres. Big applause, come on. I believe we were discussing if Andres was here in 2020 or something like that, because he's been with us before. Now, I'm a big fan of a simulation, right? We have now the capacity to simulate a lot of environments and a lot of interactions. And sadly, sometimes there's this idea that that's only helpful for entertainment. So when you talk about video games, for example, people go like, oh yeah, that's entertainment. I'm going to play the video games. Now, thankfully, we're waking up to the idea or the concept that those video games that a lot of people play to entertain can actually replicate very real situations and interactions between human beings, right? And situations that happen in companies, between teams. Now, what if we use this tool to enhance the interaction, the retention of tech talent, the cohesion of the teams that you have in a company? Well, precisely to talk about that, how you empower teams and employees through online dynamics and virtual experiences, please welcome the dynamic duo, Pedro Diezma, CTO, and Aneta Jasinka, CEO of Clever Play.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Aneta Jasinska. I'm CEO of Clever Play. Clever Play is a company that specializes in empowering, training, and motivating employees and teams through virtual experiences, including the metaverse. Our gamification platform and its solutions cover the whole employee life cycle, all the stages that an employee goes through within a company.
Hi. How we are going to connect the employee's life cycle with employees? We have nearly more than 15 experiences just to connect in different areas. So we are able to connect the hiring, when they retire, the team building, and different of these points. So what we are doing is just we have a dashboard, so any company could connect all of this solution. One of the things is that the potential is that any company could create their own gamification experience just with a few clicks and uploading their own content or using our own catalog. But here you can use our own solution just for talent, learning, or entertainment. So we are covering all the needs of the different companies and the talent. But we have some innovation here. What is the innovation? What is different? We are using different algorithms just to detect the personality of the different potential employees, or even just to create teams that they are working quite well together. But the real magic that we have, and it is unique, is the text to gamification. What is text to gamification? Now with the artificial intelligence generative, you could write with a prompt what is the game you want, and immediately you are going to have your own game ready to use in your company. You could try in our stand, because this is a real magic. Okay? We are using the last cutting-edge technology to create games just from tests. So we have a step in the future, and we really want that the metaverse is going to be part of the future, and we are creating some solutions in the metaverse. We are having solutions in portals, in sandbox, and in different metaverse, just to improve this experience, and the companies could start just to use in their own workers. They could go in the metaverse to find some different characters and to interact with them, just to get information from them, or just to learn new things. The roadmap is in the near future. We are going to increase the metaverse experiences. We are going to improve our editor. We have a team, a highly skilled team with different skills, technology, marketing, operations. So thank you very much.
That was the right slide. You got the right slide. Big applause. Big applause, come on, for Aneta and Pedro. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you. And judges, questions. There you go, one there. They beat you to it, Tom.
Hello,
Just
thank you very
lacking.
much. I would like to know how do you actually charge the customers? I understood that you're a B2B, but I don't know whether the different kind of...
We have two business models. One of the business models is those big companies that they want a very tailored solution, and they ask ask for this tailored solution, so we are creating the solution just with a specific price for them. And we have a subscription model where you can enter in the dashboard, and then in the dashboard, you could create your own experience or configure any kind of solution without any intervention from us, from the team. So we have this two business model.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Big applause. Anytime, Pedro. Big applause. Come on. This is nearly the end. We're nearly getting there. 2 more startups and we're done. We're having fun. Good. We're learning. We're investing. Well, okay, we'll get there. Okay, so we're flying again back to Colombia and talking about how to include and close the skill gap of young adults in Latin America. This is a really dramatic situation, especially for the most vulnerable ones. Now, what is very clear is that the current system doesn't work. So to talk about how to fix that, how to reinvent a system that actually helps and really pushes people that need to close that skill gap, we have our next startup. So please welcome Jorge Garcia Garzón, CEO and co-founder of Cuepa EduTech.
Hi, my name is Jorge Garcia. I am the co-founder of Cuepa. So I want to start with a question for you. Raise your hand if you got your college degree before turning 28. Raise your hand. That's the vast majority of the audience. You know, that's not the reality outside of this room. Allow me to introduce Esmeralda. She's a 28-year-old young adult from Colombia. She's the mother of 2 daughters. About 10 years ago, she graduated from high school. And after that, she got immediately into the workforce, basically doing whatever was available to bring food to the table. And she couldn't continue studying. Esmeralda's story is not unique. It reflects the reality of many young adults in Latin America. Formal education has failed the vast majority of the population. Out of 100 people that start primary school, only 8 will graduate from higher education, leading to increased informality and lower wages. That's why we created Cuepa. Cuepa is a net-tech company that designs and implements fast, flexible, and affordable programs, educational programs, that improve the employability of young adults in the short term. We deliver all our programs primarily online through a proprietary software that leverages data to improve academic achievement, acquisition and service cost, and ultimately promote retention. We basically have all the programs that we need to connect a student with the labor market, including high school remediation, technical education, and higher education. But you know what? We have done it better. We created a model that disassembles the formal degrees and allows the students to simultaneously obtain the certifications that the industry is demanding. For example, our systems engineer will graduate in 3 years, but with 3 formal degrees and 8 industry certifications. All of it without paying any additional money or time. Typically, our students are between 16 and 25 years old and pay around $50 per month, or are sponsored to study for free. In 2022, we had almost 7,000 students, 91% of them coming from low-income households. Their main motivation is to change their lives and their families. None of this would be possible without a team that combines the expertise, talent, and disruptive thinking in education, technology, employability, and data analytics. Thanks to them, this year we are duplicating our revenue compared to last year. What's next? Basically, we will create and launch 12 new programs in the next 12 months, and we will integrate more AI tools into our ecosystem to maintain our position as the cheapest alternative for online formal education. Let's work together to create a new way to learn for all. Thanks.
I love your energy, Jorge. Really, at this point in the afternoon, we need your energy.
Yeah,
very good.
We need to compete with the cocktail, you know?
Okay, judges, questions for Jorge, please. Questions? You don't see it from there, but I can see Tom going like,
Alvaro here from Boost Capital. My question is, are your courses approved by the state? Do students get any sort of recognition that enables them to then go and apply for a specific job that is state-backed or recognized by the institutions?
You know, I was expecting that question, and it allowed me to introduce something that is very important here. You know that the educational world is changing a lot. As Andres was saying, the reality is that universities and all the educational institutions need to reinvent themselves. But the labor market is not ready for that. The labor market is still asking for formal, approved institutions that issue diplomas. So our main challenge is that all of our programs are recognized by either the Ministry of Education or the Secretary of Education of every place in which we operate. But we disassembled it, as I presented, and allowed the students to work like a Lego system, you know, that they are building their own certification, but at the end, they are assistant engineers, business entrepreneurs, and that thing. Yeah?
Okay, good. Big applause to Jorge. Thank you so much, Jorge. And last but not least, our last startup for the block. And this is really interesting. When you're doing education and students are failing or things are not working as they should, there's two things that normally happen. First one is no one knows this. So if a student is failing, few teachers actually realize that that student is failing until the grades come, obviously. And the second one is, even if you notice this, very few teachers have the knowledge or the know-how on what do I need to do to help this student. Now, our next startup provides us both. Not just the monitoring, detecting, and understanding that something is not working as it should, but actually giving you the materials that are going to fix and correct what's going wrong. So please welcome our last startup. Big applause for Radmila Gurkova, COO of Oxinity.
This is how we collect data in our schools today. And this is totally inefficient. We teach for the average, and sadly, we see the result of our work at the end, when there is no time to react. And students are the ones who fail, never us. But this can change today. We can unlock the inefficiency of this $4 trillion industry by looking at the data. My name is Radmila Gurkova. I'm the CEO of Oxinity. Let's get started. Artificial intelligence allows us to provide the right content in real time and adapt it to the students' needs. Now, let's take a look at the edtech sector. It produces a large amount of information every day, but the data are scattered in thousands of apps. Imagine that these apps could share information for each student. We would achieve two amazing things. First, a personalized map of knowledge, allowing each student to understand, to learn up to 100% of the objectives. No one is left behind. A dream come true. And second, we would understand the patterns that help students learn faster and take teaching to the next level. That's how we can provide tailored content for teachers in real time. We need an intercommunication protocol between apps to be able to act upon learning as it happens and give students the key to decrypt their information and share it with teachers. EdTech startups have to collaborate. We need to share information. In Oxinity, imagine a GPS. We map the fastest route to accelerate learning. Imagine a book that magically removes the pages you already know and only shows you the content you haven't acquired yet. Our team has created 4 amazing tools to collect inputs from students and provide personalized content for teachers in real time. Now, our team has gathered a collaborative community of more than 2,000 teachers who have designed more than 25,000 activities. Now, we have validated our project with languages, the most accessible and cost-effective market for us. But what we have built is a scalable product that can serve the global market for any subject. We can start operating in less than 20 minutes in any market, which makes us super scalable. Thousands of apps appeared after the pandemic, a new way of teaching and learning is awaiting. We need to collaborate, we need to talk, and most importantly, our apps have to talk. Information must be shared. This revolution has already started. Want to be part of it? We do, with you. Thank you.
Oh, right on time. Perfect. Okay, judges, final question for a final startup, please.
Yeah.
There we go.
Thank you very much. I'd like to understand how you're actually planning to collect all that private data from all those different companies in order to get all that insights.
Okay. So, look, what we have created are all the protocols for that to happen. And let's say that in education we are falling behind. Look at other sectors, they've done it. FinTech has done it. So what it takes is to create a protocol that would encrypt the information and then allow students to decrypt it. With that information shared with the teachers, we're much more powerful. Teachers have the information, and most importantly, they can only have the content to fix it.
Good? Okay, final applause for Radmila. Thank you very much, Radmila. And before I say goodbye to everyone, because you're going to start to run around, let me remind you several things. Tomorrow at 3:30, we will announce the finalists of each vertical here, and the final competition will happen at 5 at the arena. Winners will be announced on Friday at 1 p.m. The winner. Okay? And tomorrow here we start at 9:30, 5 blocks, Industry 5.0, Sustainability, Climate Tech, Mobility and Smart Cities, and FinTech and InsurTech. So I'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30. And before we leave, please, a big round of applause to our startups. Thank you very much for joining and pitching. And another very large applause to our judges for joining us here. And I'm really sorry, I think Tom is going to have nightmares today because he didn't manage to get the score the final question. Thank you all, have a great afternoon, and see you tomorrow morning.